Cult of Min, Sun Peak, Small Palace of Min. Tong Jigal, seated at the head of the table, says that the Palace of Bloody Art has extended its influence to Water Peak, the Elders community at Metal Peak, and even reached Tree Peak, where the Slaughter Palace is located. That is why it was quite difficult to find out what is happening in these territories. Sitting at the table are Yayultak, Han Soso, the Bloody Master, John Semin, Donban Il, and Dan Jonghak, who listen attentively to his speech. Han Soso says, "This is not all the information they managed to obtain about the Bloody Palace in the local markets over the past 2 weeks." The Master of the Palace of Pleasures adds, "She heard that they went beyond Heavenly Mountain. If it concerns external forces that require a lot of money, then the Heavenly Palace is currently the most suspicious." Tong Jigal replies to her that these are just guesses. They need more information to be completely sure. The old man addresses the Master of the Sword Palace and the Master of the Poison Palace, saying that following the young leader's order, they need to search for Zhang Shi at Beauty Peak. Donban Il responds that Beauty Peak indeed arouses great interest in him. Tong Jigal says, he heard that in the village by the Tear Stream, psychedelic potions are being prepared. This is a good opportunity to find out how the Bloody and Heavenly Palaces are connected, and he would like Han Soso, the Master of the Palace of Pleasures, to take care of this. The woman, fanning herself, replies that it will not be easy. She heard that the Western regions sent a delegation to them. Apparently, the feudal lord of the Timur Empire will personally visit them. Therefore, she cannot be absent. Tong Jigal says, "Then let Yayultak and the Master of the Trade Palace take care of the village." The young man glances at Dan Jonghak. What? He does not want to? The Master of the Trade Palace, casting a look at him, says without much enthusiasm, "Accepted." The old man decides that they will leave the Min Palace to the Bloody Master, as he has his own connections there. The Master agrees. Fine. Tong Jigal announces that the meeting of the hall leaders has come to an end. He expresses hope that everyone will be in good health until the young leader returns. The girls gracefully wave their hands and bow deeply. Formed into 2 rows creating a wedge, the girls standing ankle-deep in water watch as a tower rises from the whirlpool in the middle of the reservoir. Cult of Min, Water Peak, Lake Huagu. When the structure is fully raised, the water in the lake becomes smooth again. The silence is broken by the roar of a waterfall formed because the water flow from the lake crashes down the cliff. People on the terraces of a multi-level mansion observe what is happening. The royal personage of the Timur Empire, Ibrahim, looking at the waterfall, says to Khan Soso standing nearby, "Amazing. Just think, the water in such a huge lake can disappear in an instant." The woman replies that for 2 years they have been filling this place with water for the rituals of the cult. Then, 7 days before the festival begins, they dry the lake and pray. They believe the water will become rain on Tree Peak and make the land fertile. The man says that this is truly incredible. Even in their empire, he has not encountered such a grand ritual. The Master of the Palace of Pleasures, stepping forward and leaving Ibrahim with his guards behind, coquettishly replies that he flatters them. Then he offers the man to return to the summer brothel of Min. They have prepared breakfast for him there. Ibrahim agrees. Well then, he agrees to go. The table is set with all kinds of dishes, including fried chicken, slices of meat and vegetables, and dumplings. In the center stand statuettes of a dragon and a bird resembling a peacock. Ibrahim raises his hands and says, "The sect of woodcutters should learn from the cult of Min. If someone has seen God, blessings are inevitable." He laughs. The guards form a silent wall behind him. Khan Soso, standing opposite him, replies, "She is sure God will be touched by how different faiths have come together and interact with each other." The woman leaves the room. Already standing in the doorway, she looks back and wishes the Lord of the Empire a good rest. The door closes behind Khan Soso and silence reigns in the room. Ibrahim says, "What an attractive woman." The warrior standing next to him replies that she is not so simple. Ibrahim says, "Enough empty talk. He brought him here as he wanted. What should he do next?" The warrior replies, "Let his people leave them for now." Ibrahim waves his hand commandingly. His men immediately carry out the order and leave the room. The warrior raises his hand to his face, saying, "This woman they just saw." Ibrahim snorts questioningly. I, Yuljin, freed from the mask, say that she must be killed. Ibrahim, casting a sidelong glance at him, asks, "Did he make him bring an entire squad of Timur's Empire assassins here to deal with one woman?" The interlocutor replies, "To fight Khan Soso, you need to send thousands of heavily armed Timur soldiers to certain death. He is sure that one squad of mercenaries will not be enough, and they will need Ibrahim's help." The man's face darkens. He says that I, Yuljin, continues to get on his nerves. Looking at the interlocutor, he adds that he does not like his condescending look. I, Yuljin, ask, "So he refuses?" Ibrahim chuckles, showing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Suddenly his mood changes sharply, and he shouts, "Ha! He can no longer retreat, for he has given his word. He will show how powerful his empire is. The moon disk illuminates the empty streets and the multi-story mansion towering above them. A silver snake with red eyes slides across a woman's palm. A voice sounds, "I wonder, when will he come?" Kansoso sits on the bed. Her body is wrapped by a snake. The woman wonders, will there be news by morning? And when did he grow so mature that she, unknowingly, longs to meet him? She recalls the last meeting with the young leader, his strong hand forcefully gripping her throat. Then he said he was going to change this place. He promised to create a place where everyone could live together without violating the higher and lower commandments. With a smile on her lips, Kansoso remembers. He said they needed changes. She thought it was just the words of an immature boy, but to imagine that one day it could become reality. The small palace of Min and the young leader have enough power. Therefore, if he becomes the leader of the cult, they will no longer have to bring innocent children to the Palace of Pleasures and turn them into toys for indulgence. Dreamily smiling, the woman says, if that is possible, she will gladly give her life. Kansoso closes her eyes. A slight smile illuminates her face. From her lips escapes, in the cult of Min, nothing is ever simple. While she dreams, dark silhouettes of warriors appear outside her room door. The door swings open and a squad of armed men in masks appears on the threshold. Kansoso, already standing and fanning herself with a fan, says, she cannot believe that a whole delegation has come to her at such a late hour without prior notice. She asks, did they not like the dinner? The warriors, gripping long knives in their hands, silently advance on her. The woman, smiling sweetly, says she would never have thought that the Timur Empire could behave so disrespectfully. They are ready for the consequences, right? She takes a step forward, and the floor beneath her feet is covered with ice. Kansoso steps toward the warriors, radiating cold energy that causes everything around to be covered with an icy crust. The flow of her energy strikes the warriors, and they try to cover their faces with their hands. Ibrahim, laughing, says he knew she was full of talents, but the man stands, crossing his arms on his chest, making no attempt to shield himself from the flows of energy coming from her. Ibrahim adds, he did not think she would turn out to be such an icy woman. Kansoso replies, if he does not explain himself, something worse awaits him. Although, it seems it is already too late now. Ibrahim asks her not to hold a grudge against him. After all, there is no place for emotions in politics. Anyone will go to any lengths for their goals, and it does not matter if they have to make enemies or become a friend. The woman, having come almost close to him, asks, does he intend to join forces with the Min cult and start a fight for the throne? Ibrahim answers, if everything were so simple, he would not behave like this. He has only one request. Let her leave the young leader alone and join the Palace of Bloody Art. The woman is surprised. Mentally, she wonders, how did he find out that she is allied with the small Min palace? Smiling sweetly, Kansoso asks, does he wish to make a bet with her? Ibrahim asks again, a bet? The woman explains. She proposes to bet on how he will end. Kansoso adds, his end will be more terrible than anyone else's. Ibrahim frowns. The woman, radiating icy energy, swears by her life that he will lose everything. Blocks of ice grow before her, covering her. Warriors rush to Ibrahim. A strong stream of energy strikes Ibrahim, knocking him off his feet and throwing him backward. Two warriors catch him under the arms right at the door. The other warriors advance on the woman, holding out their hands, radiating streams of fiery energy. Kansoso realizes that they are all the best combat masters. She decides that she cannot prolong this fight. She needs to defeat them faster. She moves aside the hand with the fan, surrounded by an icy aura, waving the fan and sending streams of cold energy at the opponents. The woman thinks that she needs to find out how much they know. Her power turns the opponents into ice blocks. Kansoso, assessing the result of her efforts, thinks, not bad. Ibrahim's eyes, bound by ice, ignite with red energy fire. Numerous thin cracks appear on the ice. Ibrahim, radiating red energy, breaks free from the icy shackles, and shards of ice fly in all directions. The man's eyes are flooded with inner energy. He throws his hand forward, saying they have little time, and suggests stopping the useless jokes. Kansoso does not hide her fear. Covering her chest with her hands, she exclaims, who is he? He is definitely not Ibrahim. She raises her hands up, unleashing streams of energy that bypass the ice blocks standing before her onto the man. Kansoso uses the Ice World technique. The man, doing nothing, stands surrounded by a purple aura, awaiting the strike. Streams of ice flow around him, unable to cause any harm. He raises his eyes to the woman. Red sparks blaze in them. From his lips escapes a pathetic attempt. The purple aura around him thickens, the floor covering cracks beneath his feet, and a vortex appears. Power flows tear the mask with a gray beard from his face. Kansoso mentally gasps. He brushed off the ice charged with 120% of her energy with just a wave of his hand? The woman's eyes widen in surprise. From her lips escapes, you. Before her stands a young man surrounded by a purple aura. Kansoso recognizes this man, the cult leader, the Min cult, Water Peak, Huagu Lake. The sky was covered with leaden clouds. A heavy rain began. The third elder Banya, standing by the open window, says that a little more time will pass, and a whole gathering of followers will assemble in this place to shed tears of repentance. An evil smile appears on his face as he says, "They will cut and trample each other just to climb the heavenly mountain." How pathetic, to do such things for such a miserable goal. Behind his back, a dark silhouette of a man sitting at a table in the depths of the room is visible. Banya asks him, does he disagree? Without waiting for an answer, he continues speaking. Now that they have dealt with the Palace of Fear and lifted the curtain, only the young leader and the master of the Bloody Palace remain to come on stage. He asks his interlocutor's opinion. Who does he think will win? The man whose face is not visible due to the gloom reigning in the room answers, "Hasn't this question already been resolved?" Banya laughs. It would be boring if everything was already decided. He says that his interlocutor should write a plan for the development of events. He also needs to prove his abilities, right? A banquet of hasty conflicts and shocking truth. He can expect that, can't he? The third elder turns to the man sitting at the table and admits that he loves tragedies. He agrees to such a scenario if there are no winners in the battle. An anticipatory smile appears on Banya's face. He thinks their battle will be the best spectacle. The interlocutor answers, as soon as they get rid of the masters of the palaces, it will be difficult for the young leader to defeat the master of the Bloody Palace alone. The third elder says, of course. That was their plan. If they don't kill him themselves, then they will. A dark aura emanates from Banya as he asks, he already said, right? A shocking truth must be created. The man asks his interlocutor's opinion. What does he think? Has he managed to catch inspiration? The response is a promise to prepare. Banya's voice sounds in the room. He knew that he would understand his wishes. Then he will leave him. Let him think some more. He is stopped by a question. Did he manage to learn about the delegation that arrived at the summer brothel Min? Banya says that it seems everything was arranged by the Palace of Bloody Art. Yahello disguised himself as a member of the delegation and infiltrated the Palace of Pleasures. The elder's interlocutor says, if he tried to kill the master of the palace, then in his opinion, it means they have money problems. He asks, was that also Banya's order? The elder answers negatively, no. The money that flowed out of the Bloody Palace has nothing to do with them. Most likely they were sending tribute to the heirs. He understands the situation is urgent, but what is the point in this? Banya adds, well, in any case, they are now in such a position that the dead masters of the palaces work in their favor, so there is no need to worry about them. He believes that the interlocutor only needs to take care of the gift they will present to the followers during the heavenly festival. The response is, got it. The third elder stretches his lips into a smile again as he says, wonderful. And now let him return and begin to prepare. He adds that the others should also carefully watch what will happen to the masters of the palaces, and clarifies, did his interlocutor understand? A squad of warriors marches along a mountain path winding between the rocks. Donban Il, touching with his finger the whitish veil surrounding them, says to Dan Chonghak walking ahead, truly incredible. Is such a thing really possible? He admits that he has never heard of a mystical trap of such a level. Dan Chonghak draws a sword from its sheath and slices the air in front of him. A whitish haze disperses for a few moments, and a narrow passage between the rocks opens up to his sight. Then the fog thickens again and descends onto the path. Dan Chonghak thinks that the young leader managed to get out of here because he studied the art of the Demon Lord. He believes that just getting out of here is already a whole ordeal. Who else managed to release the Jiangshi? He wonders, does he really have no other choice but to go there and find out everything himself? Without looking back at the squad, Dan Chonghak says that they are all waiting for him here. Even if he does not return, no one should cross the border. Donban Ul, standing behind him, exclaims, hey, is he going alone? He might never get out of there. Dan Chonghak throws over his shoulder. They have no other way out, right? Donban Il sighs. How stubborn he is. Sword Demon clenches his teeth tighter and exhales sharply. His eye ignites with inner energy. Dan Chonghak raises the sword above his head. He sharply lowers the blade, using the sword mountain technique. First destruction. The fog disperses, and the path winding between the sheer cliffs becomes visible to all. Dan Chonghak hides the sword in the sheath attached to his side. He takes a step forward. A voice sounds, long time no see. Dan Chonghak and Donban Ul freeze. They look stunned. Everyone, both masters and warriors, turn back as if on command. At the top of the cliff towering above them, they see the silhouette of a man in a long cloak. From the master's lips comes, Hong Raksha? The old man in the burgundy cloak says, he did not know that the sword demon and the poison demon were on such good terms. What are they doing here? Donban Eul asks, did he come here because in his old age he wanted adventures? That's quite far for a simple walk. He thinks he doesn't like all this. What is he doing here? He should be in the Hall of Elders? Moreover, he looks around and sees quite a few people in similar burgundy cloaks on the rocks. Donban Yul reflects. Isn't there a saying that all roads lead to one place? Wherever they go, it's all part of the heavenly mountain. All the elders have gathered here, except the third. Donban Eul says to Dan Chonghak standing next to him. It seems they have fallen into a trap. They all shouldn't be here. He agrees. It seems so. Poison Demon asks, what will they do? But Dan Chonghak remains silent in response. Donban Il asks Honrakshe a question. Are they sure they are not lost? He heard that Ya Yul-chan caused them a lot of trouble. Shouldn't they go looking for him to repay him? Honraksha answers. It does not matter in what order the rotten branches will be cut off. The main thing is to remove them. Donban Il frowns. He thinks that Honraksha, that cunning and slippery old man, came for their souls, although he has nothing against them. And right before the start of the heavenly festival, he believes that if others find out about this, the Council of Elders expects a major purge. He wonders, could he know about the small palace of Min? Donbanwile asks Honrakshu, what will change if they just kill them? Do they really think others will just calmly watch this? Honraksha replies, the fact that he cares so much about them weighs heavily on his heart. But he should not worry, because others face the same outcome. From the lips of Donban Ilya it flies off, it cannot be. He thinks, it cannot be that the adherents of old ideas, the elders, agreed to something so insane. Does that mean they are in cahoots with Ya Yulchin? No. He could not acknowledge a bunch of old men who are constantly weaving intrigues. Donbanwile mentally wonders, who the hell has the power to move the Council of Elders? He is struck by a sudden idea. Looking at the people standing on the cliff in maroon cloaks, he says, Heavenly Palace. In Honrakshi's eyes, unfriendly red lights ignite. He asks, what are they worth? And then the order sounds, destroy them. People in cloaks rush from their places and rush down from the cliffs. Dan Chonghak instantly assesses the situation and their chances of victory. Against them are 9 elders, 1 supreme demon, and 8 with the supreme sphere. Looking at the warriors approaching them, whose eyes blaze with deadly energy, he thinks, even if he takes on Honraksha, it will not be easy for the fire unit and Donban Yul to deal with the other elders. He understands, if they enter the battle, they will definitely lose. Using mind-speech technique, Dan Chonghak informs Donban Yul that he will open the way for them, and they should immediately head to the small palace Min. He asks him to convey the message. The heavenly palace really exists and has united with the Council of Elders. Dan Chonghak rushes forward, holding his sword in front of him and shouting to the warriors of the fire unit to let him pass. Honraksha says that he has always been curious to know how strong the sword demon is. He raises his hand, preparing to strike. His palm is enveloped in a shining aura. Honraksha uses the demonic strike with the demon face technique, and dark blue energy rushes downward, forming a grotesque face. Dan Chonghak pushes off the ground and practically soars upward, letting the demonic energy pass by him, smashing stones in its path. Meanwhile, the people in maroon cloaks clash with the fire unit. One of the elders tries to strike Donban Yul, but he skillfully dodges. The opponent is persistent, and the master barely manages to avoid another blow. He simply crouches, and red deadly energy rushes over his head. Donban Yul grumbles. To let him pass. Just think. He believes that he should not have gone far from home at his age. Could this really be how he meets his end? Between his fingers appear small multicolored spheres. Holding his hands in front of him and showing the numerous balls between his fingers to his opponents, Donban Will invites the opponents to attack. He says, if his end is near, he will try to take as many of them with him as possible. One of the elders screams in horror, toxification. He realizes that the old man has turned his own body into poison. The man standing next to him shouts, stop him! Donbanwile, seeing the people rushing towards him, tosses the balls upwards. Streams of vertical energy strike each of his opponents. The master of the poison palace throws all the balls into his mouth. The energy streams of the opponents rush towards him. Donbanwile's eyes fill with pale pink energy, and dazzlingly bright sparks flash in his pupils. The people in burgundy cloaks attack him so intensely that his body is completely hidden in the swirling energy of the opponents around him. 2 green lights ignite in the misty cloud. From the clouds of fog jumps out Donbanwile, transformed into a green-skinned muscular giant. He attacks one of the elders. His hand pierces the man's body. Blood sprays in all directions. The elder's eyes turn into greenish puddles flowing from his eye sockets. On his face, as well as on the faces of the 2 men standing behind him, horror is written. The green-skinned giant, who pierced his ribcage with his hand, holds his body suspended, and laughing says, didn't he warn you? Looking at the 2 frightened elders with eyes glowing with emerald-light pupils, Donbanwile finishes the phrase. Didn't he warn that he would drag them along with him? One of the elders says, poisonous flower. He heard that it poisons everything in the world, but how impressive it is. The second shouts back that it won't last long. Donbanyul's body won't withstand the poison, so they need to scatter and block his path. Donbanyul curses and insults them. It turns out they know that too. The elders quickly move away from him, covering their faces with their hands. Donbanyul realizes he won't catch them, and he is sure he can't keep up with their speed either. Running makes no sense. He wonders, what should he do? He looks around, deciding what is best to do. A pale mist swirls around him. He raises his hand, which emits a greenish aura, and is surprised. Oh? It dodges the poison as if alive? Meanwhile, Dan Chonghak attacks Honraksha, who successfully blocks his strikes. They circle in the air, making giant jumps. Finally, they freeze, standing on opposite sides of the chasm. Cracks glowing with fire are visible on the rock behind Honraksha. Dan Chonghak hears Donbanyul calling him, using telepathy. He glances at the green-skinned giant standing below, who advises him to watch his surroundings when fighting. He must not destroy everything in his path. Donbanyul adds, he thinks the opponents are weak against poison, so Dan Chonghak better go into the mist. The sword demon, flashing his eyes angrily, asks, has he completely lost his mind? Donbanyul answers that they cannot win this battle, and it is already too late for him to run away alone. They need to decide quickly. Dan Chonghak briefly closes his eyes, then opens them again. He has already made a decision. Standing on the top of a cliff, at the foot of which Donbanyul stands surrounded by enemies, he reflects. Behind him is fog, and ahead, enemies. He raises his sword before him, and it is enveloped in a shining aura. Dan Chonghak makes a sharp swing of the sword, as if cutting through the space around him. The sword leaves behind a thin, clear line of energy, cutting through the rocks around him. A moment, and the mountains where the thin line passed seem to explode. Dan Chonghak lowers the sword. Chaos reigns around, and only two men continue to stand on the cliffs facing each other. Honraksha wonders. He destroyed the paths of retreat. Does he want to end his own life? What a disappointment. The sword demon tells him that today they will definitely pay their debts. Jumping off the cliff and raising the sword above his head, he orders the warriors of the fire unit to move towards Beauty Peak. Honraksha raises his hand after him, directing a stream of powerful energy at him. He exclaims that he does not know whether to call him foolish or arrogant. He will not return once he steps there. Strengthening the flow of energy, Honraksha bids farewell to the sword demon. His power rushes forward and strikes the rocks, bringing them down. The Bloodmaster approaches a long staircase, on each step of which warriors stand on both sides. On the arch of the entrance, visible in the distance, hangs a sign with the inscription, Min Cult. The Bloodmaster, tilting his head back, looks at it. He did not think he would return here again. The man mentally adds, if only he had not made one foolish mistake. He thinks that in that case his wife would be alive, and Heron would not have had to grow up in the village by the stream of tears. He is met by a squad of warriors. The commander says, squad leader? The Bloodmaster, stretching his lips into a smile, replies that he and Bisek have not seen each other for a long time. The commander bites his lip, and tears appear in his eyes, about to roll down his cheeks. He falls to his knees before the Bloodmaster and asks, why did the squad leader take so long to come to them? The latter replies for him to get up, and adds that he is no longer the squad leader. In response comes, how is that possible? If only he had protected his wife then. These words cause pain to the Bloodmaster. He closes his eyes for a moment, pulling himself together. The Bloodmaster says to Bisek, who continues to kneel, that is already in the past. He asks, are the emissaries inside? He answers, yes. What happened? But the Bloodmaster replies that he will talk to them himself. Bisek rises and bows respectfully, folding his hands in the traditional gesture where the palm of one hand covers the other clenched in a fist. The warriors repeat his gesture. Bisek says, yes, of course. He adds, it seems the man managed to restore his inner energy. The Bloody Master replies, yes. That's right. Bisek tells the departing former squad leader that this is very good. The Bloody Master stands surprised. How is that? In front of him, barely covered by sheets, sit the right emissary Li Sun and the left emissary Jang Hogan, both staring at him with burning red, greedy eyes. Li Sun asks who he is, and Jang Hogan orders him to quickly bring them the potions. The Bloody Master asks the emissaries, what happened? But they are clearly not themselves, and demand only potions and women. A shiver runs through the man's body. He asks, what happened? Behind him appears Bisek with his squad. The Bloody Master turns to them. From his lips escapes, Bisek. The man's body radiates fiery energy. Bisek again respectfully bows before him, saying that he has committed a terrible sin. He should have taken better care of the emissaries. The Bloody Master demands that he tell him everything without concealment. Bisek, bowing even lower, replies that it is all due to his inattentiveness. He adds, it's all because he is not good enough. With these words, Bisek plunges the blade into the Bloody Master. In the eyes of the former squad leader, pain and disbelief in what is happening. Bisek raises a smirking face to him. A red aura rages around him. He says he can do nothing about it. It's so much fun. The Bloody Master, looking down at him, asks, "Why him? Who made him like this?" Continuing to have fun, Bisik says. He asks who made him like this. Of course, he did it himself. He should have stayed in the village by the stream of tears. Then his death would not have been so pathetic. Continuing to hold the blade in the body of the former squad leader, Bisik says, "On that day, the prayers of his wife were music to his ears. Considering this, he was able to take worthy revenge." Bisik says that his wife was killed by Chanchun. The Bloody Master recalls the events of that day. Before his eyes again stands a dead woman, on whose knees lies a crying infant. The eyes of the Bloody Master flood with murderous energy. He says, "So Bisik was behind this, and he left her under his protection, not even suspecting." The man, still smiling, replies, "Ah," and finally, he looks at him. Exactly how he should look at him. Let him look at him as a person, not as a nobody. He adds, "It's even a little offensive. He wanted to see Ilharin in the arms of the young leader." The Bloody Master remembers how Bisik stood before him and asked to be taken as his apprentice. He also wanted to become strong. He said he was used to being constantly bullied, so it's all right. He just fears that because of him, the squad leader. He remembers the surprised eyes of Bisik, asking, can he really call him an elder comrade? Then Bisik kneels, lowering his head guiltily. He says, "The wife of the squad leader." The Bloody Master is seized by rage. Squinting, he thinks about how he failed to see Bisik's true nature. He was hopeless from the very beginning. Such are the consequences of his own actions. The Bloody Master stands, surrounded by a murderous aura. His side is stained with blood flowing from a wound. He says, "Fine. He will handle this himself," and promises to show Bisik the terrible reckoning that awaits him. The man clutching the bloodied blade steps back. He says, "Oh, so much confidence even in such a situation. It seems that even if he dies, he will never admit it. Well then, he will show him that he is no longer the same as before." Bisik, faltering, looks confusedly at the former squad leader. The Bloody Master stands, surrounded by blood-black energy that rushes toward Bisik. Fiercely flashing eyes flooded with murderous energy, the Bloody Master says, "Let them forget that they can get out of here alive. He will kill them all." Streams of blood-red energy crash down on the warriors. Bisik, clutching the blade in his hand, exclaims, "So he has reached the highest level of the Blood Heaven's art?" He showers the former squad leader with insults, then says that today a special guest awaits him, and that it's time for him to retreat. Behind the Bloody Master, footsteps sound, and a man appears, surrounded by a shining aura. He recognizes him and exclaims, "Ayulchin!" The other replies, "Here they have met again." Then he adds with emphasis, "Ilteshik." Ayulchan raises a hand radiating bluish, dazzling, shining energy, and rushes into attack, offering to test if the other is strong enough to threaten him. The Bloody Master, in response, raises a fist for a strike. Red energy rages around him. His eyes burn with red flames, and bloody trails run down his cheeks. Insulting Ayulchan, he demands that he stay out of this. They rush toward each other. Their opposing energies collide. The explosion literally splits the mansion into two parts. A woman stands on the platform. On both sides of her, lamps are burning. Behind her, a pillar of fire blazes. Behind it, two wooden towers are visible. On both sides of the platform stand elegantly dressed girls. A crowd of people watches this spectacle with curiosity. The woman, whose eyes are closed, calls upon the god of the sacred flame. She descends onto the platform, and the hems of her garment, like flower petals, fluttering upward for a moment, fall around her. The woman asks to cleanse them of all sins with the sacred fire and not to abandon them just because they are mere observers. She asks to protect them. The woman slightly spreads her hands with palms up, holding them at chest level. Flames flare up above her palms. The woman raises her hands up and spreads them to the sides. The fire behind her flares up with renewed strength. She announces to all present that the god of the sacred flame has given permission for the heavenly festival. One of the spectators exclaims, "Wow, look there." He points with his finger at what caught his interest. All attention turns to the right emissary Li Sun and the left emissary Jang Hogun, who, dressed in attire befitting their status, march accompanied by a squad of warriors. Someone's voice sounds. "These are the emissaries of the demon lord Ming." A scream sounds again. "Oh, and the master of the Palace of Bloody Art is here too." All eyes shift to Yayulchin. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art is approaching one of the wooden towers at this time. Ayulchin casts sidelong glances at the towers with a clear thirst to kill the elders. He thinks, finally, Yan Ren and Han Raksha have dropped out of the race. This thought calms him. His face is illuminated by a devilish smile, and his body is enveloped in a blood-red aura. From his lips flies, The scene is set. At this time, the woman on the platform, raising her hands above her head, commands the believers to repay for the heavenly blessing. All those present immediately release a multitude of sky lanterns into the dark sky. The tower behind her continues to blaze, and numerous lights soar into the sky. The Sky Festival has begun. Cult of Min. Rays of the rising sun illuminate the small palace of Min. Ma Chonso, walking through the courtyard, wonders, why is it so quiet in the small palace? Could it be that everyone has already left? A voice is heard announcing that he is late, and the heavenly festival has already begun. Ma Cheonso turns his head and sees Mo Yenhui standing by the tree. He says questioningly, "Hui?" The young leader, rushing off, curses and shouts that he is late. He asks Mo Yenhui to wait. He needs to take something with him. His friend, continuing to stand, leaning his back against the tree trunk, asks, "Does he really have to go?" Ma Cheonso, stopping, says in surprise, "What?" Mo Yenhui, calling him Gak, suggests leaving Heavenly Mountain together and returning to their native lands. From the lips of Ma Cheonso flies off, "Hui." He says it will take very little time. As soon as everything is over, they will return to where they came from. Mo Yenhui, approaching the guy, hands him a paper, saying that his senior comrade asked him to give it to him as soon as he returns. Ma Cheonso is surprised. Senior comrade. The guy carefully studies the message. The person who sent him reports that today, before the start of the heavenly festival, he lost contact with the palace masters. At such a moment, he suspects betrayal. He will wait for the guy by Lake Huagu on Moon Peak in the Crimson Hut, which is located at the top of the eastern hill, so he should hurry. Crumpling the message, Ma Cheonso asks, "What is this nonsense?" Mo Yenhui replies that the guy never showed up, so the masters must have changed their minds. He tells the angry Ma Cheonso that Ya Yultak is still the right hand of the Palace of Bloody Art, and the Bloody Master originally belonged to the Min Palace. Mo Yenhui wonders, has he forgotten that they are in the Min cult, the lair of evil? These scoundrels are entirely devoted to the demon cult. Clenching the message in his hand, Ma Cheonso replies, "No, something is wrong here." Mo Yenhui warningly raises his hand and exclaims, "Gak!" The guy says that for him it might just be a demonic cult. The guy remembers the courtier of the small palace men Yayultaka, who, stretching, exclaims, "Hey, hey, young leader." Tears flow from the eyes of Yayultak like a stream. He sighs, their poor young leader. The guy, looking at him attentively, says, "What a dangerous thing." The effect is simply lightning fast. In his memory, the Bloody Master emerges, holding his sobbing daughter to his chest. He remembers standing before them, folding his arms in the traditional greeting gesture, saying that he has returned. He seems to see the joy illuminating their faces as if in a dream. Before his mental vision stands the face of Khan Soso, saying, "This is how everything will be." He extends his hand to the woman kneeling before him, saying that the master of the Palace of Pleasures should greet the Lord of Demons. The Sword Demon, staring at him, says that it was truly a magnificent battle. Dan Chonghak says that he will respond. Ma Chonso finishes the phrase, "But not for him." He adds, "And they are not the kind of people who run away so easily." He says that it is time for him to go to the heavenly festival. Mo Yenhui, clenching his fists, asks, "Won't he regret it later?" The guy answers that he has already been reborn. What else is there to regret? On the face of his friend, whose lower part is hidden by a mask, an angry expression appears. He shouts after the guy who is already moving away that his masters did not betray him. The place where the opening of the heavenly festival took place is already practically empty. People have flooded the city streets. Banya, smiling joyfully, says, "Han Soso, Dan Chionhak, Donban Il Taeshik, and Chun Semin." Since they have already been dealt with, only Ya Yulchinu and the Black Sun remain to play their roles. The man sitting in a wheelchair replies that he doesn't care whether the demonic cult falls or someone else leads it. Tonjigal adds, he just needs that person to keep his word. Banya laughs, well, since he was so obedient, of course, he will fulfill the promise. Leaving the room, the third elder, looking back, says that he will do everything to deliver the Murim Union soldier Mundan Jagal to the old man alive. Ton Jagal approaches the open window. He looks at the city streets filled with people rushing about their business, and thinks that in a moment, this place will turn into hell. Women and men, children and elders, all are anticipating the celebration. Ton Jagal has already made his decision and regrets nothing. Mentally addressing his uncle, he promises that they will see each other again soon. He sinks into memories. The young Ton Jagal tells his uncle that something strange is happening. He explains that the martial arts masters of the small Azure sect, the three true swords of Hua, disciples of the outer sect of Mount Hua. Meanwhile, he counts on his fingers, then concludes, "Too many people have disappeared without a trace in recent years." Without looking at Ton Jagal, the man sitting at the table with his back to him replies, "Haven't they all isolated themselves for training?" Ton Jagal, holding a notebook in front of him, answers, He is sure they haven't. There are at least 10 orthodox cults, and if you count the heterodox and those not affiliated at all, it comes to about 50. Tonjagal insists that they need to investigate this. He asks his uncle to allow the Dragonstorm squad to act. Uncle, chuckling, replies, "All right, but let him stop bothering him. He promises to talk to the leader of the Murim Union." Just a couple of days after that conversation, they were ambushed. He remembers sitting on the floor in a pool of blood, asking either the woman lying motionless prostrate before him or himself to get up. The lower part of his body was paralyzed. He sat and repeated the same thing, "Get up." Then he lost his entire family. He lost everything. He faked his death and tried to infiltrate the clan, but rumors were circulating around the district that he isolated himself for training. He lost his legs and his valor, his family and clan. Red sparks of deadly energy flare up in Tonjagal's eyes, and his teeth bare in a snarl. There is only one reason why he survived all this time: curiosity. Why did he end it that way? Tonjagal, bringing the chair closer to the bookshelf, takes one of the books and delves into reading. He only got the answer when, living like a dog, he managed to become the leader of the Hao clan. Hidden records, accessible only to the leaders of the Hao clan. Everything was recorded in them. His hands tremble as he reads the entry in the book. Target for assassination. The heavenly sower of the Murim Union and his entire family. His hands tremble even more, and his facial features distort with anger as he reads. A request from Mundan Jagal. He needed power. Power that could stand against the forces of the Murim Union. He had to leave the Central Plains and make his way to the Heavenly Mountain. And then he met the young leader, and heard from him that he wants to change the entire mountain. Ma Cheonso said that the current demon cult is like a bottomless pit. Everyone pushes each other into the pit they themselves dug. And since he got stuck here, he wants to stop this cycle of evil. He was an unusual young man. The young leader said things that a crook from a righteous cult would say, but over time he was able to feel his sincerity. Ma Cheonso said he would put justice above profit. He promised he would not betray him. The young leader said that this battle would end with him and Yulchin, and they had much to do to change the Min cult. And until then, he asked the old man to be careful. Then the spirit of righteousness, which Tonjagal had buried under the blade of revenge, revived in him again. Exactly like in the times when he was in the Murim Alliance. But the old man sat at the table in front of a blank sheet of paper. Suddenly words sounded behind his back. "Heavenly sour Tonjagal." Then the same voice said that his eyes definitely see better than before. Behind the old man stood the third elder Banya. Extending his hand to him, he utters words of greeting, and says that he is from the Heavenly Mountain. Then he adds that he wants to give him an opportunity. He asks, "Does Tonjagal wish to know the truth?" The old man remembers that he did not think long then. The spirit of righteousness fell along with his family, and the only thing left is the crippled demon man. Meanwhile, life on the city streets continues as usual. On one side, a cry sounds inviting to try rice cakes. On the other, there is an invitation to drink a glass of a strong drink, as well as to take the most comfortable spot to watch the festival. Someone calls to look at the decorations. The young leader of the Min cult appears on the street in unremarkable clothing, and no one pays attention to him. His head is adorned with a conical hat covering his face. Machonso opens the door and enters the room. Tonjagal, sitting in a chair by the window, says, "He has come." The guy, approaching him, says that he has read his letter. He asks, "What happened? Where are the other masters?" The old man replies that he could not contact them. Now everyone is for themselves. This is where their true nature showed. Ma Cheonso wonders, doesn't it seem strange to him? What if they fell into a trap? Tonjagal replies that in that case there would be not a soul left in the palace. However, everything is fine with the palace inhabitants. The guy asks, does the heavenly sower really pretend not to understand? Standing before the old man and looking him in the eyes, the guy asks if he betrayed them. Tonjagal looks at him gloomily, not rushing to answer. The heavenly sower stretches his lips into a smile. The old man's eyes look evil as he says, "What a plausible guess. But he has no reason to betray them, right?" The heavenly sower tells the guy standing before him, the master of the palace of slaughter is dead, and the elders have left their places. And as soon as Ma Cheonso overcomes the master of the palace of bloody art, everything that he, Tonjagal, desires will come true. The old man adds, why would he leave the back of the tiger? At the same time, he thinks, what can the guy really change, even if he catches him? They have already gone too far, the process is irreversible. Ma Cheonso replies that his words are like honey to his ears. He asks, what should he do? The guy thinks, if he wants to know what the old man plans, he must first listen to him. Tonjagal says that the situation is not that bad. After all, the master of bloody art is also isolated and is now in one of the wooden towers. The old man, looking out the window, explains that one of the conditions for becoming a leader is the recognition of the cult. Another is achieving the highest level of martial arts. The guy clarifies. When he talks about recognition of the cult, does he mean the masters of the palaces and the council of elders? Ton Jagal answers, that's right. But the masters of the palaces have disappeared, and the elders have abandoned their positions. He says that the guy should appear at the clock tower in the image of the Black Sun. He must challenge Yulchin to a duel, using the faith of the followers as support. Machonso doubts. Will he agree? Hasn't the Black Sun reached an inexplicable level of power? The old man answers. He is the one who values honor above all. He will agree only to control the crowd. The Ton Jagal adds, the problem will be the ghost squad of the Palace of Bloody Art, which will hide among the crowd. So let them be more careful. Heading to the exit, Machionso says he will keep that in mind. He stops in the doorway and says that someone once told him, he always has a chance as long as he is alive. He adds, there is always a chance to change everything. The old man sits motionless in his chair, staring straight ahead. He does not react at all to the young man's words. Turning away from him, Machonso says, let him not forget this. Young Yan Chungak tells the teacher, this won't do. They won't be able to win. They lost. Young Ton Jagal grabs him by the chest, shouting that he is a fool and they still have hope. He always has a chance as long as he is alive. The teacher adds, and there is a chance to change everything. Let him think. Think with his head. Closing the door behind him, Ma Chongso mentally addresses the teacher, saying that he will continue to try, as he said. The guy sighs, wearily lowering his head. Then, he straightens up and mentally commands himself. Forward. Walking down the street, he also mentally adds, to subjugate the cult of Min. The crowd is restless. People raise their hands up. Shouts are heard. Ma Cheonso, already wearing a mask, mentally curses. There are too many people here. How can he get in there? His gaze falls on three warriors. Dan Bon, Dan Shigen, and the eldest son of the Sword Support Palace Master Dan Jiho. The latter says, he is somewhere here. You just need to get to the center. He orders Dan Bon to clear the way. Ma Cheonso is surprised. They are from the Annihilation Squad. The guy approaches Dan Jiho from behind and touches his shoulder. Turning around, he starts swearing. Ma Cheonso uses telepathy to say that it is him. The young man, turning to face him, studies him intently with his gaze. Finally, he says, a jester? Ma Cheonso, again using telepathy, replies that actually in front of him is a young leader. Dan Jiho begins indignantly. What kind of young... He stops himself, and from his lips slips, damn. The guy puts a finger to his lips, signaling that the situation is not the best. He suggests stepping aside to avoid attracting attention. The young man replies that he understands. Soon Ma Cheonso and the three warriors stand facing each other in the room. Dan Jiho asks, what is happening? Why is he wearing that mask? Dan Shigen, not choosing his words carefully, says, so he just showed up now? Where have his devils been carrying him? The guy in response asks, and why did they come only now? Dan Jiko answers that he was looking for the squad leader and his sister, but he was informed that the palace master and the fire unit have disappeared. Therefore, the remaining members and the squad leader return to the Sword Support Palace. Three warriors bow their heads in unison. Ma Chonso replies that he has received the news. But the palace master is a powerful man. There is no need to worry. He is sure that he is still alive. Dan Jiko clenches his trembling hand into a fist, saying, yes, of course. He is confident that he is still alive. The young man standing before them, now without a mask, asks, but why is he looking for his sister? Did something happen to this, well, to her? After a slight pause, Dan Jiko answers that this scoundrel ran away because she said she did not want to get married. Ma Chonso clarifies, is he talking about the wedding between her and him? The answer is, yes. The young man mentally addresses the bride. She was the one who first proposed, so why is she running away? It's just ridiculous. Dan Shigan, pounding his fist on his chest, asks, but what is he doing here? Shouldn't he be at the watchtower challenging Yulchin? The young man raises his hand conciliatorily and replies that his speeches are, as always, meaningful, and now he should stop talking nonsense. He demands that everyone listen to him carefully. Soon Dan Shigan, beside himself with rage, shouts, this heavenly palace! He hurls curses without caring about his language. Dan Shigan, not slowing down, addresses the young leader. Why is he still here? If these scoundrels are at the heavenly festival, they must be killed immediately. The young man interrupts his passionate speech, saying that it is not the time yet. He does not know if they noticed, but these scoundrels are hiding among ordinary people. It is important for them to find out what they are planning. Danjiko asks, but what use is it for them to target the young leader? It doesn't seem like he couldn't escape from the masters with the supreme sphere if he wanted to. The young man thinks, and he is right. After all, if Ton Jagal betrayed them, then the heavenly palace is aware that he has mastered the art of the demon lord. If during the duel with Yulchin he has to flee, they will not be able to catch him. He wonders, So why did everything revolve around the heavenly festival? He told him to climb the clock tower in the form of the Black Sun, using the support of followers in a duel with Yulchin. The support of followers? Ma Chonso asks if believers have reasons to come to Lake Hwagu. Dan Jiho answers they can come if the lion dance begins. Lion dance is a performance where people dress up in huge lion costumes and break the hanging gongs suspended from supports. Huge crowds of people can participate in the performance by tossing sandbags and dancing. He remembers how once his teacher Ton Jagal said something similar. Standing on the summit, he said that fame is like this mountain. It is very difficult to climb it, but easy to fall down. He reflects on merchants selling masks as if it were some kind of fashion, on the followers gathered by Lake Hwagu and the warriors lurking among them. The glory of the Black Sun soared thanks to the faith of its followers, and to make the Black Sun fall. The guy mentally addresses the teacher, asking, what exactly did he do to them? Ma Cheonso, loudly cursing, shouts that they have little time. They need to go to Lake Hwagu, right now. Dan Jiho replies, we obey. Dan Bon exclaims joyfully, Q! An evil grimace appears on the boy's face. He clenches his teeth harder, mentally telling the teacher that he will not let his plans come true. Resolutely striding ahead of his small squad, the guy mentally adds, because he intends to stop him. In the square surrounded by a crowd stands a wooden structure, a pole with a crossbar on which a clay vessel is hung. Shouts are heard. Lions in the center. 4 huge figures depicting lions stand around the structure. Yulchin, watching from the tower what is happening in the square, thinks, so in the end he will not show up? If he is late, it will be too easy to defeat him. In his eyes, a fire of inner energy flares up when he thinks that today the myth of the Black Sun and his life, all of this will come to an end. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to the blue-black energy with purple streams soaring above the crowd. It rushes toward the tower and coils around it like a huge snake, climbing upwards. The boy in the mask jumps onto the roof of the tower and freezes for a moment. He thinks, this all-consuming feeling is the supreme sphere of the Demon Lord. I, Yulchin, understand that the Black Sun is here. A shining aura envelops his figure. One thought beats in his head. He is finally here. Purple energy surrounds the boy in the black mask standing on the roof of the second tower. A girl standing below watches the man whose figure, surrounded by a formidable aura, is visible on the roof of one of the towers. The excited Dan Yewa understands that this is Sobon. Dancing nearby, Hyun Mu says that the festival guests are so busy they don't even look their way. And even if they do look, they won't see them. Dan Yehua exhales. Ugh, how annoying this is. Then why did they drag him here? Hyun Mu replies, who knows? They say that the masters of the palaces of pleasure, sword, and poison have been defeated. The situation is not good. Frowning fiercely, Dan Enka says, as if their situation were somehow better. Pointing a finger at the man standing on the tower roof, she, addressing the right hand of the Zaboy Palace No. 2, asks angrily, why did he even drag her here? To watch how he dies? Does he want her to cry a sea of tears here for him? The man answers, he does not know. He is just following the master's orders. Dan Enkwa says, he knows that those who are not well prepared definitely die in this place. So let him give her some poison that disperses energy. She must save him. The man asks, didn't she meet him only yesterday? It would be better to forget about this stranger altogether. The blushing girl replies, it doesn't matter when she first met him. He is her protector. She cannot allow him to die so easily. No. 2 says, who is protecting whom here? He adds that this man destroyed the Zaboy Palace. So why is she asking this question to him, the right hand of the palace master? Dan Enkwa exclaims, oh, right. Let her forgive her. The girl turns away from him. Tears are about to uncontrollably flow down her cheeks. The man, looking at her, wonders, what kind of woman is she anyway? Isn't she ashamed at all? He admits that she has more courage than many men. He looks around, thinking that something is wrong here. He senses the energy of demons. No. 2 wonders, what is the master thinking about? I, Yulchin, using telepathy, asked the guy, is he the Black Sun? Red sparks of deadly energy flare up in his eyes. Rising and smiling broadly, he promises that he will not take his miserable life so quickly, as they must respect the Palace of the Sacred Fire for such efforts and preparations. Looking at the opponent, he adds, but as soon as the lion dance ends, he will kill him. Mo Enhui silently looks at him through the slits in the mask. He remembers how Ma Chonso said that he would climb the clock tower in the form of the Black Sun. Mo Enhui exclaims in surprise, what? But he likes the idea. The guy, turning the mask in his hands, says, since it will be him, Jiangxi the Lord of Demons, the 5 sacred weapons will react. He can also use the mask of the sacred fire. Mo Enhui reminds that their opponent is teacher Ton Jagal. He is sure that he anticipated such a scenario. Ma Chonso, examining the mask in his hands, replies that he knows, but but he will not use it because he understands that Mo Enhui obeys him. The guy says that the Heavenly Palace subdued the leaders who reached the highest sphere of demonic art. Perhaps they thought that if masters of the palaces joined them, they would not be able to carry out their plan. But they did not even think of touching either Mo Enhui or himself. Ma Chonso is sure that the Heavenly Palace knows nothing about Mo Enhui. He says that is why he will put on the mask and become the Black Sun. 2 lions, red and yellow, soar upwards. People in the crowd react wildly to this event. They raise their fists in the air and shout. The victorious lion proudly towers over the defeated opponents. Shouts are heard. The Black Lion defeated 3 at once. Wow. Even the potential winner, the Red Lion of the first Phantom Fist, was defeated. Ma Chonso, with the mask on his face, stands with raised hands, having to exert considerable effort. Dan Shigen, standing behind him in exactly the same pose, asks, "Can't we just beat all the vile scoundrels?" He promises to beat them so badly that they will beg for death. The guy replies that it's not as simple as it seems. They will be isolated if they attract attention before these scoundrels start acting. Ma Cheonso falls silent, listening to his sensations. He understands that the demonic energy has become stronger. A red aura thickens around the lions. Ma Cheonso and Dan Shigan, holding sticks in their hands, control one of these lions. The guy says, it seems to him that these freaks are starting. Let him prepare. The warrior replies, all right. Ma Cheonso's attention is drawn to something, and an exclamation bursts from his lips. Huh? He sees Dan Yewa standing in the crowd. The girl is clearly agitated. She stands, raising her face to the sky and wringing her hands. Ma Cheonso peeks out from the mouth of the lion, trying to understand what he should do. The girl continues to watch the man on the tower roof attentively. The guy realizes that even she is in danger in this position. He wonders, what should he do? Dan Enhwa, as if sensing his intense gaze, looks around. She thinks that since all this time she has used step techniques and left traces, the Sword Support Palace will find her. Until then, she needs to try to get poison that disperses energy, to inform them about what is happening using remote techniques. Haiyan Miu exclaims, the Black Lion has defeated 3 other lions. Dan Enhwa gets angry and asks her to be quiet. Is that important now? The girl in the cat mask does not calm down. Wow. He is coming towards them. The Black Lion really is advancing on them. Dan Enhwa exclaims, what's going on? Too close. The right hand of the second palace of the slaughter at that moment is observing something, turning his head back and not seeing what is happening. When the man turns his head to his companions, he sees the girl's legs disappearing into the mouth of the lion. Pushing people aside with his elbows and cursing, he tries to get closer to the kidnapper. But the crowd quickly closes ranks behind the hastily retreating lion. People chat cheerfully. How many legs does he even have? Haha, their steps are uncoordinated. The right hand of the slaughter palace realizes he has messed up. Since there are people with demonic energy in the crowd, the situation is not the best. He laments losing the Ice Flower and her companion. The man understands. It's too late to give chase. If they wanted to kill her, they wouldn't have kidnapped her. He decides that now he needs to find the source of the demonic energy. Dan Enhwa is stunned. An astonished "you" slips from her lips. The warrior exclaims, yes, it's him. Dan Shigan from the extermination unit. He found her trail and came for her. The girl standing between him and Ma Chonso asks, and who is this? She demands the guy turn around, but he pretends not to hear her. Dan Enhwa pulls his clothes demandingly, telling him to turn around and asking, who is he? Ma Chonso, trying to change his voice, replies, does it really matter? The girl exclaims, what's wrong with his voice? Is there a woman in front of her? But he looks like a man. Hyun Miu, sniffing, mutters, that's the scent. The guy demands Dan Enhwa stop groping him. Ma Chonso says, if she wants to live, she should listen to him carefully. Uninvited guests with hidden intentions have arrived here. It's very dangerous to be here, so she should follow Dan Shigen. They need to run from here. The girl shouts excitedly, what? She orders Dan Shigan to tell Sobon, who is now at the top of the clock tower, to run from here without looking back. Ma Chonso demands the warrior not listen to her. He orders to take the girl and run from here as soon as possible. The warrior looks a bit confused. Mentally he wonders, what should he do? Dan Enhwa continues to insist on her point. She wants him to pass her words to Sobon. Ma Chonso tells him to take the girl and leave. Dan Shigen tightly closes his eyes and covers his ears with his fingers. Dan Enhwa exclaims, what? He will answer if her Sobon dies. The warrior thinks, phew, as they say, don't interfere with lovers quarreling. Dan Shigen opens his eyes and listens to something happening outside the lion costume. He realizes something is wrong. The golden lion climbs the stairs to the suspended vessel, and other lions help him. Ma Cheongsun looks at what is happening with surprise. From his lips slips, these people. He no longer has any questions. Now he clearly sees what is the source of the demonic energy. The guy wonders, are they aiming for the throat? Ma Changso understands. There is definitely something inside there. He pushes the girls in the backs with both hands. Dan Yunhua indignantly asks, what is he doing? The guy is enveloped in a purple aura, and he continues to push the girls with greater force. Ma Changso says, even if she intended to ignite the poison that disperses energy, she will need time to stabilize the internal power. So let her go to a safe place. Feeling his energy, the girl wonders, is this an internal healing technique? Even her father is not able to apply it so easily. Ma Changso says he does not want to put her in danger. Well, although considering that she came to the Heavenly Festival with number 2, it is already too late. Dan Yunhua thinks that this voice is familiar to her. The guy adds, so, let her forgive him. He pushes Dan Shigen and the girls outside. The lion, leaving them behind, rushes forward. Looking after him, Dan Shigen says, always does everything his own way. Dan Enhua mentally exclaims, what? Han Mu also watches the departing lion with his gaze. The girl, pressing her palm to her chest, wonders, what is he asking forgiveness for? Is it possible? Meanwhile, the golden Lev continues climbing the stairs, at the foot of which the other Levs are crowding. People open their mouths in surprise as a black Lev flies over their heads. The guy uses the technique of the 10 Imperial Strikes of the Demon Lord. Wind Dragon Strike, literally knocking off the lions trying to climb the stairs. One of them falls down the stairs, but the golden lion is already at its top. The guy rushes after him, clenching his teeth in anger. Ma Cheonso mentally asks his opponents a question. Even if their comrades fall, will they still finish what they started? No, not on his watch. He quickly catches up to the golden lion and reaches out his hand to grab it. The guy grabs the opponent by the leg, which he is already trying to place on the next step of the ladder. He throws the golden lion down the stairs and rushes upward. Reaching out his hand, he wonders, what is inside? They are openly aiming at it. There is something huge in there. Meanwhile, the lions are setting up several ladders. They are longer and not leaning against the pole. They are supported from below, giving direct access to the lions climbing on it to the guy and to the throat. From under the golden lion costume, which the warriors use as cover, 2 hands appear, gripping swords. Behind them follows a red lion, from whose mouth the head of a warrior with eyes burning with red flame of inner energy is visible, and a hand with a sword sticking out from under the costume. Another lion climbs the 3rd staircase, inside which armed warriors are hiding. Ma Chionso bares his teeth angrily. Do they even have weapons? Then they should expect no mercy. The guy uses the secret technique of the 10 Imperial Strikes of the Demon Lord, Whirlwind Strike. His energy crashes down on the pursuers. The guy's kicks to the masks have no effect. He is surprised. Are they made of steel or what? He, lifting the head of the lion, looks with surprise at the pursuers trying to reach him. Shouts are heard. Reveal! Kill him! Purple energy flashes in Ma Chionso's eyes. It's time to use the lethality hour technique. He jumps down, knocking down the pursuers below on the way. The warriors hiding under the masquerade lion costumes fall from the stairs. Banya, standing by the open window, is stunned. From his lips escapes either a question or a statement. Is this the hour of lethality? The hands of the 3rd elder grip the windowsill with such force that the wood cannot withstand and breaks. Banya thinks. Infinite martial art that allows performing or stopping any combat technique based on the flow of one's own internal energy. He leans forward, peering into what is happening, and realizes that the black lion is using the hour of lethality. He is stunned. Is he doing this instead of the black sun? He is puzzled and shifts his gaze to the person on the clock tower. Banya is shocked. How so? After all, the young leader is currently on the roof. The elder strains his memory, trying to recall everything he knows about it. The hour of lethality cannot be used at full strength even with the muscle alteration technique, which changes the body's structure. It can only be controlled through the art of the Demon Lord. That is why it was granted to the young leader. Does this mean that the young leader is in the black lion suit? He and the black sun are 2 different people? Banya sharply turns his back to the window. A malicious smirk appears on his face, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. A rich purple aura emanates from him, and his eyes look insane. The elder mentally addresses the young leader, saying that he cannot ruin the whole show. He must fight Yulchin, and they will both die. Banya adds maliciously that because of Ma Cheonso his plan went awry. But whatever happens, today he will kill him. The demon butcher sits on a chair in the corridor, playing with the cleaver he holds in his hands. At the end of the corridor, a silhouette of a person quickly approaching him appears. Banya passes by and opens the door leading outside. The demon butcher, chuckling, asks, "Are you going somewhere?" The 3rd elder turns to him and asks, "Did he allow him to ask questions?" The blue aura surrounding him indicates that the man is not in the best mood. The demon butcher immediately apologizes for hurting his feelings. Banya, continuing on his way, throws at him. If he does not want to be gotten rid of quickly, he should not meddle in things that are not his business. This is the last chance he can give to someone who has already screwed up once. The demon butcher quietly mutters. It seems everything went off plan since the third elder is so upset. Well, whoever wins, he just needs to follow the orders of the supplier of the drug, isn't that so? Meanwhile, drugged Cheon Saemin, kneeling, pushes away the laughing warriors, shouting, "Don't come near! He's his! All his!" One of the warriors exclaims, "So what?" At the same time, he calls the man a pig. A big burly man, getting up, says, "He can do that too. Let him not think he's the only one." Behind bars, Chi Hami, radiating love for the whole world, clings to the chest of Il Karen, whispering, "Hold me." The girl demands that she pull herself together. Il Karen shouts indignantly, "What is Chi Hami doing? Has she gone mad?" The demon butcher watching them says that by this time the madness should have already taken effect. The man, running his tongue along the blade of the knife, says that the girl, who hasn't even studied martial arts, holds on for quite a long time. How strange. He adds that he will make special efforts when he prepares her. Il Karen is outraged. What does this mean? She demands that he immediately give them the antidote. Then she asks, does he want to know if she will survive after this? The butcher demon radiates a red, deadly aura as he, brandishing a huge knife, replies, "No need to be surprised. Everyone says that at first. Let her keep praying. Maybe even cry. The more desperate she is, the tastier." The girl, stammering, demands that he stop. Nodding at the closed door, the man mockingly adds, "Who knows? Maybe if she prays sincerely, the savior she so hopes for will break in here and save her." He laughs loudly. At that very moment, a crash is heard, and the door shatters into splinters. In the doorway stands a man whose eyes burn with a red spark of deadly energy. The demon butcher looks at the man with fear and bewilderment. Inner energy concentrates in the hands of a person, and soon it takes the form of a sphere, in the middle of which lightning flashes. Meanwhile, the Black Lev is already at the top of the stairs. Ayulchin is puzzled and mentally asks, what is he waiting for? Glancing at Banya, standing on the hilltop, he, using the technique of thought speech, asks a question. Will he just keep watching? He adds that the situation will not change, no matter how hard you try, and asks, does Banya think he can stop him by changing the numerical advantage in his favor? Banya stretches his lips into a smile, and replies that arrogance is poison. He asks, what happened to Liao when Sun and Jin combined their attack? The support of the believers of the Black Sun has spread throughout Heavenly Mountain. This must be changed. It is necessary to defame him. Ayulchin tightly closes his eyes, trying to pull himself together. He opens his eyes, in which icy energy sparkles, and transmits to Banya. Let him not forget that as soon as this day comes, he will be next. Raising his hand above his head, Ayulchin promises to burn out all the parasites that have settled in the Min cult. Meanwhile, the lions in the square take off their costumes. People talk to each other in surprise. What? They are taking off their costumes? They are surrendering? Someone says, wait, they are all wearing masks. This is the Black Sun. A shout is heard. The Black Sun is here. All the warriors who took off their costumes are dressed like the Black Sun. One of the masked warriors shouts to the people, calling them foolish followers, telling them to watch. Pointing to a person on the roof of the clock tower, he says that he is the messenger of the Black Sun. He has descended to them to punish all who have sinned. Let everyone listen. Death will help them cleanse themselves. Warriors in masks throw themselves into the crowd, dealing with people. Blood splatters, cries are heard. Help. Pleas for mercy are audible. Blood flows in fountains at the foot of the clock tower. Mo Enhui, disguised as the Black Sun, using thought speech, addresses Yahyulchin. Is this his handiwork? Why is he doing this? He asks. Did he arrange everything for this? Decided to turn the Black Sun into a ruthless killer to deprive it of the support of believers and increase his own importance. Now he understands everything. So, this is what Yulchin and Tonjagal planned. I, Yulchin, shrouded in a bluish shining aura, smile grimly and triumphantly, replying that this is a small sacrifice for a great cause. This is not the end yet, so let him watch. Ayulchin shouts loudly, to commit such a vile act, hiding behind a mask? Finally, he showed his true face. Reaching out his hand forward, he adds, perhaps he had managed to deceive his followers until now, but it will no longer work with him. How dare he do such a thing in the middle of the heavenly festival, especially after what he did in the village by the stream of tears? What is this, if not the highest evil? Ayulchin, using energy, rushes towards Mo Enhui standing on the roof of the neighboring tower. Eyes in the slits of the mask flash with purple energy. Mo Enhui extends his hand forward and their palms touch. Ayulchan shouts that the Min Palace must give the order to kill. An order to kill sounds, and the warriors below draw their swords and raise their shields before them. An absolute command of the Min cult was sounded, which allows its followers to kill anyone they want, whenever they want. A deadly aura surrounds the warriors. At this moment, everyone awaited their fate. Originally, such an order could only be given by the Supreme Patriarch, but since he is currently absent, the right to give the order passes to the emissaries of Min. Mo Enwi addresses the young leader. What does he plan to do now? Why is he inactive? They need to neutralize them and remove the false accusations from themselves. Ma Chonso, hiding under the black lion costume, replies that he cannot move. He suspects he has fallen into a double trap set by the teacher. Meanwhile, a bloody slaughter continues below. Min Cult, Moon Peak, Huagu Lake, Hao Clan hideout. A servant enters the room and tells Ton Jagal that he has delivered the message requesting to aim at the throat of the Phantom Demon Squad. The old man, still looking out the window, replies, "Very well." He mentally tells the young leader. He is impressed that he greatly elevated Mo Enhui and planned such a scheme. But he thought the guy was capable of foreseeing everything. That is why he prepared everything so that he could not change anything, even if he found out. He asks, what will he do now? A question addressed to Ma Chichonso reaches him. What is happening? He sees Dan Jiho desperately fighting off numerous opponents advancing on him. Dan Jiho informs him that he left his sister in a safer place. But he is shocked by what is happening here. He asks the young leader, are these people connected to him? Ma Chonso replies, no, he was deceived. And he also suspects that there is a high probability that there is poison inside the throat. Ton Jagal at this time thinks that the young leader does not know what is inside the throat, and therefore will not be able to open it. Dan Jiko asks, really? Maybe he should burn it? What is he waiting for? The young leader suggests he look around. He says that the combat masters among the common people have them in their sights. If he takes just one step, they will unleash a hail of arrows on them and break the throat. The wind here is strong. If it spreads the poison around, many people will die. The Phantom Demon Squad has them in their sights. He will not be able to act. It's as if he is on a roof from which there is no way down. A question reaches the guy. So what will they do then? Ma Cheonso thinks, maybe use the demon art and burn the throat? He ponders. What if there is not poison inside, but explosives? Then the damage would be greater. The guy decides to be more careful, since the throat was created by none other than Ton Jagal, a genius in arithmetic and mechanics. Looking at what is happening below, the guy commands himself, think, Yang Chagak. One of the emissaries raises his hand up, then sharply lowers it down. The commander of the Iron Cavalry Squad of the Palace of Bloody Art rushes forward shouting, the order to kill has been given. The warriors follow him. The Heavenly Spirit Savior Squad of the Palace of Sacred Flame receives the order. Kill them all and rushes to carry it out. Ton Jagal thinks it would be better to get away, far from Heavenly Mountain. Too much has started happening. Mentally addressing Ma Chionso, he says that it will be up to him to deal with this. After all, it is his duty as the young leader. He cannot run from it. The slaughter in the square continues. The guy thinks that even if he forgot about the throat and just fought, he would still be accused of killing the followers. The young leader decides that there is no way out. Words reach Ma Chionso, in what a miserable state he has found himself. The guy is surprised. Yang Ren? But how? He should be dead. Laughter responds. Now that the order to kill has been given, the guy is also a corpse, and he has plenty of reasons to finish him off. Ma Chionso peeks out from the lion's mouth, asking, where is he? He thinks that it was definitely Yang Ren. He is alive, and now he absolutely cannot get out of here if that one is involved. Laughter sounds behind him, and behind his back appears Yang Ren, as if woven from deadly energy. He presses a knife to Ma Cheonso's throat, and says that the Palace of Fear is everywhere and nowhere at the same time, and the Black Sun better remember that. He asks, or should he call him the young leader? Then he laughs. Purple sparks flare in the guy's eyes. Yang Ren, all in bandages and with an eye patch, smiling widely, slides in front of him. He says, and if not that way, then how about Yang Changak? Yang Changak, who involuntarily took Ma Chionso's place, mentally curses. How much does Yang Ren know? Yang Ren laughs, should have been more careful. Well, they can still spend some time figuring out who he is. Anyway, Yang Ren appears before Yang Changak, spinning a dagger on a long rope. He seems to be showing off in front of the guy. The young leader of the Palace of Fear admits, it feels like he has become part of someone's carefully planned scheme. That scoundrel, Ya Yulchin, wouldn't have sent some demon butcher to kill him. Grabbing a knife in his hand, Yang Ren, chuckling, says, so this time, a wide smile lights up his face. He continues the phrase, the guy must become the one who will live. Blood-red energy surrounds Yan Ren. He says, this will be much more interesting. He laughs loudly. The battle continues below in the square. From the guy at the top of the stairs come death rattles and the clanging of steel. A shout is heard. Palace of the Executioner. This is the Palace of the Executioner. Ma Cheonso cautiously peeks out from the mouth of the lion. He mentally curses Yan Ren, wondering, how far is he willing to go just to have fun? A crooked smirk appears on his lips. He thinks he doesn't know if he himself has gone mad, or if the Min cult has influenced him. But right now, smirking malevolently and looking at the scene with eyes filled with purple energy, he mentally says that he really likes such insane behavior. The leader of the Iron Cavalry squad of the Palace of Bloody Art shouts, "The order to kill has been given. They are all traitors. Kill them." Ma Chionso says, "They should not have taken innocent people hostage." The black lion soars into the air. A leg wrapped in a purple aura stands firmly on the ground. A voice is heard. They provoked a rebellion. Anyone who dares to approach him. Ma Chionso, having shed his masquerade costume, appears before everyone, surrounded by purple-black energy, weaving a demonic visage above his head. The guy says, anyone who dares to approach him will be killed immediately. A precise energy strike knocks one of the warriors to the ground. The squad leader thinks, it looks like some mythical art of the Demon Lord. But the guy is most likely bluffing. He decides he will deal with him quickly. He gives the command, prepare to form a knight. The warriors immediately and swiftly carry out his order. They form a semicircle in front of Ma Cheonso, completely shielding themselves with shields in 2 rows, bristling with spears. Ma Cheonso, smirking, says, "Impressive. And this is called building with a horse?" Even the highest imperial fire archers would have struggled to break through, but he throws his hand forward, sending an energy sphere at the opponents. Flashing his eyes, he says that their commander has just made a mistake. The sphere, rushing towards the warriors, grows in size as it moves. In the squad leader's mind flashes the thought, impossible. He is stronger than the Supreme Master. He gives the order to defend. The power of Ma Cheonso strikes the shields, breaking the orderly ranks. The method of building with the knight was created to be able to repel the demonic flaming squad of Jason's archers, who possessed destructive power and mobility. The commander looks intently at the results of Ma Cheonso's attack. Around lie twisted shields and bodies of warriors. The leader of the Iron Cavalry squad is stunned. He destroyed such a rank on the very first try. He gives the order to reform into the sword turn formation, but then he immediately falters. Another energy strike mercilessly scatters the bodies of his warriors. Ma Cheonso rushes like a mad whirlwind among the surviving warriors, dealing with them. Those who were lucky to survive look at what is happening in shock. One of the warriors says, "This is the demon god." Ma Cheonso steps toward them, surrounded by purple-black energy, which forms a demonic, terrifying figure above his head. Approaching the squad leader, the young man says, he warned that they were making a mistake. Stopping in front of the man sitting on the ground, Ma Cheonso offers to clarify everything. He says that he has become a traitor. The man thinks fearfully. He was the one. Ma Cheonso advances on him. Purple-black energy swirls around. He says, for attempts to kill him, the young leader. He leans down, baring his teeth in a devilish grin. Purple energy shines in his eyes. In the head of the Iron Cavalry squad commander flashes, "Ma Cheonso, the young leader!" Meanwhile, above the heads of those present, a confrontation between Mo Yunhui and Ya Yulchin takes place. Using telepathy, the master of the Blood Art Palace says to his opponent, what ignorant people they are. They suddenly stopped caring who he is. They only want this to end as soon as possible. Mo Yunhui replies to him that it was he who gathered followers here, and then deceived them. This is all his doing. Continuing the confrontation using internal energy, Ya Yulchin says that he also provoked them. Will he keep hiding behind a mask? Mo Enhui replies that for them, he is just as much a puppet as he is. The enemy is outraged. What? Mo Enhui replies. Isn't Ya Yulchin on the same side as the Heavenly Palace? Frowning and clenching his teeth harder, the master of the Palace of Bloody Art says, therefore, putting all his strength into the energy strike, Yulchin shout that it is better to surrender and sacrifice oneself. His dazzling energy makes Mo Enhui squint, but he immediately opens his eyes upon hearing the opponent's words. You can't shut out the sun just by covering your eyes with your hand. Yulchin is already behind him, raising his hand to strike. Dazzling lightning bursts from his fingers and strikes the top of the tower. At this time, Mo Enhui lands on the ground. Kneeling on one knee, he supports himself with his hand on the surface, maintaining balance. Mo Enhui thinks he is very fast. Moreover, he cannot get close to Ya Yulchin until he gets rid of this blinding light. He is enveloped in a light purple haze. He rushes upward, to where his opponent awaits him. Raising his hand clenched into a fist before him, Mo Enhui intends to burn Ya Yulchin to ashes. His energy takes on a rich purple-black color. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art, surrounded by radiance, raises his hand, planning to deliver another strike. He exclaims, so, he is trying to imitate the art of the Demon Lord? This technique is merely an illusion dreamed of by their ancestors. He throws his hand forward, and a pillar of dazzlingly shining energy strikes the opponent from his palm. Immediately, surprise appears in his eyes. Mo Enhui successfully copes with his attack. Yulchin exclaim, the flame that burns the radiant light of heavenly art. Could it be? Is this really the art of the Demon Lord? Shrouded in purple light, Mo Yunhui relentlessly approaches the master of the Palace of Bloody Art. but he immediately teleports and ends up behind him. Mo Yonhui, following him with his gaze, thinks that he is very fast. He immediately changes trajectory and, reflecting the opponent's light attacks, tries to catch up with him. Mo Yonhui now sees much better, but he cannot catch Yahyulchin because he has absorbed the light. He decides that he needs to limit his movement radius. Mo Yonhui finds a suitable place and rushes to the tower. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art decides that the opponent is running away and shouts after him. The Black Sun is trying to escape. Does he really think he can get away from him? Continuously attacking Mo Yonhui with dazzling energy, Yahyulchin rushes after him. Mo Yonhui fails to block the strike. He thinks that the opponent is strong, not only fast, but also frightening and strong. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art, advancing on him, staring at him, says that he is not human. He is a living Jiangshi. But he cannot believe it. No, a Jiangshi could not withstand the blinding light of heavenly art. What is he? Mo Yonhui lands and freezes for a moment, kneeling on one knee and resting his hand on the ground. Then he raises his head and, looking the opponent in the eyes, replies that he is his dark reader. A sinister purple aura envelops his figure. Yahyulchin slowly approaches him. He is surrounded by a dazzlingly bright glow that has taken the form of a sun behind his back. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art says, "Amazing." How can he utter something like that despite his condition? He adds, "However, to prevent such things from being done to him, he won't be fooled." Dazzling energy, resembling lightning, rushes towards Mo Yonhui, but he is not afraid of it. Clenching his teeth tighter, he thinks about how the flame of the Demon Lord suppresses the opponent's light. So, if he restricts his movement with the flame, he will be able to see his weakness. Purple-black energy rushes to meet the dazzling radiance. Rising to his feet and spreading his arms to the sides, Mo Yonhui increases the flow of energy. Yahyulchin, pushing off the ground with his foot, rushes towards the opponent, shouting, "Does he really think he can defeat him by trapping him?" But Mo Yonhui pays no attention to his words. He continues to control the flow of purple-black energy, thinking that he needs to win before he escapes. Concentrating all his strength, he directs it at the approaching Yahyulchin. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art approaches Mo Yonhui. His palm, surrounded by radiance, touches the opponent's chest. A powerful beam of light pierces Mo Yonhui and bursts out from his back. A thought flashes through his mind. Now, he understands that the opponent has nowhere to run because of the black flame. He was waiting for this moment when Yahyulchin would reach him. Mo Yonhui throws his fist forward and strikes, knocking the master of the Palace of Bloody Art far back. Yahyulchin stands in the clouds of dust raised after his body, thrown back by the blow, damaged a wooden structure. He says, "Good try." The features of his face are distorted by an evil grimace. He adds, "But it cost him his arms and legs. How foolish." Yahyulchin approaches Mo Yonhui lying on the ground and says, "So he is still alive, despite the hole instead of a heart?" Raising his leg, he suggests seeing what happens if he cracks open his skull. Mo Yonhui, smiling widely, pronounces the opponent's name, Yahyulchin. He offers the master of the Palace of Bloody Art to turn around and look into the eyes of his death. Yahyulchin looks back and sees Ma Cheonso surrounded by a purple-black aura. Behind the guy on the ground lie the warriors of the squad he defeated. The young leader gloomily gazes at the master of the Palace of Bloody Art. Yahyulchin bares his teeth maliciously, thinking that he single-handedly dealt with the Iron Cavalry squad. He mentally asks the guy a question. So he was the true opponent sent by the Heavenly Palace. So he deliberately pretended to be something else. Ma Cheonso steps towards him, saying that since he tried to kill him, he does not deserve respect. Approaching, the young leader adds that he has committed too many sins to list them all, so Ma Cheonso stops and suggests he just end all this already. They stand facing each other. Demonic energy envelops the entire surrounding space. Dan Yeva asks Dan Shigan, "Is this man really him?" The latter, crossing his arms on his chest and bowing his head, answers, "Yes, this is the young leader. He is so powerful that even the Iron Cavalry squad next to him seems trivial. The cruelty with which he crushes enemies to dust without hesitation. No one is capable of doing what he can. Never." Pointing a finger at the square, in the center of which rages a purple-black energy surrounding the young leader, Yahyulchina, and the clock tower, the girl exclaims, "How is this possible? He could barely maintain his rank." Dan Shigan explains, "If he is at the very top, then all those around him are third-rate bugs. He has the supreme demonic sphere." Dan Yeva asks, "At 20 years old?" The warrior replies, "Well, yes, he is only 20. The world is full of injustice. There are those who are simply destined to have everything. They just need to surrender and accept it. What else can they do?" Dan Shigan adds, "Besides, he is the one who upholds the legacy of the heavenly demon." The girl repeats in surprise, "Heavenly demon." She thinks that then she should have understood. Dan Yeva recalls how the guy caught her when she almost fell. She wonders, how could he catch her so easily? when she was about to advance to the highest level. The girl thinks about how her older brother and the extermination unit opposed her marriage. She remembers how Danjiko angrily asked, "How can you make such important decisions on your own?" He will not allow it. And the warrior supported him, telling her that they also do not accept her choice. If she really intends to do it, she will have to deal with them first. Why were they so insistent that she go to the small Min Palace? Now she understands. It is all because the young leader Ma Chongso was the heavenly demon. The girl says, that's why she was treated like nothing. She recalls how the guy said that some maid would ask him what to do. Apparently, everyone in her family is slow-witted. Or is she just stupid? That's why he treated her like a servant? She remembers another meeting when Ma Chongso said he could even tell her more. But just one look at her terrible behavior shows that she will constantly get into trouble wherever she goes. He does not mind if it happens in the small Min Palace, but let her not cause such scenes elsewhere. No one will tolerate her tantrums. She thinks, because someone like her is worthless? Danyeva reflects, so what? Why is it so important? She doesn't care about someone like him. It doesn't matter if he is the demon lord or not. He managed to hurt her a little, but only because he deceived her. The only one she will love is... The girl shouts at the top of her lungs, "Sobon!" Dan Shigen and Hyang Mu look at her in surprise. The girl cautiously asks, how did the lady find out? Yes, he is Sobon. Hyang Mu adds that she was also surprised. It turns out that the respected person was the young leader. She thinks she should have left a better impression. Danyeva's eyes widen in surprise. The girl wanted to rush to where the confrontation between the guy and Yayulchina is happening, but she is held back. Does she want to die? Sobon is currently fighting the master of the bloody palace, and his friend lies on the ground. The confused girl babbles, what, how? A crimson aura flares around her. She exclaims, no, Hyunmu is lying. She's just joking, right? And she almost believed it. That lustful pervert is Sobon? Well, yes, very funny. She remembers the leader of the higher demon lord squad, B-Seek, and his words, on the day of the Black Sun's arrival. They say the young leader was there too. He also said that the Black Sun wounded the village chief because he forced the villagers to make potions, and then he left. But the young leader just ran away without telling anyone. She recalls Sobon turning away from her, saying, maybe he had his reasons. She then replied, what nonsense. Reasons? What reasons could he have? He's just a brainless pervert. He visits the Palace of Pleasures and then says he doesn't despise her. He tries to hurt her by pretending to be a noble person. Words of Sobon asking her to forgive him surface in her memory. Danyewa realizes that the young leader was indeed. She imagines Machionso without a mask, then also mentally puts it on him. The girl understands that the young leader was Sobon. A voice sounds. So she didn't know either? Danyewa flinches in surprise. Gu Yanren, all in bandages and with an eye patch, slinging a sword over his shoulder, approaches them saying, interesting. Well, how interesting? Danyewa is surprised. Master of the Slaughter Palace? How is he here? The girl exclaims. So he knew that the young leader was the Black Sun? Gu Yanren answers, yes, he knew. Danyenwa laughs. The master of the Zaboya Palace says that now is not the time for laughter. Gu Yanren adds, even if the young leader has mastered the art of the Demon Lord, Yayulchin is a strong opponent. Moreover, not the only one. He quietly giggles. Hyunmu objects, but he is the young leader. He can simply cancel the assassination order. The master of the Zaboya Palace turns to her and asks with a smile, does she think so? The emissaries standing on the elevation shout, do not delay. One of the emissaries declares, he is not the young leader. He is merely a traitor who led the Min cult into chaos. The Min Palace demands that they immediately carry out the assassination order. Hyunmu repeats confusedly, it cannot be. He is the young leader. Gu Yanren laughs and says, he knew it would be like this. The eyes of these old men are useless. Yulchin managed to fool them all. That is why these old fools, who are good for nothing, must be killed, and power taken into their own hands. He is stopped by a timid girl. Please. He shifts his gaze to the trembling Danyenhua. What? The girl stammers. Sobon, young leader. She asks to help him. Gu Yanren, frowning, asks, why would he need that? Danyenhua shouts, then why is he even here? He didn't come here to shift all responsibility onto others, did he? The master of the Zaboya Palace chuckles. That's true. He must finish him off himself. The girl demands that he stop laughing and go help the young leader. The most important thing now, in her opinion, is to make sure he survives. Gu Yanren giggles. It seems she has grown attached to him. Danyenhua exclaims indignantly, oh, come on. Gu Yanren, glancing at the emissaries, replies that he also does not want Yayulchin's plan to work, so he might try to be nice. Meanwhile, With one hand, he grips the hilt of the sword he casually holds on his shoulder. With the other, he holds a fearsome dagger. The emissaries look unpleasantly surprised. Before them stood Gu Yanren, shrouded in a red haze of fiery energy. He says he can still understand why Li Sunu, this clever little right emissary of Min, needs this. Then he turns to Bi-Seik, standing behind the two elders. But he did not think that the left emissary Min Jang Hogun would allow this young scoundrel to boss them around like that. He even feels ashamed for him. Gu Yanren chuckles. Bi-Seik says that the Heavenly Festival is currently in full swing. Making statements at such a time is clearly against the cult's commandments. Gu Yanren looks surprised when the man unleashes an energy strike on him. His reaction is immediate. Having knocked down Bi-Seik, he asks, "Will these be his last words?" Then adds, "Well, since it seems they are both a bit busy," he suggests settling everything now. A devilish smile lights up the face of the Palace of Decay Master. Pressing Bi-Seik's head to the platform with his foot and increasing the intensity of the blood-red aura surrounding him, Gu Yanren says, "An order to kill the young leader. Let it be cancelled." A voice reaches him, ordering the Palace of Decay Master to surrender. Turning his head to the side, Gu Yanren sees before him the master of the Palace of Sacred Fire, the Min cult priestess Yu Soha. She is accompanied by several girls. Gu Yanren mockingly says, "Oh, just look who is here." Smiling cheerfully, the Palace of Decay Master replies. He thought Yu Soha would be more persistent than the previous priestess. He is disappointed. The girls squat down, pressing their palms to the platform. They are enveloped in a light veil of purple energy. Gu Yanren says he did not think she would send the Heavenly Spirit Rescue Squad. He warns, if she continues to advance, even knowing he is the young leader, then she is on Yayulchin's side. The woman asks him to release the leader of the Demon Lord's squad and retreat. The Heavenly Festival is a sacred ceremony of the God of the Sacred Flame. If he continues to distract them, they will have to issue an order to kill him as well. Gu Yanren, chuckling, asks, "Who? Is she talking about these forgetful ones?" His dagger, with a rope tied to the handle, flies into the air and rushes forward. He decapitates the left and right emissaries. Yu Soha is clearly shocked. Her eyes widen in surprise, and her mouth opens slightly. Gu Yanren swings the rope like a lasso, saying he doesn't think they are capable of giving orders to kill. Catching the knife handle with his hand, he grins mischievously and says, "Well, the priestess cannot give a kill order, but she can cancel it. What else is the Palace of Heavenly Flame for?" He giggles again. The woman says she will cancel the kill order, but she asks him to release this man. Gu Yanren replies, "Who? That unreasonable child?" The master of the Palace of Slaughter agrees. "Fine. Since it is the Heavenly Festival now, he will show mercy." He strikes Bi-Seik's shoulders, causing him to cry out in pain. Leaning over him, Gu Yanren, blazing with a blood-red aura and clutching a knife, addresses the leader of the Demon Lord's squad, telling him not to get cocky in front of him. He warns that next time it won't be the shoulder but his neck. The master of the Palace of Slaughter asks the priestess, "Why is she hesitating? Let her cancel it." The woman asks him a question. Why is he acting this way? He killed the Min emissaries. Does he know what the consequences will be? Gu Yanren, giggling, asks, "She must be joking, right?" Glancing at the remains of the emissaries, he exclaims, "She calls these nobodies Min emissaries? They are a pathetic parody. But even if they were real, they have become weak-willed traitors." Above Gu Yanren's head flicker the energies of Ma Chongso and Yahyulchin. He continues to say that even if he made a mistake here, let it be an order from her beloved god of the sacred flame. Turning his head toward the side where the battle is happening, he adds, "Maybe he can stop Yahyulchin, but he definitely won't catch him." Watching Ma Chonso attack the enemy, the master of the Palace of Slaughter says, he eagerly longs to see what the young leader is capable of. The guy clenches his teeth tighter and rushes towards Yahyulchin, covering his face with his hand. He looks at the dazzlingly shining silhouette of the opponent. Ma Chonso thinks that Yahyulchin is light. Endless dots create a line, and the line becomes a surface that penetrates the body. It is impossible to block this, and there are only two ways to deal with him. Either become faster than the speed of light, either endure the light. The guy lunges forward, using the technique charge of the sacred flame of the Demon Lord. Machonso is sure that even the art of the shining heavenly light cannot withstand the flame. I, Yulchin, am surprised. The art of the heavenly demon. Could it really be true, the art of a superior master? The young leader exclaims, yes, he himself is not far behind. The art of the shining. Heavenly light is extremely impressive. He managed to create a truly beautiful thing. Does he use light? Machongso admits that he cannot catch it. Continuing to fight, Ayulchin asks, why did he hide his talents all this time? With his heavenly demon art, he could have claimed the leader position. The guy replies, does he really think that if he just asked, they would have given it to him? There are already too many rats trying to take unoccupied positions. Isn't he right? Ayulchin exclaims, ownerless? Originally, the cult of Min did not belong to the Ma family. It all belongs to his father and his greedy ancestors. He adds, now Ma Chongso's internal energy must be running out, and he will finish him off. Yulchin spreads his arms to the sides and exclaims, reflective polarization formation! Warriors raise shields before themselves, reflecting his dazzling energy. They direct the reflected rays upward, to where Ma Chongso hovers in the air. The rays pierce the space around the boy. He mentally curses, realizing that the light makes Yulchin stronger. Ma Chongso thinks things are bad. He reduces the absorption of internal energy thanks to the formation and waits for his energy to run out. He needs to understand where the opponent is, otherwise he will lose. He glances to the side and what he sees displeases him. The boy sees a huge circle with inscribed runes, from which demonic energy emanates. Around it, people are arranged in 2 rows. He thinks things are not good there either. Ma Chongso wonders, what is this? Hot and gloomy. He attributes it to the art of the demon lord. The boy feels that the demon art responds to him. They must be preparing some formation, but it somehow resembles the art of the heavenly demon. His thoughts are interrupted by Yulchin rushing at him in beams of light, shouting that from the formation of the supreme darkness of the heavenly spirit's defense squad, not even the demon lord can escape. He is finished. Purple-black energy thickens around the young leader. His opponent, however, radiates a dazzling bright glow. Ma Chongso uses the art of the demon lord to absorb the energy of the formation. The opponent's energy rapidly approaches the boy. He asks Yulchin, did he say formation of the supreme darkness of the heavenly demon? A smile illuminates the boy's face as he thanks Yulchin. Ma Chionso reflects that Yulchin is the light, and the Iron Cavalry Squad and the Phantom Demon Squad assist him from the ground using mirror shields. He understands that in this way they enhance the speed of the shining demon light art, making it invisible to the human eye. But no matter how bright the light is, Yulchin, who at that moment rushed towards the enemy, realizes that something is wrong. He gives the warriors the command, everyone retreat. They are surprised by this order. The warriors and Yulchin hovering above them rush away from Ma Cheonso, who is standing on the ground at that time, and above him looms a grinning figure of a demon woven from purple-black energy. The boy, with lightning bolts running across his skin, feels his inner energy beginning to boil. He thinks that thanks to this, he will be able to do what he could not even imagine. The third principle of the demon lord art, which he encountered in the corridor of the high demons. The young leader's body rises above the ground. He spreads his arms to the sides. His mouth opens in a scream, and the energy emanating from him intensifies. The smile of the creature woven from purple-black energy above his head widens. Ma Cheonso unleashes all his power on the fleeing warriors. A part of the warriors, led by Yulchin, having significantly outpaced the squad, stops. They watch as if mesmerized how the black flame, devouring everything around, emanating from the young leader, catches up with the running people. Ma Cheonso uses the technique Demon Lord of the Supreme Darkness, Eternal Prison of Flame. The energy emanating from him seems to consume everything around. Day turns into night. Yulchin, observing him from afar, says, the formation of such scale with the art of the Demon Lord. Where does this incredible power come from? He cannot take his eyes off the figure hovering in the air, surrounded by purple flames and radiating darkness. Yulchin whispers in amazement. He just absorbed the formation of the supreme darkness of the Demon Lord. Ma Cheonso, crossing his arms in front of him, in which he holds long daggers, mentally addresses the opponent, saying there is nowhere left for him to run. The young leader strikes him with the Legion Strike of the Demon Lord, exclaiming, take this! He uses the Hour of Lethality, and a series of 10 Imperial Strikes of the Demon Lord. Then follows the Supreme Hidden Rupture. His strikes follow one after another with such speed that it seems they all fall on Yulchin simultaneously. And now several Ma Cheonso attack the opponent. The guy uses the technique Fury of the Fire Dragon, and the dragon woven from purple energy, fiercely bearing huge fangs, rushes toward the master of the Palace of Bloody Art. Yulchin shouts that his clones are just an illusion. He raises his hand, and a dazzling light rushes toward the figures circling before him. Yulchin shouts that he will get rid of them all. He uses the heavenly art of Shining Light, Strike of Heavenly Light. Ma Cheonso dodges numerous refracted beams of his energy, but the master of the Palace of Bloody Art only increases the pressure. The dragon, whose body is sliced by beams of his energy, lets out a wild roar and rushes at him. Blood gushes from Yulchin's mouth open in a scream. The huge body of the dragon, writhing, strangles his warriors in its coils. The formation created by the young leader covers the area like a grid made of numerous spiked elements. The young leader of the Slaughter Palace and the priestess watch the events standing on a wooden platform. Gu Yanren laughs. This is simply incredible. He is incredible. The woman standing behind him whispers in amazement. Sphere of the Supreme Demon. Her eyes widen. The master of the Slaughter Palace says, no. Gu Yanren explains. At the moment the young leader absorbed the formation of the supreme darkness demon, he became a perverted demon. He has the sphere of the perverted demon. Gu Yenrin, giggling, tells Yu Sohei that everything ended before she cancelled the kill order. It seems she has almost no hope left. The priestess replies, apparently so. Ma Cheonso approaches Yayulchin. Residual traces of purple-black energy are visible on the bodies of the warriors lying around. Yayulchin barely opens one eye, his body trembling slightly. Only burnt pants remain on his clothes. Coughing, he asks, "What is the young leader doing?" Ma Cheonso, squatting beside him, applies his power precisely to his body. The guy replies that he is stopping the bleeding, and now he should shut up and not move if he doesn't want to die. The master of the Bloody Art Palace asks, "Why leave him alive?" Ma Cheonso says he is the father of Ya Yultak. Ya Yulchin replies, "What a pathetic reason." The guy says, "It's not a pathetic reason. He was the first to become his family." The young leader says he doesn't know what else Ya Yulchin was preparing for this day, but he shouldn't have sacrificed his followers. He assumes the throat was made to kill them. He asks, "Right?" The master of the Bloody Art Palace answers that there were bombs in it brought from the western regions. Ma Cheonso says, "Has he completely lost it? Only a few followers know martial arts." Fine. Let him forget and stop talking, otherwise it awakens his desire to kill him again. The guy asks, "Where is the Heavenly Palace?" Ya Yulchin lifts his head and asks in response, "Didn't the Heavenly Palace send him?" Ma Cheonso says, "Whom? Him? No. He does not know how great their involvement is, but he will not simply leave them alone. Especially now that he knows who they are." Ya Yulchin begins to laugh loudly. After laughing, the man says, "Was it all just a coincidence? Or was their prediction false?" Ma Cheonso asks, "What is he talking about?" The master of the Palace of Bloody Art answers that he cooperated with the Heavenly Palace to seize the Heavenly Mountain. He does not know how long they have been parasitizing here, but they had the power to put Ya Yulchin in his position. Ya Yulchin continues to say that there were no problems, but for some kid, the young leader, to be able to stop him. At these words, Ma Cheonso frowns. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art, smiling, playfully winks at him and, chuckling, says he understands. Ya Yulchin sits down and says, "They wanted him to kill the young leader and take all the blame on himself." Ma Cheonso, still crouching beside him, asks, "Why?" He thought Ya Yulchin was on their side. The guy's attention is drawn to something, and turning away from his interlocutor, he looks intently into the distance. The master of the Palace of Bloody Art says that he did not just cooperate with them. They both look at a crowd of people in cloaks with hoods, standing like a solid wall in the distance, surrounded by a deadly aura. Ya Yulchin says, their plan was to pit them all against each other like pieces on a board, and for the last survivor to become the patriarch. If the elders were the ones who started this, then he, Ya Yulchin, would have died too. Jumping to his feet, the guy, looking back at him, asks, "He knew this and still agreed to work with them?" Bowing his head, the man answers that he had no choice. If he had not done this, Ma Cheonso's family would have continued to keep the Min cult within the Heavenly Mountain. Ya Yulchin asks the young leader. He said he would not leave the Heavenly Mountain alone, right? Then he must kill the third elder Banya, the one called the Holy Demon. The man adds that he is the emissary of the Heavenly Palace. Ma Cheonso remembers the man who searched for useful potions in the Demon Lord's library and told him about the hour of lethality. The young leader cannot believe that he turned out to be an emissary of the Heavenly Palace. A shout reaches the guy. The Lord of the Sacred Flame has given an answer. The priestess, standing on a height slightly ahead of the girls accompanying her, raises her hands and announces, "A new flame has been born in the Min cult. Let them honor and love it again." People listen attentively as the priestess says to greet the supreme master of the Min cult. The guy and Ya Yulchin, sitting on the ground, look at her attentively. The woman says that this is the young leader Ma Cheonso. The crowd cheers joyfully. Some even have tears in their eyes. A dense ring of people surrounds the square again. Hido helps Ya Yulchin to get up. The master of the Blood Art Palace tells him that they are returning to the palace. Supported by Hido, Ya Yulchin moves away from the guy. He says, "A good-for-nothing son, but he will leave him with Ma Cheonso." The young leader asks him not to worry. The position of the master of the small Min palace belongs to Ya Yultak. Without looking back, Ya Yulchin says that he became a wonderful person after leaving home. The guy replies, if he changes his mind, he can come. He, without trying to look back, says, if only he. After a short pause, Ya Yulchin says, if he realized that he would become the heir of the Demon Lord, he could have followed him. Still without looking back, he adds, but now it is too late. The loser has only one path. Then with significance he says, "Master of the cult." Ma Cheonso silently watches him go. A warm, understanding smile appears on the lips of the young leader. In the mansion standing on the edge of the abyss, a shout is heard. "Hey, Heavenly Sour! Evil Banya kicks the old man who has fallen to the floor. He shouts that he did not come here to engage in small talk. I, Yulchin, must get rid of the young leader and pay for it. Only then can Tong Jagal become his equal. Does he understand this? Otherwise, delivering another kick to the old man, he adds, otherwise he is just a bug. A powerless bug will perish under his feet. Looking at him maliciously, Tong Jagal laughs. Is that what he wants? And he thought that it was Banya who told the young leader about the hour of lethality. The third elder bares his teeth angrily and promises that first he will cut out his tongue. Banya admits it is his own fault for believing in someone who lost everything and crawled to Heavenly Mountain. He decisively raises his leg and says, then let him die. The old man wheezes with difficulty, if that is his fate. A commanding shout sounds in his head, emissary of the Heavenly Palace, and Banya freezes. He falls to his knees before the open window, beyond which on a distant hill the silhouette of a man is visible. He says that the humble servant of God Banya bows before the face of the messenger. Behind the envoy, a powerful vortex of radiant energy is visible. Using telepathy, he reports that the celestial sower has completed his task. He should be rewarded, not punished. Let him be returned back. I submissively bow my head. From his lips flies off, as the messenger wishes. The third elder rises to his feet. Laughing, he reaches out his hand to the old man, saying that there is a lot of dust on his clothes. He offers to go with him, and they will buy him new clothes. The old man cannot meet him looking like that. Red lights ignite in Tonjagal's eyes, but he calmly thanks Banya, adding, of course, he will meet her embrace. The wheels of his chair spin at an astonishing speed as she takes off. The squad rushes swiftly through the forest. Baisek swears, insulting the master of the palace of Zaboy. How dare he treat him like that? He thinks about his shoulders being destroyed. He does not know if he will be able to recover even after treatment. The vice captain moving beside him thinks that now the young leader will spend 2 weeks in the palace of the sacred flame. There he will learn to be a leader. Today is the last chance to show him their respect before the ascension ceremony. He asks, is it okay that they run away like that without saying a word to the young leader? Baisek is angry. Is that the only thing he cares about now? He says that the emissaries of the Min cult are dead, and it is only a matter of time before everyone finds out who drove them to madness. Baisek says they are heading to the Min palace. They need to cover their tracks. He raises his hand up, giving the order to the warriors following him to stop. Drops of sweat run down Baisek's face. The vice captain standing behind him looks shocked. A mighty silhouette of a man blocks their way. Baisek, peering into the darkness, asks, who is that, and why is he standing in their path? Let him come into the light. The man whose eyes glow with the red fire of deadly energy takes a step forward. Baisek is unpleasantly surprised. His hand clenches into a fist. From the shadow of the trees into the sunlight steps the Bloodmaster. From Baisek's lips slips, Iltashik? But how? Baisek raises his hand with his index and middle fingers extended. The warriors behind him draw their swords. The squad surrounds the Bloodmaster, who stands completely calm, not attempting to do anything. An unfriendly smile appears on Baisek's lips as he says, even if he is a master 100 times over, he still won't be able to defeat them all, because they have all mastered the blood art. He thinks that the Bloodmaster well knows that even a master of the 5th star level only needs to inflict 1 internal wound on an opponent to kill. The Bloodmaster frowns and exhales angrily. Baisek senses a foreign presence. Behind him stand Han Soso, master of the poisonous palace Donban Will, and sword demon Dan Chonghak. Baisek, looking back, exclaims, master of the palace of the supporting sword, master of the palace of pleasures, master of the palace of poison, why are they still alive? The Bloodmaster calls out to him. In the eyes of Iltashik appear fiery flashes when he speaks. The day he first met him in the village by the tears stream, he remembers the emaciated, poorly dressed young man who fell to his knees before him. He said his sister was sick. She hadn't eaten anything for several days. If it continued like this, he asked to kill both him and his sister. Ultesik then pitied him, the one who stole food from the Demon Lord's squad for his sister. In the pouring rain, he went with him to a shabby hut. Crossing the threshold of the hut, they both freeze. He still remembers the fragile hand, limp, hanging from a small elevation on which the girl lay. The young man rushed to his sister and pressed her limp body to his chest. He said he wanted to be with his sister and asked to be killed. Baisek shouts, he saved him, yes. That is the problem. Every day after his sister's death was hell for him. Looking at Iltashik with mad eyes, Baisek says, he did not let him follow her and forced him to live a life worse than death. He asks, does he know where his pity led him? He shouts angrily that he was treated like trash, but he trained every day, waiting to take revenge on such a hypocritical saint. The Bloody Master says, let him shut up. He does not want to know. Iltashik clenches his hand into a fist, and a deadly aura envelops him. He admits that he pitied Baisek, as he was in a pitiful situation. but he crossed the line. The Bloody Master raises his hand to strike. His aura blazes like fire. He says to Bisek, if his family was so dear to him, then he should have known better than to touch someone else's family. Iltashik strikes with a fist. Bisek tries to cover himself with a sword, but the attempt to defend is largely ineffective. A bloody cough bursts from Bisek's mouth. The warriors are frightened. From a single blow? Standing behind them in the glow of a greenish aura, Donban Il says, well, they better not twitch. Well, unless they want to be burned by poison. The Bloody Master, around whom a red aura blazes, steps toward the trying to crawl away Bisek, asking, where is he going? He, looking back at him, screams in terror. Iltashik says, now he is afraid to die? The Bloody Master, whose eyes are filled with red energy, waves his hand. The blow lands on the leg of Bisek, who howls in pain. Iltashik's hand with the index and middle fingers straightened delivers another precise strike. Bisek chokes on a scream of pain. The blow hit the other leg. The Bloody Master delivers another strike, causing Bisek's body to bend from wild pain. Iltashik grabs Bisek by the hair, telling him to listen carefully. Pulling his head up by the hair, the Bloody Master says he will not kill him. Let him live. With torn tendons and a broken spine. Let him be trampled by the same weak ones, and suffer as much as the suffering he brought to others. He pulls Bisek by the hair so hard that tears well up in his eyes. The Bloody Master asks, is he not grateful to him? He brought him back on the day of their first meeting. Bisek begs to just be killed. Iltashik says that he was right. He should not have pitied him. It was not the death of his sister that made him angry, nor the state he found himself in. He simply needed an excuse to demonstrate power. So let him be happy. Fiercely flashing his eyes, the Bloody Master says that Iltashik, who saved him from a miserable existence, is dead. Now Bisek is free. He lets go of Bisek's hair, and he falls face down to the ground. The warriors stand still with swords in their hands, unable to move. The Bloody Master, whose energy begins to gradually fade, says that from this moment, the Demon Lord's squad of the Min cult will await a new leader before the Palace of Heavenly Flame, and then will beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, he will chase them until the end of time to kill them, their entire family and relatives. The vice captain, bowing in a salute, replies that they will carry out his will. He shouts that the Demon Lord Min's squad is heading to the palace. The warriors turn around and hurry after the vice captain. Bisek, lifting himself on his hands, shouts after them, wait! The Bloody Master and other masters also intend to leave. Bisek desperately begs them not to go. From behind the Bloody Master flies his scream and request to just kill him. But he does not even look back. Min Cult, Moon Peak, Palace of Heavenly Flame. Machonso looks on in surprise. Then the words slip from his lips. It's standing before a huge statue with its head thrown back. The young man says, Heavenly Demon? The priestess explains, he was the son of the god of sacred flame and the first savior. She says that the young leader already has 2 of the 5 sacred artifacts, right? Each sacred artifact possesses devastating power. The woman admits that she knows where 2 of the 3 remaining artifacts are. Machionso looks at her somewhat puzzled. He is surrounded by a purple aura as he asks, she isn't plotting anything, is she? He didn't come here to find out the location of the 5 sacred artifacts. The priestess covers her eyes and sighs. Looking up at him, Yu Soha says, she sees that he doesn't trust her. Ma Cheonso, somewhat calmed, replies, does he have a choice? Doesn't she work with the Heavenly Palace? The woman lowers her eyes and smiling answers, correct. That was the case. To be more precise, she had to. Ma Cheonso asks, does she know why the royal family calls them the demonic cult? Because they do not follow the laws of the Ming dynasty under the aegis of religion? The priestess says, the laws of the Ming dynasty, he says. Then, it turns out, the orthodox and unorthodox cults follow their laws. What about the others? In the western regions are the Black Yan division and the Timur Empire, which preach Islam. And there is also Tibet and the Patala Palace. Are these all also demonic cults? Ma Cheonso asks, what does she want to say by this? The woman answers that he must become the roots of the Ming cult to find out the reason why they are called demons. She adds, only then will he be able to comprehend what was once left to her. The young man is surprised. What was left? The purple aura flares around him again as he says that right now, it is more important for him to know what she did to his family. The young man looks surprised when he hears in response, they are all alive. The woman tells that the demon of the sword and the demon of poison escaped from Beauty Peak. The white flower of the snake also left her refuge, and the master of blood art managed to leave the Ming palace. I, Yultak, and Zhong Saemin destroyed the prison on Lake Huagu and escaped. Ma Cheonso wonders, and the heavenly palace allowed them? He doesn't even know what to do. to rejoice or still doubt her words. The woman tells him that he can trust her. Smiling, the priestess adds that they may have already returned to their palaces. Or did he ask her a question just not to believe her answer? The guy agrees. Fair enough. Okay, he trusts her. Ma Chonso says, next question. Who is the master of the heavenly palace? He becomes all ears. The priestess, imagining a man whose face is completely covered by a mask, answers that he is an immortal being. He is the one who for many years colored the Min cult in black tones, drawing darkness from the depths of the heavenly mountain. He is the master of the heavenly palace. She explains that the master of the heavenly palace changes his guise. He has lived for hundreds of years. No one remembers what he looks like now. But more importantly, if he desires something, no one can resist his influence, even if it will be. The moon illuminates a narrow rocky ledge where a man stands facing it. Behind him kneel the Bloodmaster, Han Soso, the Sword Devil, the Poison Devil, and Jong Semin. Il-Tashik says that by his order he dealt with Bisake. The man, whose long hair blows in the wind without looking back, replies that the fruit of ambition will never feed him enough. Someone will definitely eat him and destroy everything. The Bloodmaster says that it is his fault for being so foolish. The man asks, what is his fault? If the beasts run wild unsupervised in freedom, the master of the heavenly mountain adds, it is only the fault of the Lord of the Mountain, who left his place. Long ago, the Lord of Demons, in cooperation with his followers, created the Min cult on the heavenly mountain. However, he had no successor. After the Lord's death, 9 families Ma, Yu, Dan, Dongfan, Ju, Ye, Yang, and Han, who helped him create the cult, began a battle for the leader's position. None of the representatives from the 9 families mastered the Lord's art. So every time they chose a leader, the heavenly mountain was stained crimson. 9 families continued to exterminate each other. But for their own survival, they decided to hold the heavenly festival, where the leader was determined. Thus began the story of Min. The head of the Ju family, Ma Jihong, who represented one of the 9 families, was chosen as the 14th leader at the heavenly festival. These two were close like the moon and the sun. They worked together and tried to create a state despite the tyranny of Yan. Ma Jihong did not have the strength to openly oppose the Yan dynasty. A different kind of strength was needed. And then the cult of the White Lotus helped them, which instigated the Red Turban Rebellion against the dynasty. 2 leaders, after brief consideration, joined forces, settled scores with the Yan dynasty, and founded their own, the Ming dynasty. But at that time they did not yet know that the White Lotus had another name, the Heavenly Palace. Very soon the Heavenly Palace dazzled leader Ma Jihun and created its rebel forces on Heavenly Mountain. They forced some of their people to infiltrate the ruling dynasty's family. The royal family, upon learning that people from the Heavenly Palace had infiltrated the Min cult, declared it demonic, thereby separating the Min cult from the royal family. The current emperor and the younger brother of the late emperor Zhu Qiyu, Minister of Armed Forces Yu Qian, have become part of the Heavenly Palace. The priestess falls silent. Then she says there is also the eunuch Wang Zhen. Ma Chionso thinks, if Wang Zhen was part of the Heavenly Palace, then most likely the whole situation is planned. Jason had the Heavenly Dragon Plate. In the vast hall, the young leader sat at a low table, and the woman settled on the floor opposite him. The priestess speaks, but what she is absolutely sure of is that they do not want the Min cult to grow and continue to shed blood by sacrificing others. Yusoha adds, but this heavenly festival did not go according to plan. She believes they will come up with something else. Ma Chongso's face becomes stern. Banya walks down the long corridor. Tonjagal crawls after him. The old man pants but stubbornly continues moving forward. He crawls to the feet of the 3rd elder. Banya falls to his knees and, stating his name, requests an audience with the master. The old man crawls closer to him. They both look at the person standing with his back to them and await his response. The person says he has returned and turns his face to them, hidden under a faceless mask. Looking at the old man, he adds, the child of the Jagal family, who was lost long ago. The heavenly sower, looking down, greets him and introduces himself, stating his name. The master says that it is too impermissible for a person to read heavenly energy, and one must pay for it. The reason for all his misfortunes in life lies precisely in this. The old man replies, understood. Red sparks flare in Tonjagal's eyes as he thinks that the master knows everything about his past. It was all so long ago. Only a small circle of people possess knowledge of what happens inside the faithful. Looking at the person in the mask, he decides. This means that either he has the ability to look into such depths. The old man's eyes fill with lilac energy, against which his pupils turn into 2 tiny yellow sparks. He continues to ponder. Or that one is behind everything that happened to Mundan Jegal. Meanwhile, the master continues to speak, looking down at the old man. If he accepts him into his circle, then he should free himself from such limitations. The old man thanks him and asks, shouldn't he punish him? His plan to kill the young leader failed, and the heavenly festival. The master extends his hand to him, surrounded by a shining aura, saying, if he wanted to punish him, would he have called him here? His energy surrounds the old man with a cloud, and, obeying the wave of the hand, lifts him off the floor. The master says that the goal of the heavenly palace is to make others pay for sins. And it does not matter who will pay, as long as they are worthy of this payment. He slightly lowers Tonjagal, and his feet touch the floor. The old man asks, pay for sins? Worthy of such payment? What will the payment be? In response, it sounds, suicide. 4 figurines lie on the board. The master says that the followers needed to understand each other and wash away sins with blood. Only then will they be granted forgiveness. Continuing to hold his palm over the old man, the master says, in all universes there are laws that do not change for centuries. When peaceful existence drags on, a grand catastrophe occurs. And after the catastrophe, another peace comes. Saving countless lives by making a sacrifice. This is all a great delusion. Behind the master, a bloody red aura flares up. Tonjagal says, so all that blood spilled in the Min cult and the killing of followers at the heavenly festival, all of this was... He raises his gaze to the man in the mask and asks, why is he telling him all this? The master answers, the faithful, the unfaithful, the demon cult, and all the rest. And there is also the royal family. The balance they maintained was broken, and therefore the era of chaos will soon come. Tonjagal asks, is he asking him to prevent the war? In response, it sounds quite the opposite. Let him lead the followers to a bloodbath and paint the heavenly mountain crimson. Let him create an unending battlefield, killing and killing again. That is exactly why they accept him into their circle. In Tonjagal's mind flashes, these people, heavenly palace, demonic cult and heretics. The master of the heavenly palace desires the coming of the end. As soon as all fall, the war will cease. The retreating man carries the youth on his shoulders towards the exit. Yayulchin's face is tense, his teeth clenched tightly. Blindingly radiant energy concentrates in his hands. Repelling attacks from people in long crimson cloaks with hoods, he shouts to Hido to leave. His shout reaches Hido. Let him go, and take Master Yayulchin away. Let him find refuge by the Red Dragon River. Yahello repels attacks from numerically superior opponents. The master dodges energy attacks from one of the men attacking him. He addresses Hido, saying that as soon as he falls into the embrace of the mortal earth and meets his brother, he will tell him that he did well. Yahello clenches his teeth tighter. He calls for Yuljin. The dazzling energy increasingly drains his body. He says that in 10 years he will reach the supreme demon sphere, and maybe in about 30 years, he might even reach the sphere of the perverted demon. Until then, he must not even dare to return. Yahello seems to explode with blinding light, striking his attacking opponents. Already deprived of the radiant aura, the master of the Palace of Bloody Art asks him not to torment himself over the fact that he betrayed him and helped the masters of the palaces with the young leader. One of the attackers strikes him in the back, saying that the Min cult should not belong to the 9 families. It's time to return it to the believers. Surrounding opponents strike him simultaneously. Yahello, covered in bandages after the battle at the Heavenly Festival, bends in pain. When the people in cloaks part, the bloodied body of the master of the Palace of Bloody Arts remains lying on the floor. A wheeze escapes his lips. He was doomed to die at the hands of the young leader. His hand falls limply to the floor right into a pool of blood. Yahello whispers, addressing Yahello, so that he may live. Hido carries the dejected Yahello on his shoulders. The young leader thinks, if the Heavenly Palace is preparing a new sacrifice to make up for the failure of the Heavenly Festival, it will happen while he is here. He must return. He managed to prepare before coming here, but it is not enough. He needs to return and prepare together with the masters of the palaces. He gets up and, heading to the door, says he cannot waste time here. It's time for him. The priestess replies that it is already too late. The guy becomes wary. What does she mean? The woman replies, they don't know what those will do and where. Ma Cheonso asks, does she think he should sit here and listen to the stories of the Ming cult? He must get into the small palace and prepare. The priestess says that the master of the Heavenly Palace always met with the current leader before the Ascension ceremony. Ma Cheonso has no idea when it will happen, but he will come anyway. That is when he must get him. She says that one of the 5 sacred instruments used by the Demon Lord was the Hourglass of the Sacred Flame, an item resembling hourglasses from the western regions. They allow stopping the time of death, and the master of the Heavenly Palace should have died much earlier, but uses the polarity of internal energy to substitute the Demon Lord's art to use the hourglass, albeit unstably, relying on this power to prolong life. She says that the guy needs to destroy the clock and kill the master. Only then will Heavenly Mountain be saved. The young leader replies to her that it is a good story, but he cannot trust her yet. He needs time. Heading to the exit, he says he will only warn the hallmasters and return. Then he will finish listening to her story. He touches the door with his hand, and it bursts into a fiery aura. Her radiance, becoming multicolored, spreads throughout the hall. Machionso looks around warily, then asks, "What is this?" He looks around, not understanding what is happening. He feels the force's impact and curses, clutching his leg. Yusoha, approaching him, says that she also needs time. He won't be able to leave so easily. Coming up from behind and placing her hand on his shoulder, she brings her lips close to his ear and says she has something to tell him. Multicolored energy rushes toward Machionso. He bends over in pain, screaming loudly. Shining purple energy splashes in his eyes. The man in the mask says he should lead the followers to a bloodbath and paint Heavenly Mountain crimson. Let him create an unending battlefield. Let him kill, kill, and kill again. His words reach Doton Jagal. That is exactly why they accept him into their circle. The master of the Heavenly Palace continues to hold the old man above the floor. Tonjagal asks, why him? Master of the Heavenly Palace recalls his past. He says that he already paid the price a long time ago. He deserves to become his son. The old man asks, what does that mean? But instead of an answer, the master, continuing to hold him with his energy, utters words in an unfamiliar language. A stream of power swirls around Tonjagal. A dazzlingly shining circle of energy sharply contracts, wrapping around the old man's body. Tonjagal, throwing back his head, screams. Bloody red energy shines in his eyes. Tonjagal's eye sockets fill with blood. Bloody streaks run down his cheeks. The master releases him, and the old man falls to the floor. Banya, who all this time continues to kneel and remain silent, asks, what should he do with the young leader? The master answers that he earned his position himself, so it will be right to give him a chance. The third elder says, so. Tonjagal lies on the carpet between them. The master of the Heavenly Palace says that he himself will meet with him. Banya thinks. That means he will give him a chance to switch to his side. He does not like it, but he says, as the master wishes. Surprise flashes in his eyes, and from his lips slips, Master? A man in a mask stands surrounded by a dazzlingly radiant aura. The master of the Heavenly Palace exclaims, this aura? Could it be? He has finally returned. The purple aura, breaking through the walls, crashes down on the man in the mask. A blinding energetic light poured onto the master of the Heavenly Palace, and he raises his hand to meet it. The man rushes forward, and the energy splits into two streams, bypassing him. The master spreads his hands to part the energy flow, clearing a path for himself. He is a little surprised. What an aggressive greeting. The master of the Heavenly Palace looks at the silhouette of the man standing in the energy stream atop the cliff. The man asks, is it because he is his father? Or did he come to keep a promise? He is pleased. In any case, it does not matter. The master of the Heavenly Palace turns to Banya with the words, let him follow the light. It will lead him to the lesser palace of Min, where, as promised, he will acquire the dragon form, and let him destroy all who are allied with him. As for himself, he will go to the palace of Heavenly Flame. The third elder replies, that means. The man in the mask answers, the supreme demon has returned. Banya is impressed. Ah! So that's how it is. The master of the Heavenly Palace, standing amid the ruined hall, wonders, why now? Banya, carrying the old man on his shoulders, departs down the long corridor by which they came here. A man in a mask addresses the one standing on the top of the cliff. He said he would pass the dragon form to him on the day he returns to the Heavenly Mountain and sacrifices his flesh. What is he ready to give up? The master asks, what will he do if he cannot keep the promise? Matepan looks thoughtful. Words sound, friend. Silence. And then it is heard. To settle the score with him, he will take the life of his child. A pillar of purple energy surrounds the person on the top of the cliff. Matepen, standing with his back to 5 kneeling masters of the palace, asks, how much do they know about the Heavenly Palace? Han Soso says she does not know the details, but she knows that they have been controlling the Ming cult behind the scenes for a very long time. She managed to find out that they worked with the master of the Palace of Bloody Art. She recalls their last meeting. Matepen steps toward her with the words, it has been a long time since he saw the master of the Palace of Pleasures, and now let her listen to his order. He tells her that the other masters of the palaces are in danger. The sword demon, Dan Cheonhak, and the master of the palace. Yada Donban Il look with surprise at the figure appearing before them on the cliff. Leader? A young warrior approaches the bloody master sitting behind bars with the words, the cult leader sent this to him. Han Soso, bowing her head, reflects. If the cult leader had not returned with Ya Yuljin disguised as a messenger, chaos would have awaited them. They fell into the trap of the Heavenly Palace. Matepen, standing on the edge of the cliff, back to the masters, says that the people of the palace have inhabited the Heavenly Mountain for centuries, like spiders. Kansoso asks, and he knew it? Matepen glances at her over his shoulder and says, he found out before becoming the leader. Kansoso, flaring up, exclaims, then why? She is stopped by the cold words of the leader, spoken without any emotion. The master of the Palace of Pleasures. Purple energy surrounds the man as he forcefully says that it is not difficult for him to name the reason. But if that happens, he will have to kill them to keep this secret. His aura touches the kneeling masters of the palaces. The purple energy fades. Ma Teppan says, "Keep it up. Their help will still be needed." He says that the heavenly palace is very powerful, but always hides behind someone. Like light and darkness, the heavenly palace can be a reliable friend, but one wrong step, and it returns to the sources of an ominous omen. Ma Teppan, looking somewhere upwards, says, that is all he can say for now. He adds that the Heavenly Palace wants to arrange a bloody massacre on Heavenly Mountain. He tells the masters of the palaces, to stop it, they need to sacrifice the young leader and the small palace min. Amazement appears on the faces of the master. They clearly did not expect such words from the leader. Looking at them, Ma Teppan says, so let them return to their palaces and protect their family and friends. He declares that he will not tolerate disobedience. The masters of the palaces dare not contradict him. He looks back at them, and they agree. As he wishes. Ma Teppan turns away, and they immediately rush off. The man speaks, addressing the master of the Palace of Pleasures. She has something. He falters. Han Soso attacks him, swinging the hand in which she holds a fan. The fan passes dangerously close to the throat of Ma Teppan, who has turned his face toward her. A purple aura envelops the leader. He says emotionlessly, master of the Palace of Pleasures. His aura darkens, and his eyes fill with light. He asks, did she want to die? The woman says that the Heavenly Palace is teeming with secrets. But they, the ladies for entertainment, are accustomed to them. Han Soso says, the Palace of the Supporting Sword, the Palace of Pleasures, the Palace of Bloody Art, the Palace of Poison. She managed to notice scars on some representatives of the palaces. She tried not to think about them, but there were too many such people. So, the leader's hand, which stopped her fan, is enveloped in a fiery aura. The woman says that she must know where these scars come from. The leader's sleeve dissipates, and a scar in the form of a stripe, as if left by a wide bracelet, is visible on his wrist. Frowning, Kan Soso asks, and why should they sacrifice the young leader? Ma Teppan says, he thought he warned that he would have to kill her if he told. The woman replies, if not for the young leader, the Palace of Pleasure would have remained in a nightmare. Clenching his teeth and glowering at the leader from under his brows, Kan Soso declares that therefore she would rather die than harm him. The response is, if she wants to die so badly, then so be it. Ma Teppan turns away from Kan Soso, who continues to stand with a hand holding a fan extended before him. He says that the master of the Heavenly Palace has connected with the dark arts of the western regions. By this time, many followers may already have become his eyes and ears. At one moment they can be loyal followers, but if he wishes, they will become warriors of the Heavenly Palace. Looking at the scar on his hand, the woman says, so he also... Ma Teppan, raising his hand and clenching it into a fist, replies, no. This mark signifies a pact and bears the seal of prohibition. He recounts that the master of the Heavenly Palace came to him before the Ascension ceremony and ordered him to spill someone's blood. Of course, he refused. They fought for 4 days and 4 nights. After inheriting the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea from his grandfather, he was unmatched in battle. When he climbed to the top of the Ming cult, all he felt was emptiness. He needed someone as strong as he was, and the master of the Heavenly Palace could become that person. Eventually, they stopped fighting and started drinking together. Ma Teppan admits that on his part it was too arrogant and wrong to act that way. Only after a very long time, when he stopped suspecting him and began to rely on him as a good friend, did he realize that a whole life for someone was just a brief moment for him. Kan Soso asks, what is he? Ma Teppan says that wishing to preserve his life, he changed bodies for hundreds of years. He is older than the mountains themselves. When his strength began to wane due to time and constant body changes, he came to him to learn the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea, which can absorb internal energy to achieve reverse circulation. Having devoted a lot of time to research, he finally managed to find a suitable body for himself, the dragon form. After Ma Teppan learned the whole truth, he hid the dragon form to stop him, but in return offered a deal. On the day of his return, he will return the dragon form and paint the heavenly mountain crimson. Showing Han Soso his hand, he says that the scar symbolizes that promise and prohibition. The master of the Palace of Pleasures shouts angrily. So that's why he is ready to sacrifice the small palace of Min and the young leader. How can he act like that? After all, he is the leader of the cult. Ma Teppan replies, if he gives him the dragon form, then the master of the heavenly palace will become an immortal monster. He only wanted to save the lives of the followers. That is why he asked not to ask questions. He sharply turns and throws his hand forward, sending a stream of purple energy at the woman. Ma Teppan says that she knows too much. His energy crashes onto the woman, who is shielding herself with a fan. Like a lasso, a thin energy stream wraps around her legs. The leader intensifies the energy pressure. His hand grabs Han Soso by the throat. Ma Teppan, squeezing her neck, lifts her off the ground. Tears roll from her eyes. She realizes that her energy is being absorbed. From her lips escapes, "Ah, no, young leader." From her weakened hand, a fan falls to the ground. Ma Teppan continues to squeeze her throat. The man's face is completely expressionless. He looks straight into the face of his victim. Dan Chonghak grips a sword in his hands, standing in the gym. Drops of sweat run down his bare torso. A thought beats in his head. To stop the Heavenly Palace. Master of the Jade Palace, sitting on the couch, is also absorbed in thought. They must sacrifice. Chong Semin lies on the bed, arms spread, thinking about the small palace min and the young leader. A squad of warriors lined up before the small palace min. They are all dressed in blue long cloaks with hoods. On their faces are metal masks depicting the devil's visage, with small horns and sharp fangs. Their eyes blaze with red lights, and a bluish aura emanates from their figures. The gates open and a voice is heard. "Well, hello there." Looking unfavorably at the visitors, the courtier of the small palace min, Yayultak, asks, "Have they already eaten?" The squad leader says, "Attention everyone. The master of the Heavenly Palace has given the order for the complete destruction of the small palace min. He gives the command, 'Kill him!' And the warriors, drawing their swords, rush forward." Yayultak curses. How impatient they are. He shows them a plate with the image of a dragon, saying, "Halt!" The warriors freeze with swords raised above their heads. In the dungeon of the small min palace, voices are heard. Yayultak grumbles. Ugh, he worked like a dog for so long for this young leader. But his work remained unnoticed. The squad leader replies. He already understood what he wanted to say. Let him just point out where they are hiding. Why is there no one here? Yayultak says he is leading them to the secret palace, where they are all hiding right now. He laments that they are so impatient. Ya Yulchin, leading the squad through the lamplit dungeon, asks them not to worry and just trust him. The Heavenly Palace is helping him too. The leader says that Ya Yulchan must have already been destroyed by the elders. Ya Yultak, frowning and hiding his face, continues to walk ahead, saying he knew this would happen. It was hard for him to find common ground with his father, so he ran away from the Palace of Bloody Art. The young man clenches his teeth tighter. Drops of sweat stream down his face. He thinks that he got a role he is not suited for. Why has everything turned upside down? 2 hours ago, the dwelling of Yayultak. The young man jumps out of bed and grabs his head, where a message is hit. He moans. Who needed to disturb him in the middle of the night? Then he exclaims in surprise, "This is the plate of the Heavenly Dragon?" He reads the message, which says that the Heavenly Palace has targeted the small Min Palace. Let them prepare. Signed, Ma Cheonso. Clutching the plate in one hand and the message in the other, Yayultak says, "What the—" Yes, he just recently returned. What the hell? Springing from his place, he runs to the door, shouting, "Haran! Jonbiran! Chihami!" Yayultak clenches his teeth, thinking he won't be able to hold them for long. Very soon they will realize they are going in circles. He mentally begs his comrades, "Please, run away quickly." Stopping by the metal-clad tall doors, the young man says they have arrived. These doors lead to a secret passage that goes from the small Min Palace. Let them prepare to run. The response is, okay. The leader says that 2 squads will go to check the tunnel fork beneath them. Today no one will leave the palace. I, Yultak, exclaim, "What are they thinking? This is the exit." The leader's eyes ignite with blood-red flames. He says he just remembered and orders the young man to show him his plate once more. If he is an emissary of the Heavenly Palace, his name will be engraved on it. He says he is sure the name Esen Taishi is engraved on it. Master Yasin handed it to the young leader when he lost the battle to him. I Yultak lower my hand onto the protrusion on the wall. He presses on it with all his might. The ground gives way beneath the warrior's feet, and they fall into the hatch. I Yultak gloats. What geniuses. Esen Taishi, unbelievable. The young man mentally curses. He could have died if he hadn't known about the trap that this old man devised, but immediately a puzzled and frightened expression appears on his face. The sound of footsteps is heard, and he is attacked by warriors in demon masks surrounded by a blue aura. Ayultak is clearly scared. Curses slip from his lips. Chonbiran decisively leads a small squad escorting Haran and Chihami. The latter protests. Why are they running away? She suggests stopping to talk. Chonbiran replies, "Just let her run. The Heavenly Palace is chasing them." Does Kami keep grumbling? What kind of Heavenly Palace is that? Ilkaran answers her. A secret organization that captured them. John Biran calls to them and orders the 2 of them to leave. Does Kami wonder, why is this? A squad of armed men rushes towards them. Chonbiran, glancing back at the girls, says he won't be able to hold them off for long. He asks the girls to hurry. Warriors in demon masks rapidly approach. The leader shouts, "Kill them all!" Two squads clash. The clang of swords and shouts are heard. Yilharan pushes the resisting Chihami from behind, who shouts indignantly, "What is happening? Why are they doing this to us?" The girl replies that she doesn't know either and asks her to just run faster. Yilharan crashes into the back of the suddenly stopped Chihami, who asks, "Where to?" Armed warriors in masks block their way. They seem to be everywhere. Dark figures are even seen in the trees. The girls freeze in fear. Chihami grits her teeth, saying fighting doesn't suit her at all. But she will fight because she doesn't want to die like her father. The girl draws her blades. Her figure is enveloped in a light mist of a shining aura. She orders Yilharan not to come out from behind her back. The squad leader, walking ahead of his warriors, thrusts his sword forward, stepping on Yultak. He laughs. What a fool. Did he really think they would fall for his cheap tricks? He says that the palace master's command was the complete destruction of the small Min Palace. The Heavenly Palace has taken control of all the nearby surroundings. And that means a pursuit has been sent after the fugitives. Sweat pours down the young man's face like rain. He mentally repeats the same curse. Yultak turns around and runs away. The leader gives the order to catch him, and the warriors rush after him. The young man's hand presses on the stone. He wonders, and why did he volunteer to take the blow himself? Arrows fly out from the walls directly at the warriors pursuing him. Cries are heard. Yultak thinks, these 12 halls and everything related to them have surrendered to him altogether. He remembers how the boy sifts through the leaves of the flowers standing in the vase, saying, "What thin, soft, and curved leaves. This is probably an eastern orchid. What a pleasant aroma." Ma Cheonso stands, pressing his hand to his chest, and says that justice is above benefit. He promises that he will not betray him. The young leader says, this battle will end on him and Yulchin. They have much to do to change the Min cult, so he asks to be taken care of until then. Yultak, rushing down the corridor, thinks that something is probably wrong with him. Everything is probably because he was so close to this madman. Eyes beneath the mask blaze with bright energetic fire. The leader says, does Yultak really think they will let him die so easily after his tricks? The young man continues to run. A shout reaches him. He also lost his mind because of close contact with the young leader. Yultak stops and looks back. The features of his face are distorted by an evil grimace. A light reddish haze of energy arises around him. He rushes at the sword-wielding warriors with a cry. Let them not dare insult the young leader. Let them get out of the small Min Palace. The young man thinks that obviously something is wrong with him too. One of the warriors swings his sword and shouts, "Die!" Yultak leans back, dodging the blow. In his head flashes, he is the master of the first of the 12 halls of the small palace of Min. Bloody splashes stain the dungeon walls. The man standing on the cliff looks at the buildings in the valley. From Ma Teppen's lips slips, so that's where he is. Behind him stands the third elder. He says they haven't seen the Lord for a long time. Smiling, Banya says, he came to get what was promised to him. Without looking back at him, Ma Teppen says, did he promise something? He doesn't recall anything like that. Banya laughs, saying, well, don't behave like that. Did he come empty-handed? One should not forget what consequences await him. The leader says, well, if he needs to get something, he will get it. But it's not up to him to decide. The form belongs to him, so let him get lost. He will hand it over when the time comes. Banya replies, he knows perfectly well that he cannot act like that. The master will not tolerate it. Let him not do foolish things. The promise given to him is a very serious matter. He cannot just brush it off. Ma Teppen, flashing his eyes angrily, in which purple sparks flared, interrupts him, asking, where did a simple third elder get the courage to lecture him? Banya asks him to reconsider his decision. If he behaves like that, he will not wash away the indignation of all those gathered even after death. Ma Teppen replies indifferently. He apparently made a mistake. These people left him long ago, so he shouldn't worry about them either. Let him act as he wants. The leader says threateningly, but Banya will not be able to pass, because he said so. Banya, hiccuping, asks, does he really think he will just back down like that? He says he will definitely make him pay the price for the broken promise. Behind the third elder stands a multitude of warriors in demonic masks. Ban cuts his palm with a small dagger. He, splattering blood, raises his fist above his head and shouts that from this moment he will address the Lord himself. With a hand raised to the heavens, from which blue energy radiates, Banya stands surrounded by a dark aura. He speaks. Let them listen to him. Their night will be long and divine, and his night will be dark and tormenting. Let everyone know that at the end of this night only they will survive. Banya solemnly declares that he permits the blood cleansing. The eyes of the warriors hiding their faces under masks ignite with red flames. Blue energy envelops their bodies. A scream bursts from their lips. From Ma Teppen emanates dazzlingly bright energy. He contemptuously utters, Fools. Let them tell him that he will pay with the life of the young leader. And Banya will pay the price for disobedience. A slight smile slides across his lips as he says, and something else. Matepen says, he gave him the small palace of Min, as promised. But obviously he was absent for too long. Ayultak stands staring at the opponent. A voice is heard. Head. Barely does he manage to dodge when the bloody master, smashing the wall with his fist, bursts into the corridor saying, it seems these are no longer his subordinates. Tears of joy well up in the young man's eyes as he sees the master of the third of the 12 halls of the small palace of Min crushing enemies. Striking blows, the bloody master, surrounded by a fiery aura, says that the young man has a very weak lower body. He will add this to his training list. Joy on the face of Yayultaka fades. Sitting on the floor near the hole in the stone wall, the young man, clutching a dagger in his hand, screams in fear. Why is he here? He should be saving his daughter now. The bloody master, continuing to crush his opponents, replies, does he really think he is here because he missed his terrifying face? Let him not worry. There are those to protect them. Chikami and Yilkaran look at what is happening in surprise. The split mask flies off to the side along with splashes of blood. The sword demon and his daughter desperately fight against their numerically superior opponents. Dan Chonghak, covering Dan Yehua's back, says, she was so stubborn, not wanting to get married. What suddenly caused such a change? The girl replies that she is now venting all her anger. Let him not talk to her. She is ashamed. The father says, well, all right. Dan Chonghak, master of the 5th of the 12 halls of the small palace of Ming, shouts, Sword Mountain! First level destruction! Father and daughter rush forward, holding swords before them. Chon Semin, the supreme demon of the money chase, master of the 8th of the 12 halls of the small palace of Min, stands before the squad of Chon Biran, shielding them with his body, looking ahead and asking, how are they? Is the forbidden squad all right? He tells them to watch the flow of internal energy. He will take care of the rest himself. Chonbiran, blood streaming from his temple, looking at him with round eyes, says, he does not think anyone else is left. The glade before them is strewn with the bodies of warriors in demonic masks. Donban Wheel, master of the 6th of the 12 halls of the small palace of Min, stands at the center of the squad, the lower part of the warriors' faces hidden by masks. Green fog surrounds them. The old man orders the Steel Venom squad to deal with the others. Banya says, the one who saved their lives and all this time interfered in their affairs. Looking at him unfavorably, Ma Tepen, surrounded by a purple aura, says, was it him? Donban Yil, shrouded in a green aura, moves forward, followed by John Salmon. The head of the trading house, without turning his head, strikes with a palm surrounded by a shining aura at the warrior in the mask. He asks the master of the Jade Palace, wasn't it he who said that everything would go differently than the leader planned? Why are they here? Donban Yil, dealing with opponents, replies, is he asking because he really doesn't know? It seems they are thinking the same thing. Dan Jeonhak, fighting shoulder to shoulder with his daughter, thinks that they did not obey the leader. Ya Yultuk and the Bloody Master, dealing with opponents in the basement room, believe that there is only one in the Min cult. They all consider Ma Chongso the leader of the cult, the one who was chosen at the Heavenly Festival. Meanwhile, the young leader screams in pain, feeling his energy and blood boiling. His eyes shine with purple energy, and the whites of his eyes are covered with a scattering of red vessels. In his head flashes this incredible energy. He feels as if his veins are burning. Could this all have been a trap by the master of the Heavenly Flame Palace? He decides that he needs to remove this energy from his body. The priestess standing behind him continues to hold her hands on his back. She tells him not to resist. Ma Chongso, barely pushing words out of his dry throat, asks, why should he trust her? The woman replies that they are in a place where even the master of the Heavenly Palace cannot enter, as it is surrounded by eternal fire. Yusoha explains, what she gave him is called the essence of the eternal fire, which remained from the Lord of Demons. It is one of the 5 sacred tools, the spirit of the heavenly flame. Ma Chiangso exclaims, they are in a place that itself is the spirit of the heavenly flame. That is why he feels such incredible energy. The priestess says he needs to stop resisting and accept the spirit of the heavenly flame. She asks him to deal with the forces of the heavenly palace and save these lands. Clenching his teeth tighter, the young leader replies, all right, regardless of the reasons for her actions. Multicolored energy fills the entire huge hall. It seems that nothing else exists around except it. Ma Cheonso says he is ready to absorb what she gave him. Determination is written on Ma Cheonso's face. It is clear that this absorption is not easy for him. His body is shaken by a slight tremor. He feels as if liquid fire is flowing through his veins. Ma Chonso thinks that the spirit of the heavenly flame has reached the upper point of the dantian. Fire seems to explode inside him, bursting out as bright light from his eyes, and he screams. The multicolored energy filling the hall is absorbed by his body and disappears. Staggering, Ma Chonso exhales wearily. It slips from his lips. this. He thinks his mind has cleared as if he plunged into a tub of cold water. Now he is not afraid of being blinded by the thirst for blood, even if he uses the Demon Lord's power to the maximum. Yusoka falls to her knees and bows low. She asks for forgiveness for having been rude to him. She was simply sure that he would meet with the master of the Heavenly Palace before reaching the small palace of Min. Heading to the door, he says now is not the time for this. They immediately move to the small palace of Min. The woman, without raising her head, says, as she said before, he will not be able to enter the palace of Min. He will meet the master of the Heavenly Palace before he gets there. Straightening her back but remaining on her knees, the woman says that therefore she would like to give him advice. Ma Chonso opens the door and freezes in the doorway. The voice of the master of the Heavenly Palace reaches him, saying that he did an excellent job completing the entire journey. A fair-haired man approaches him, surrounded by a dazzling aura that outshines everything around. Ma Cheonso says, he heard that he would come, but did not think he would come alone. How shameless he is. And this after he tried to kill his close and dear ones. He understands why Yusoha handed him the spirit of the heavenly flame. The master of the Heavenly Palace is still doing nothing, but his breathing is already labored, and his head is spinning. If it were not for the spirit of the heavenly flame, his legs would have failed before he had a chance to fight him. Ma Cheonso strides across the square to meet the man hovering in a dazzlingly radiant aura. The master says, with great projects, there are always some surprises. All those he values so much are of no interest to him at all. If that one proves his worth, he will simply replace them. He will have the best people. The guy replies, worth? Hasn't he already shown enough? He thought the Heavenly Festival was upset because of him. The man in the mask says he could not be prouder of the return and achievement of such a position by the child he thought was dead. But Ma Cheonso is missing something. He adds that the child of the Yulchin family chased social status, forgetting about nobility. The child of the Ton family suffered in silence for too long. The master of the Heavenly Palace says, sacrifice. He sacrificed nothing. Thus, the small Min Palace will soon turn into a bloody mess to become a symbol of his rise. If Ma Cheonso submits to him, he will allow him to keep his position as the leader of the cult. The guy's face darkens. The young leader asks, what does he want? The answer sounds, he will be free from any restrictions if he colors the Heavenly Mountain crimson just once, when he commands. Ma Cheonso asks, does he want him to cause a massacre in the Min cult twice? A purple-black aura flares around the guy, forming a demonic figure above his head. A mask appears on his face. Without mincing words, he points the exact address to his interlocutor, recommending him to go there. He draws 2 daggers with curved blades and uses the Supreme Strike, the technique of the 10 Imperial Strikes. Ma Cheonso, using the Moon Rift, strikes the opponent. The master of the Heavenly Palace watches him impassively. The purple energy does not harm him. He says, the art of the Demon Lord and the 5 sacred weapons? Impressive. Moving at incredible speed, Ma Cheonso finds himself behind him, and he raises his leg to strike using the 10 Imperial Strikes technique. 6 Rupture Strikes. Concentrating all his strength, he unleashes it on the opponent, using the Rupture Strike. Easily dodging his blows, the master of the Heavenly Palace asks, did he learn all this in the Demon Lord's library? This is definitely demon art, but he can also see echoes of attacks. The man blocks Ma Cheonso's kick with his hand. With one movement, he throws the guy far back, and he falls to the ground forcefully. Ma Cheonso lies in the crater formed by the impact of his body. He thinks about how he was thrown back by the recoil even before he could use the Hour of Lethality, and he didn't even feel a slight movement from him. The master of the Heavenly Palace, approaching the guy, says it's useless. He cannot win. Ma Cheonso places daggers emitting streams of purple energy in front of him. He says he hasn't even started yet. Soaring into the air, he uses the 10 Imperial Strikes technique, the art of the supreme weapon, the weapon of heavenly destruction. The master of the Heavenly Palace, bending his arm at the elbow, raises his hand with his index and middle fingers extended. The energy emanating from them takes the form of a blade. He says he thought the guy was smart, but apparently there's no intelligence here at all. He directs the energy blade at the opponent. Ma Cheonso uses the same move, and 2 such blades appear in his hands. He applies the 10 Imperial Strikes technique, Supreme Strike. He uses the World Annihilation technique against the enemy, unleashing simply incredible power on him. The surface of the square is destroyed where the man stands, but he himself remains unharmed. The master of the Heavenly Palace says, when he just returned, he thought the guy could surprise, but still something was missing. Ma Cheonso clenches his teeth tighter. Drops of sweat stream down his face. He uses the Hour of Lethality, charge of the heavenly flame of the Demon Lord. The man in the mask rushes past the guy, delivering a tangible blow, although it seems he didn't even move his hand. He speaks, But now Ma Chonso is here, and he has aimed his weapon at him. A blow to the back forces the young leader to drop his weapon. Energy light pierces his body, bursting out of the chest cavity. A pillar of energy literally pins the guy to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Master of the Heavenly Palace, hovering above the square in a dazzling glow of energy, asks, how can he not be amazed? Ma Chonso lies in the crater, catching his breath. He says it seems strange to him. But hadn't they met? The man in the mask replies, he heard that the guy lost his memory. Apparently he forgot everything in the world. He assumes that Ma Chonso was too scared by the clash with reality. That's just how he is. That's why he didn't single him out. He throws the truth in the face of the surprised guy. He himself came to the Heavenly Palace, and then foolishly tried to escape. Ma Chonso replies that just because he lost his memory, it doesn't mean he can say whatever he wants. Why would he work with him? The man says that's not what he should be asking. The past cannot simply be erased. He chose the Heavenly Palace and followed that path. Extending his hand to the guy, the master says, now let him give an answer. Is he ready to join forces with the Heavenly Palace? Ma Chonso asks, if he agrees, will that person save the lives of his family and friends? The man answers, if the guy wishes, he will allow the small Min Palace to avoid a sad fate. Ma Chonso says, he thinks that he misunderstood him. He states that he is the leader of the Min cult. The Min cult is his family. Rising to his feet and approaching the master, the guy, enveloped in purple-black energy, says that he will not give him a single soul. He recalls a conversation with the priestess. Ma Chonso asks, probability of victory? The woman sitting on the floor answers, about 10%. The guy repeats, 10%? And she is not the type to risk her life for the impossible. So how to win? The priestess answers, what is considered the basis of most martial arts? The art of the Demon Lord. Their supreme formation of the Dark Demon Lord temporarily enhanced the guy's abilities. She adds, so, he will create the formation right here. Ma Chonso, emerging from the vortex, takes a fighting stance, clutching daggers in his hands. A demon woven from energy above his head stretches its lipless mouth into a wide smile. Ma Chonso says, if he hasn't chosen a spot in the cemetery yet, then so be it. He will show kindness and bury him right here. Lightning bursts from the eyes of the young leader as he says that the price will be his life, and he would like to receive payment immediately. Darkness thickens over the square. Ma Chonso uses the technique Supreme Heavenly Dark Lord, Inevitable Prison of Flame. Black energy with purple flashes covers everything around. The master of the Heavenly Palace watches as Ma Chonso climbs out of the pile of stones into which the square's pavement has turned under his collapsed body. Purple-black energy around the boy grows. Flashes of inner energy burst from Ma Chonso's eyes, completely flooding his eyes, shining through the mask's slits. The boy declares that the price will be the life of the master of the Heavenly Palace, and he would like to receive payment right now. He uses the technique of the Supreme Heavenly Lord of Darkness, the Inevitable Prison of Flame. Dark energy quickly fills all the surrounding space. The master of the Heavenly Palace descends onto the square opposite Ma Chonso. The young leader hears someone calling him, Chagak. He turns back. Mo Yeonhui rushes to him, saying that he delivered the Heavenly Dragon Plate and the message to the kitty. Then the man asks, is that him? Ma Chonso answers, yes. The others are fighting the small palace Min. The boy thinks that Mo Yeonhui executed the plan they devised before coming to the Palace of Heavenly Flame. He feels calmer, but immediately a blast wave throws their bodies into the air. Ma Chonso glances at the huge breach in the wall behind him, thinking, such a powerful force capable of breaking the barrier? He realizes the opponent is on a completely different level. He thinks that, moreover, this is not even the full power of the Master of the Heavenly Palace. He sighs. How much this annoys him. Ma Chonso uses a series of 10 strikes of the Demon Lord, and then the Supreme Strike. He uses the Moon Rift, and 2 streams of power entwining each other rush toward the opponent. A man in a mask waves his hands, spreading the streams to the sides, and they flow around him from both sides. The Master of the Heavenly Palace thinks, it seems he is still the successor of the Demon Lord, despite his incompleteness. Meanwhile, Ma Chonso attacks him from behind. Raising his leg to strike, he says that the Master's gaze annoys him. How much longer will he look down on him? The guy performs the Wind Dragon Kick. At the point of impact, clouds of dust rise, and cracks spread across the square's surface. Ma Chonso decides that it's time to use the strongest technique he knows. He uses the Hour of Lethality, the strike of the Demon Lord's Legion. Then comes the turn of the lightning fury of the dragon. Purple-black energy forms and takes the shape of a dragon, with its gaping maw rushing toward the master. The dragon's head opens its mouth wider, intending to engulf the man. The master of the Heavenly Palace delivers a precise strike to the energy monster. An explosion sounds. Ma Chonso is surprised. Impossible! A stream of radiant energy rushes toward the struck guy. He asks, how? How can he use the Demon Lord's 10 strikes technique? Ma Chonso peers at his opponent, thinking, Something is not right here. Behind him appears Mo Younghui and calls out to him, "Gak!" Energy strikes Mo Younghui, and from the man's lips bursts. "Ah!" Ma Cheonso desperately shouts, "Hui!" and reaches out to his friend. The master of the heavenly palace decisively heads towards him, saying that nothing will change even with the presence of his Jianshi. A scream is heard, and the master raises his gaze upwards. Banya, surrounded by darkness, stands with his hand raised above his head. Streams of dark energy emanate from him. He says their night will be long and divine, and his, dark and tormenting. Let everyone know that at the end of this night only they will survive. He says he permits the blood purge, and his warriors in masks rush forward. When the leader of the demon cult, Ma Tapen, broke the promise given to the master of the heavenly palace, Banya activated the spell. It worked even on the spies whom the master of the heavenly palace sent to the court of heavenly flame. Murderous energy flared in their eyes, and they attacked the people around them. Yusoha orders the people not to leave their positions. She will deal with the spies herself. The master of the heavenly palace understands that Banya resorted to extreme measures. He asks, "Does this mean that Ma Tapen does not intend to give him the dragon form? Then he will have to answer for it." The man shifts his gaze to Ma Cheonso, saying, "What a pity." Raising his hand, he adds that he has just lost the right to become the leader of the cult. He rushes at the guy with his hand raised for a strike and shouts, "Die!" The master delivers a blow, but Ma Cheonso blocks it with his hands, in which he holds daggers. Coughing bursts from his mouth along with splashes of blood. The guy thinks, is dodging attacks all he can do, despite the strengthening of internal energy, or the construction of the supreme demon of darkness? He realizes that somehow the energy of the construction has weakened. He needs to finish this battle as soon as possible. Ma Cheonso's attention is drawn to the hourglass on the master's belt. He thinks that he does not necessarily have to defeat the master of the heavenly palace. Using telepathy, he addresses Mo Younghui, saying that the hourglass on the belt of the master of the heavenly palace is his weakness. It is the hourglass of heavenly flame. If they destroy it, he will die. Mo Younghui replies, "It seems he will fall before they manage that, but there is no other way." Compared to Yang Ren and Ya Yulchin, he is on a completely different level. He promises to help the guy as before. Delivering a counterattack, Ma Cheonso asks the master, "Who is he to decide who becomes the leader of the cult?" The man says he should ask that question to his father. He is the one who sacrificed them. Surrounded by purple-black energy, Mo Younghui, attacking him from behind, exclaims, "He underestimated him because he is just a Jianshi demon lord?" The man in the mask, looking back at him, casually waves his hand and, calling him a pathetic creature, orders him not to interfere. The master swings his fist-clenched hand and strikes him. He is stopped by a voice behind him. Apparently, he is really so confident that he allows himself to be distracted. Ma Cheongso, using the series 10 Strikes of the Demon Lord, Enlightenment of the Supreme Sword and Rending Splash, strikes from behind. The master wonders how to understand this. He heard that Mo Younghui only recently became a Jianshi of the Demon Lord. Reflecting the attacks of Ma Cheongso and Mo Younghui, he thinks, it feels as if they have been fighting together for more than a decade. The young leader again uses the series 10 Strikes of the Demon Lord, Supreme Strike. Then, Lunar Rift. Mo Younghui strikes from the other side. The master, defending himself, reminds, he already said that nothing will change. Looking with eyes filled with bright energy radiance, he adds, no matter how hard Ma Cheongso tries. The master of the heavenly palace surrounds himself with a protective energy flow, simultaneously attacking Mo Younghui. His energy, like a giant blade, crashes down on the Jianshi of the Demon Lord. Ma Cheongso thinks, I knew it. It's not that he mastered the technique of 10 strikes. The guy understands. This is a martial art that ricochets the opponent's power back 10 times stronger. He exchanges glances with Mo Younghui. Ma Cheongso asks the master, the legendary martial art Great Shift of the Universe? He replies, he recognized it? Impressive. Then he is sure the guy already knows how the fight will end. The master suggests he stop resisting and accept his fate. Mo Enhui, using thought speech, asks, so what does he intend to do? If this is truly the Great Shift of the Universe, then this art is flawless. There is no point in continuing the fight. Ma Cheonso replies, no, there is a point. Let him continue to attack. The young leader adds, he has a plan. He again uses a series of 10 strikes of the Demon Lord, Enlightenment of the Supreme Sword, then Rending Splash. Ma Cheonso and Mo Enhui attack the master of the heavenly palace from both sides. Mo Enhui, swinging a hand surrounded by a purple aura, shouts that he will burn him to ashes. The man in the mask throws one hand to meet the young leader's attack, and with the other blocks the strike of his Jianshi. Waving his hand, the master delivers a chopping blow, enhanced by his energy, and Mo Enhui's body is thrown into the air. The master of the heavenly palace says, how foolish. Did he think he would win by persisting? The Jiangxi of the Demon Lord is still just Jiangxi. He promises to tear the guy to pieces. Ma Cheonso mentally addresses his friend, too early, then commands, go, Manhwa exclaims. Gak! The guy uses the series of 10 blows of the Demon Lord, Supreme Blow, Lunar Rift. Energy, directed by the dagger, rushes towards the opponent. He mentally addresses the master of the Heavenly Palace, saying that he might know a lot about Ma Cheonso. He is sure that he knows him better than he does. But there is something he does not know about himself. Hour of lethality. Time has slowed down and he sees everything more clearly. He realizes that incredible energy is contained within the body of the master of the Heavenly Palace. He sees this energy passing through his entire body and attracting yin-yang. The guy thinks he is the son of the master of the Murim Alliance and the leader of the Dragon Storm Squad. And, at that moment, the master throws his hand forward, directing an energy strike at the guy, saying, "Die!" A smile appears on the lips of the young leader, reminding himself that he is the star of the 10 blows. Yang Chagak. The ghost of Yang Chagak stands behind Ma Cheonso. The guy thinks he can master any art if he has seen it 10 times. He slowly waves his hand, realizing that he has no time to perfect it. He forms a small energy sphere between his hands, and then says, "The master also has taste," and throws the sphere at the man, using the great shift of the universe. The man in the mask is stunned. How did he manage? The guy realizes that he has a chance to break through the opponent's flawless defense. His energy strikes the master, and he screams. Rushing towards the master, the guy calls Manhwa, urging him to act. He rushes forward, saying, "All right, it's time to finish this." They use the technique of the 10 strikes of the Demon Lord, combat limit of the 5th claw. The Fang Strike, enhanced by the energy of friends, crashes down on the master, causing him to stagger. Then a blinding explosion sounds. Ma Cheonso, whose upper garment is burned, and whose arms and torso are covered with numerous abrasions, sits among a pile of stones and broken boards. The master's voice is heard. To create something like this and hope for luck. How foolish. The man in the mask says that he approves of every martial art of the Min cult. He asks to be told where Ma Cheonso learned the technique of the 10 imperial strikes. A trickle of blood flows from the corner of the guy's mouth. He says that he realized it very late, but he remembers how he understood that he did not necessarily have to kill the master of the Heavenly Palace. Ma Cheonso remembered that the main thing is his weakness. The heavenly hourglass. The guy with a devilish grin shows him the hourglass, which he holds rather carelessly in his outstretched hand. He adds, if he's so interested, he can find out the answer himself. He insults the man. A dazzling energy flares around the master, who screams, "No, stop!" A pillar of dazzling energy rushes over the guy, who raises his hand with the hourglass above his head. The guy sharply lowers his hand, smashing the watch against the stones, saying that he will stop only in hell. The hourglass shatters into many shards. Ma Teppan, enveloped in rich purple energy, stands among the bodies of dead warriors. A warrior in a devilish mask holding a sword in front of him says, "Let him accept the heavenly." His head literally explodes, splattering blood all around. Ma Teppan looks at his hand, from which a scar disappears, tearing off as shining particles from his skin, which immediately dissolve into the air. The leader says, finally he is free from the bonds. He raises his eyes burning with red fire and says, if he needs Heavenly Mountain so much, then let him take it. Banya, lying on the ground raising his head, asks, is he going to run away like a coward? What a wonderful cult leader. Ma Teppan's foot forcefully presses down on his hand. A scream of pain bursts from the mouth of the third elder. Continuing to press his foot on his wrist, Ma Teppan, enveloped in a blazing purple aura, says, apparently, he hasn't been battered enough. He didn't kill him only because he is not the one who should do it. And now let him go and deliver it to him. Ma Teppan says, since he has paid the debt, now it is his turn. He promised that on the day of his return he will wipe Heavenly Mountain off the face of the earth. Banya, lying on the ground, looking after the departing leader, shouts, haha, he will remember this, remember, and will constantly repeat to himself. Ma Teppan, without looking back, says, that's right. The leader stops and looks at the settlement lying at his feet. He thinks that he had to make such a decision in order to free himself. He continues to ponder. If they had followed his order and started fighting the Heavenly Palace, he would have remained bound by the promise. Therefore, he had to neutralize the master of the Palace of Pleasure. But even then, a squad of warriors runs through the valley, with Khan Soso on the back of one of them. Ayultaka is carrying Bloody Master on himself. The youth's eye is swollen, and scratches are visible on his face. But he smiles and says, saw that? He did pretty well, didn't he? Yulteshik replies, be quiet. He still has a lot to learn to catch up to his level of boasting. Ayultak reproaches him. How rude he is. In front of the gates of the small Min Palace stand Dan Chonghak with his daughter, Chi Hami, and Ilharan. Dan Yehua grumpily asks, isn't she from the Palace of Pleasures? The one who flirted with the young leader? Chi Hami pretends to laugh, denying everything. No, she is from the small Min Palace. The girl tugs at the sleeve of the puzzled Ilharan, demanding that she confirm it. The sword demon demands that the daughter behave with dignity. Let her use the sword instead of words. Chon Semin, pointing to a squad of warriors radiating poisonous green energy, asks the master of the Palace of Poison if they could move a little further away from them. What if their Chon Biran gets poisoned? Donban Il tells the young man that apparently it's good to have such a caring master. Chon Biran replies that he doesn't really care much about him. He's more afraid of getting poisoned himself. Il Karan joyfully welcomes his father carrying Yayultak on his back. Dan Yeva greets the approaching John Semin, Donban Il, and John Biran. Ma Teppan says, addressing the young leader who is far from him at this time, he has gathered many followers. Not bad. Moving away from the settlement, Ma Teppan wonders. But will they understand that his bonds have loosened? And Ma Chichonso, like a young leader. Ayultak says they are here. But where is the young leader? Meanwhile, Ma Chongso enjoys smashing the hourglass. Everything is finally over. They have won. The master will finally disappear. He must disappear. The young leader is sure of this. Right now, he needs to save the members of his palace. So why hasn't he disappeared yet? The guy jumps up and rushes forward with a scream. His body turns into energy. An explosion sounds, and clouds of dust rise into the air. The master of the heavenly palace continues to stand motionless, arms crossed over his chest, surrounded by a light aura of shining energy. He throws his hand in the direction from which the dust clouds are crawling toward him. The master asks Yusoho, "Is it her doing? What did she do?" The woman standing behind him answers, "What could a miserable person like her do? It must be the work of the god of heavenly flame." The master says, "She exchanged the child's life for an hourglass. How foolish." Yusoho replies, "But she slowed down time, right? Now he won't be able to seize the dragon form, and without the hourglass it will be hard for him to maintain his shell. He will have to hide for many years." The master, turning to her, says, "How audacious. Did Ma Teppan come up with this?" The woman says, "Who knows? But he shouldn't worry. When the leader of the cult becomes the one you want to see as leader, everything goes as planned. She will take care of it." The master says that she has once again managed to avoid death. Yusoho, bowing her head, answers, "Until it is her time to act." The man says, "Let her keep in mind that no matter what she tries to do, the outcome will not change." The woman answers, "Of course." The master of the heavenly palace disappears. In the place where he just stood, only a trace of dark smoke remains. Taking a step forward, Yusoho says that he managed to get the hourglass at the very last moment. Amazing. Looking at the settling clouds of dust, the priestess says that she lied 3 times to the young leader. First, she never worked with the heavenly palace. She used them. The woman says that she serves only the leader of the cult. The formation of the supreme heavenly demon of darkness was not applied by chance during the heavenly festival, and she knew that everything would end exactly like that. She adds, "Secondly, the Ancient One is not immortal at all. He is merely an evil spirit that creates suitable shells from sand in the hourglass. But even so, he is on his last breath, and without the dragon form he will die. Thirdly, the 5 sacred instruments are not something that anyone who has mastered Yang Qi can control. Only those who have inherited the true energy of the Demon Lord. The sacred hourglass is the key that will allow him to see the past." Yusoho, kneeling down, says that he will see the past unknown to him and find out why everything happened exactly like that. The priestess says, "Her sins. If he can return, then she will gladly answer for them." On the city streets, passers-by hurry about their business. In the tavern, a discussion is underway. A question is asked. Have they heard the news? In response comes, "What news? About another slaughter in the small palace of mine?" "Heard it. The murder of the young leader with a bunch of rebels. Shouldn't have been so greedy. Oh, those little people." The interlocutor says, "No, not those." A question sounds. "Then which ones?" The man who started the conversation says that the first elder, Hon Raksha, dealt with those who stood behind the murder, sorted out Yayulchin, and became the new leader. That is why the Heavenly Sower became the new chief strategist, and announced that the Min cult awaits changes. The man sitting with him at the same table is surprised. "What?" The interlocutor, raising a glass to his lips, says that Yayulchin will rot in the demon cave all his life, and the other masters, every single one, left Heavenly Mountain. So now they really are no longer in the Min 7 Palace's cult. The man sitting next to him looks puzzled. He says, "That's for sure. But aren't the new leaders going to restore everything? After all, they are part of the 9 main sects." The person telling the news answers angrily. He thinks no one will. And they say that anyone, even a commoner, will be allowed to take important positions if he deserves it. He adds that the elders have taken the lead and are now remaking everything. This is a chance for them. He is thinking of supporting them. Two of his friends exchange glances. Voices reach the man pouring a drink from a bottle into a glass at the neighboring table. One of the men asks, "Really?" And the one who told the news answers, "Does he really think he will lie to him when he buys him food? By the way, let him not forget that he pays." The interlocutor is clearly surprised. "What?" Hyun Mu, no longer hiding her face under the mask, places the bottle on the table and, laying her head beside it, sighs. Everything is ruined. Everything is irreversibly ruined. A voice reaches her. It seems she has drunk a lot. The girl waves her hand, saying she doesn't know. Let him not bother her and just leave. She doesn't care. The person who disturbed her giggles and says that he does care. Hyun Mu, raising her head, replies, "She said." Seeing who stands before her, the girl falls silent. She lets out a scream, and drops of sweat run down her face. The girl looks shocked. The master of the palace of Zaboya, whose eyes shining through the mask slits sparkle with red energy, says with a wide smile, "If she tried to hide, she should have tried harder. Doesn't she think so?" Hyun Mu trembles with fear. Oh, slips from her lips. Guyan Ren, leaning toward her, brings his index finger to his lips, saying, "Quiet." The master of the palace of Zaboya says, he heard that Ya Yulchin killed the young leader, and also that others helped him and fled from Heavenly Mountain together with the successor. Sitting at the table opposite the girl and smiling ominously, Guyan Ren says, "But why did this news not satisfy him at all? Let him tell him." A red aura surrounds the young master's body. Hyun Mu replies, "It seems he was mistaken. They never met, and she knows nothing." Guyan Ren laughs unpleasantly. "Is that so? That's very bad. If she really doesn't know, she won't get away with it." The girl replies, "Well, then she will probably go." She apologizes and, standing up, heads to the door. The master of the palace of Zaboya, whose energy blazes with a blood-red light, orders everyone to get out of here. Immediately, everyone rushes to the door. Warriors of the palace of Zaboya watch the people. Guyan Ren says, "Everyone except her." The warriors close the door in front of Hyun Mu. The girl sits on a stool with the most miserable look. Tears shine in her eyes. She asks, why is he doing this to her? The master of the Zaboy palace, having calmed down, throws his legs on the table and says he gives her 5 seconds to bring him the kitty. 5. The girl replies that she doesn't know who he is talking about. "It's true." Guyan Ren says, 4. Hyun Mu exclaims, "Even if he does that, she really doesn't know." The response is 3. The girl protests. How can she bring someone she doesn't know? Guyan Ren continues to count. 2. Hyun Mu bursts into tears, begging for mercy. The master of the Zaboy palace says, 1. Red energy flares around him with renewed strength. He draws a dagger. The girl jumps up from the chair, gracefully turning around. She faces him, now wearing a cat mask, saying, "Ta-da! The special envoy kitty at your service." Guyan Ren giggles, as lively as always. Hyun Mu sits down next to him and asks, "So why is he here?" Guyan Ren replies that he needs to find a person. The elders, in his opinion, have become completely insolent. The girl says that the palace of Zaboya itself is also looking for people. In response, the master hands her a sheet of paper. Laying it on the table, he slides it to her. Taking the paper, Hyun Mu asks, "What is this?" He answers, "Just let her read it." Hyun Mu unfolds the message and reads it. In it, Ma Chonso proposes to Guyan Ren to make a deal. If anything happens to him, let him protect Dan Yehua instead. He will be able to find her with the help of a cat who has an incredible intuition. If he does this for him, Ma Chonso promises that he will be able to repay him properly. The girl says that an important person gave him the note. Guyan Ren, playing with daggers, replies, disparaging Ma Chonso, that he sent him a letter and ran away. He asks, "Isn't that strange?" Then adds that this matter smells rotten, just like his master. Everyone insists that Ma Chonso is dead. Hyun Mu asks, "But isn't his master alive?" He killed him after all. The girl falls silent. The red aura flares again around the master of the palace of Zaboy. Smiling sinisterly, he says, he thinks that he is alive. Hyun Mu raises her hand to attract his attention. She informs him that Lady Yewa has left Heavenly Mountain. They will have to go quite far to catch up with her. Guyan Ren is happy. That's good. He was already getting bored. Leaving the tavern after the girl, he says that in any case she owes him. Let her lead him to her. Hyun Mu, clearly not enthusiastic, plaintively says that she wants to go to her mother. Meow. On that day, the palace of Zaboja disappeared from Heavenly Mountain without a trace. The hourglass falls onto the stone pavement of the square and shatters. A naked man, crossing his arms on his chest, pulling his knees to his chin and lowering his head low onto his chest, hovers in a glow of energy. He thinks he dreamed a dream, a very long dream. Endless stories that he told him while he was imprisoned in the chains of the black flame. Someone's face flashes in visions. His thoughts continue their lazy flow. He believes that all of them were either a product of his imagination or a prediction of the future. But in reality, it does not matter. Cult of Min. Moonlight illuminates the palace of Min. The chief strategist, the supreme demonic intelligence of the Min cult, Tai Ganjin writes hieroglyphs on a scroll. A question reaches her. Does she ever get tired? The woman raises her eyes. She sees before her the left emissary of Min, Chang Hogan. Tai Ganjin asks, how long has he been here? The man answers. She was so focused on work that she did not even notice him. Does she really have that much work? Stretching, the woman says. Every day more people disappear on the peak of the earth. She contacted the palace of the supporting sword. Apparently they do not even have any leads yet. Chang Hogan replies that the leader of the cult himself could handle this, considering that he has not even left the mountain. She is overworking herself. The man approaches Taeganjin, and they both sigh. The woman asks, but what is he doing here at such an hour? The man says, he did not expect that the Bloodmaster Asura would behave like that. He heard that she was very upset by this outcome. Taeganjin replies, everything is fine. He made his choice. What can she do? Chang Hogan says, and that is true, well, he does not think that everything is that bad. The Bloodmaster has always opposed violence. Taeganjin asks, is he talking about the young leader? Chan Hogan sighs, young leader? What a pathetic demon killer. Cult of Min, small palace of Min. A scream is heard. In the room, an overturned flower pot with a plant lies on the floor. A voice sounds, assuring that its owner is very sorry. The young leader, a teenage boy whose eyes shine with red energy, and a smile flickers on his lips, clutching a bloodied dagger in his hand, asks, is he upset? Before him, a trembling old man and a girl kneel. The elderly man says it was a mistake. He did not think the pot would break. He never would have thought. The young master replies. He knows that he took good care of the flowers. The young leader, sitting down, brings the dagger to the old man's face, saying, but does he know that if an orchid is broken even once, it will never bloom again? He pierces the elderly man's throat with the dagger. Blood spurts. The young master repeats, never. He pulls the knife out of the old man's body. In his eyes, blazing with red flames, madness dances. A wide smile stretches his lips, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He says, that's why he should have been more careful. The young leader examines the wound, saying, I wonder if the knife went deep enough. The elderly man, pressing his head to the floor, groans. A trickle of blood flows from the corner of his lips. The boy says, why is he grabbing his hand? He should have stopped the bleeding. Yes, right here. The young master's attention is drawn to something, and sparks flash in his eyes. He looks at the trembling maid, who is afraid even to move, though the blood flowing on the floor stains the wide sleeve of her garment. A voice is heard addressing the young leader. A man named Hen No asks for permission to enter. The young leader says, of course. The maid rises and bows her head. The old man's body still convulses in agony. The steward of the small palace Min Hen No enters the room. He reports that the new palace guard greets the young leader. Behind him stands a young man, frowning at what is happening. The new guard enters the room and leans over the old man. His palm rests on the face of an elderly man, covering his nose and mouth. The old man utters incoherent sounds for a few moments, then his eyes close. His body stops trembling and relaxes. The guard turns to the young gentleman and says that he handles the knife well. He shifts his gaze to the weapon in the boy's hands and adds, but if he uses such a huge blade, he might hurt himself. Standing on one knee, the guard extends to him a knife in its sheath on his palms. He asks him to use this from now on. Machonso takes the offering and asks, what is his name? The guard, respectfully bowing his head, answers, Sun. Pulling the knife out of the sheath and examining it carefully, the young master thoughtfully says, Sun. Turning away, he addresses Hen No, a tall man of mighty build, telling him to provide the guard with lodging. The young leader sits down on the bench, and the steward, hoisting the old man's body onto his shoulder and heading towards the door, says, it will be done. The young man watches him with his gaze. The rays of the setting sun are reflected in his eyes. New members were joining the small palace of Min, managed by a young leader, who was nicknamed the Little Demon of the Min cult. At night, a scream comes from the small palace of Min. Sanzan flings open the door, exclaiming, young leader? He decides that someone attacked him. He sees the young leader sitting in bed with his back to the entrance. The guard asks, is he okay? The young leader, without turning around, answers, let him leave. Worried, Sansan says, young leader. The young man sits on the bed, hugging himself with his arms. In one hand he clutches the knife given to him by the guard. Suddenly the young leader sharply turns around and blazing with a purple aura, shouts, "Away!" At the same time, the knife flies toward the guard. Sanson barely manages to dodge to the side, and the knife flies past. He raises his head and looks at the knife stuck in the wall. Sanson realizes that this is the dagger he gave to the young leader. Books, vases, and other small objects fly at Sanson. A scream sounds. "Away!" The guard raises his hand, protecting his face. He thinks, this brat. He has heard a lot about him. Sanson thinks that the young leader is really crazy. During the day, the tired and exhausted guard sits in the yard on a chair. He thinks, why does time crawl so slowly? He remembers how the young leader, seeing the food brought to him, immediately overturned the tray. Then he splashed the healing herbal decoction in the servant girl's face, and even tried to stab her. He barely held him back, Sanson thinks, and he is not the only one so strange. He remembers the servant girl gathering dishes from the floor onto the tray. The woman, displeased with his attention, says, if he is not going to help, then let him go outside and gather herbs instead of staring at her. The guard asks, can he help her with anything? She says, what can he help her with such terrible hands? Is he completely stupid? Sanson wonders, why is everyone so angry? This man Henno is the same. He remembers the giant who, crossing his arms on his chest, said that he would get used to everything. The guard thinks, get used to it. He just wants to finish his work as soon as possible and go back. A hunched old man approaches him. The servant of the small palace Min. Old man back. He asks Sanson, is he all right? The guard, without looking at him, answers, all right. The servant says he doesn't have to lie. At first, everyone is shocked. Sanson says he is not shocked. Rather, he is confused. Old man back, sitting down next to him, says, it's because he is tormented by nightmares. The guard asks again, nightmares? The servant says that this is the reason for his constant bad mood, and that is why Sanson was assigned to guard his chambers. The guard remembers how he barely dodged a knife and thinks, it seems anyone who has not learned martial arts would have died right there on the spot. Sanson introduces himself, stating his name. The old man says he can just call him Mr. Bak. The guard says, yesterday it seemed there were many people here, but today almost no one is left. The servant explains that the young leader does not like it when there are many people here. Therefore, they come only when necessary. The guard thinks, the old man who managed the household here was forced to leave yesterday, so there are only 6 people here, including himself. He says, there are 12 different dwellings here, but all are abandoned except the one where the young leader lives. Old man back says that once there were many people here, but they all died. He laughs. Sanson decides that for now he will just observe. As soon as he receives the secret order, and the target is chosen, a finger is poking into his back. Sanson's reaction is instantaneous. Drawing his blade from the sheath, he sharply turns around, shouting, who is there? He sees a sleepy young leader in front of him, who says he wants to go out for a walk. He does not want to sleep anymore. The young leader turns away and leaves. Yawning, he tells him to get ready. Sanson replies, okay. The guard watched the young master go, thinking, is this a coincidence? How did the child approach him so unnoticed? Cult of Min, Water Peak, Market. Many people bustle between the stalls with goods. The man tosses a coin into the air, then catching it in his palm, exclaims, come on, heads or tails, choose. The chance is 50-50. The young leader, crossing his arms on his chest, says, eagle. The boy is sitting on a chair at the table, and opposite him stands a man flipping a coin. He says that their little master chose heads and suggests taking a look. He opens his palms and shows the coin, saying, oh no, tails. What a pity. He will have to take the money. The young leader rises from the chair. His aura acquires a crimson-red color. He orders the guard to kill the man. Sanson, standing behind, leans to his ear and suggests returning. He says there are too many people here. The young man objects. He did not lose. This man cheated. Meanwhile, the man, sticking out his tongue, wiggles his hips, performing something resembling a dance. The young leader suggests the guard watch how he behaves. Sanson mentally curses. He does not know how the young man noticed, but when the man caught the coin, an eagle fell out. He is right that this man cheated. The guard says that this man is just a petty swindler who lives by deceiving others. There is even a proverb about a 2-headed bird that died thinking it would live well without one head. One should not make killing a habit. It could cost him his life. The man exclaims indignantly, petty swindler? Ah, he is pathetic. The young leader says, all right. Sanson is surprised. Did it really work? In the young lord's eyes, bloodthirsty sparks ignite, and the aura blazes again with a bloody red light. He orders the guard to kill the cheat. Sanson thinks, no. He understood nothing at all. Sanson says he cannot. He is a guard, not a killer. A smile appears on the young man's face. Exactly. So, the guard? He reaches out his hand to the fire blazing on the stand and takes a burning log. Laughing, the young leader runs along the market row, setting fire to the stalls with goods. He shouts that it burns well. Shouts are heard. "Fire! Catch him!" Sanson is stunned. He had heard rumors about the young leader's recklessness, but a tall man with a shaved head and a huge sword exclaims, looking at the dispersing young man. How was he raised by his parents, that he dares to behave like this at his age? He shouts that he needs to talk to his parents. The young leader stops and, smirking, replies that he has no mother. The man says, "What? The boy is a daredevil. Is that why he grew up like this?" In response, it sounds, "Yes, idiot." The man angrily shouts that he will kill him now, to which the young leader replies, "Nonsense!" Swinging the blade, the warrior curses him and says, he destroyed his business and must pay for it. Lowering the blade, the man thinks that the boy looks like a spoiled child from a noble family. He just wants to scare him. The young leader smiles and looks back, searching with his eyes for Sansan. He is clearly having fun, and his smile becomes even wider. Red sparks light up in the boy's eyes. After all, the guard must protect him. The guard looks at him stunned, realizing that the young leader is not just some reckless troublemaker. He is a real demon. The young leader looks triumphantly at Sansan, realizing that he forced him to act as he wished. The guard did not expect such cunning from him, and it is written on his face. Sansan immediately throws a knife and disarms the warrior. The happening amuses the boy. The guard deflects the blows raining down on him. Delivering strikes to the right and left, he swiftly moves toward the target. After a few moments, the bodies of the people lie on the ground, fire blazing around. And Sansan holds the man by the chest, who is practically lying on the ground, trying to decide whether to deliver another blow or not. The young leader laughs, and he really knows how to defend himself. The guard angrily asks, "What has he done? He could have died." The boy bends down and picks up the blade, saying, "But he didn't die." He walks, dragging the weapon behind him so that its tip touches the ground. The man who is tossing the coin lies on the ground, holding his head and cursing. The young leader presses the blade to his throat. The crook begs not to be killed. He promises to return all the money. The boy interrupts him, saying that now he will be the one asking the questions. He adds, if the man answers correctly, he will live. If incorrectly, he will die. Not bad, right? The man hiccups fearfully. Sansan, hiding the knife behind his belt, looks at the young leader, thinking, no mercy, no common sense, only inexplicable cruelty. How can he even be the young leader of the Min cult? It would be better to get rid of him right now. Meanwhile, the boy, crouching down and still holding the blade to the man's throat, sadly says, "There once lived a foolish cutthroat. The crook doesn't understand what that means." A questioning pardon slips from his lips. The young leader looms over his victim, saying that he earned his living by deceiving people. But one day he suddenly decided to kill his boss. The man fearfully asks, why did he need to do that? The boy explains, greed blinded everything. In general, the boss was also quite nasty, but he had another subordinate. He laughs, then says, and now the question. He presses the blade harder against the man's neck, forcing him to tilt his head back. Red sparks flash in the eyes of the young leader. The boy asks, who is he? The one who tried to kill the boss, or the one who tried to help him? Sweat is pouring down the man's face. He struggles to say something, but he can't manage anything. Foam begins to come from his mouth, and his eyes roll back. The young leader sharply looks back. Beaten people watched him, among whom was a bald-headed strongman. The boy is looking at the people. Sansan, watching him from the side, wonders, where is he looking? The guard understands that he was definitely looking at someone specific. Some man in a cloak turns around and disappears into the crowd. The blade falls to the ground. A boy's voice is heard. What a bore. Passing by Sansan, the young leader says that he is leaving. Then glancing at the guard, whose hand grips the handle of the knife at his belt, he says, and the proverb he mentioned earlier, walking between the burning stalls and not looking back at the guard, the young leader continues to speak, the one about the bird with 2 heads and 1 body. If one head dies, the other does too. Let him think about what could have happened to him if he had died, since Sansan is his guard. The young man frowns. Did he really notice? That look. He was definitely ready to kill. Looking after the boy walking away, he thinks. A soul-chilling gaze of bloodlust. A broad smile appears on the face of the young leader. The guard wonders. What is he up to? At night, a scream is heard from the house again. Sansan, flinging open the doors, asks, what happened? He sees a maid lying on the floor, and the young leader standing over her, with eyes glowing red. The boy exclaims, she touched the food with her finger while arranging it. He demands that the guard cut off her finger. Sansan thinks he is just a crazy thug. Today, the young leader demanded to cut off the maid's finger because she accidentally touched the food. When Sansan took the knife from him, he overturned the table and tried to use a shard of a broken bowl. In the end, the cook whipped the maid with a whip. The cook's facial expression did not change even once during this time. The guard continues writing. It was a mistake to think this would resolve the situation. It would have been much better to cut off the maid's finger. The demonic freak laughed the whole time while she was being beaten, and didn't even blink when she passed out, demanding it to continue. Sanson attaches the message to the raven's paw. Looking after the flying bird, he thinks that since his arrival here, he has felt terrible. 3 months is too long a period. He will kill anyone who is chosen as a target. Standing by the window, he reflects that there is not a single normal person here. Neither the cook, who emotionlessly clears the table, nor the maid, who crawls on all fours when washing the floor. That is exactly why people call them the demonic cult. A scream sounds, notifying him that the young leader wants to unwind. Let him prepare. The guard shouts back, "Good, he is already coming." Sanson, appearing in the doorway, looks surprised. He sees the squad of the demon lord of the Min cult, who kneel and greet the young leader. The acting squad commander B-Seek introduces himself and reports that the leader is summoning him to the Min Palace. Red lights flash in the boy's eyes, but Ma Cheonso's face looks bored. Sanson thinks that the rumor about the young leader's tyranny in the market should reach the cult leader very quickly. Min Cult, Min Palace. The leader of the Min Cult, Ma Teppen, sits in a chair on a dais, resting his head on his hand. He looks displeased as he asks a question. Does he even have anything left in his head? The young leader does not feel guilty. He boldly answers, whatever it is clearly not what he wanted. Ma Teppen calls him rude. The boy replies that he knows this, but he did not call him here for that. Let him just say what he needs. Several other people are present in the huge hall, but they remain silent. The Lord, closing his eyes, says, he heard that he set fire to the market just because of some pathetic money. He adds that he stopped any talks on this topic among the followers, but if something like this happens again. In response, giggling is heard. Ma Teppen opens his eyes. He is clearly surprised. The young leader, throwing his head back, laughs loudly. His mad eyes shine with red energy. Left emissary Min Chan Hogan shouts angrily, "How does the young leader behave in the presence of the leader of the cult?" The young leader, glancing at him, replies, he doesn't think that one should meddle in this. The fist of the demon lord forcefully slams down on the armrest. Waves of angry energy, like ripples on water, spread across the hall. The aura of the cult leader turns red. The same red sparks ignite in his eyes. He angrily asks, what is he doing? The boy answers that he just wanted to put him in his place. Is that bad? The Lord asks again, in his place. The young leader confirms, yes, only they two talk. Who is he to interfere? He asks. Why can't the father be honest too? The boy's eyes blaze with red light. The space around him darkens. He spits out the words angrily. The father hates him because of the mother's death. He already knows that everyone here wishes him dead anyway. Left emissary Min Chan Hogan exclaims, "Young leader!" Chief strategist Tae Ganjin stops him, raising her hand before him. She asks the young leader to stop. How can one behave like this with the cult leader? Let him admit he was wrong and apologize. She reminds him of manners. The boy is clearly amused by what is happening. Is he wrong? Let him tell him what he was wrong about. The woman says, as the young leader, instead of remaining loyal to his duties, he harmed the followers and insulted. In response comes, enough or he will vomit now. The woman's eyes widen. Looking at her with huge eyes filled with red energy and smirking maliciously, the young leader says, yes, they are the main evil here. They have shut themselves in the Min Palace like rats and are plotting their intrigues. He admits he acted wrongly, since he didn't cut off their filthy tongues earlier. Purple energy tightens around his neck like a noose. The cult leader, approaching the air, controls the energy strangler. He orders the air to be silent and asks, does he think his privileges allow him to behave this way? The boy, continuing to stretch his lips into a malicious grin, asks, is he worried about a small thorn when his own heart is rotting? How long does he intend to avoid reality? Alone in the mountains, closing his eyes and ears? The young leader laughs. Master of Heavenly Mountain? Who cares about that title? A decaying role. He doesn't need it. The Lord is beside himself with anger. He raises his hand, wrapped in purple energy, to strike. Insulting words about the air burst from his lips. Tae Ganjin screams in fear. Cult leader! The Lord hears her quiet. Please. He tries to restrain his anger. Ma Teppen, using energy, pushes the boy away and orders, get out of his sight immediately. Bisek, standing behind, catches the young leader, preventing him from falling. The boy, sitting on the floor before the Demon Lord squad leader kneeling on one knee, sharply pulls his hand out of his palm. Squinting at the Lord and smiling cheerfully, he says, well then he will go. He mockingly says, Master of Heavenly Mountain. Ma Teppen heads to the chair. Red energy still blazes in his eyes. He weakly sinks into the chair and brings his hand to his head, saying that he showed himself in a terrible light. It is his fault that he could not raise his son properly. The left emissary Min Chan Hogan, bowing respectfully, says he is not to blame for this. The young leader was born with a thirst for blood. You cannot just sit and wait. One day will come when the young leader takes control of Heavenly Mountain. but he is completely unsuitable for this role. The emissary asks the leader to consider depriving his son of all rights. Ma Teppan shifts his gaze to the right emissary and asks for his opinion. The man replies that he agrees with the left emissary. The 7 palaces of the Min cult and the Council of Elders also express doubts about the young leader. This is not surprising, considering that he shows no initiative. They cannot hide him forever. Even now, they are only giving people more reasons to doubt him. Ma Teppan sighs. The right emissary thinks the same. The chief strategist says that depriving him of all rights would be... After a short pause, she continues speaking. This is too harsh a measure. The left emissary exclaims indignantly. Chief strategist? The woman explains. He is still young. And it is true that the cult of Min is held by strength, so it is even good that he shows such cruelty. Taganjin says they can teach him manners. Over time, he will get better. The Lord replies, Get better? He has already killed more than 20 people. Only harms the cult. It will be better just... The chief strategist exchanges a knowing glance with the cult leader and says, Then, a red aura flares around the overlord as he says, Then kill him. The cult leader, not waiting for an answer, asks, What? A smile appears on the woman's lips. She says that he still won't be able to. She knows that in his soul, that one is dearer to him than anyone else. Therefore, instead of constantly being angry with him and scolding him, he should find another way. The leader, frowning, listens as the chief strategist advises him to keep the boy close and take care of him. She believes that perhaps he will change if he grows up near his father. Ma Teppan asks, Do they think he will come here just because he said so? Yes, most likely he will just get angry. Maybe it would be better if he simply gives him everything he can and just disappears. The left emissary exclaims, Leader of the cult! Taganjin says, Then, how about this idea? The woman says, The boy is constantly in the company of people from the small Min palace, but he is still a child. What if they introduce him to kids his age? She heard that the elder sons of the master of the Bloody Palace and the Trade Palace are very gifted children. Why not invite them here and ask them to look after the young leader? Let him have some fun. Ma Teppan thinks. He says, Heirs of the 7 palaces. The chief strategist says that peaceful rule is good, but since the leader does not intend to punish his son, the masters of the palaces begin to resent it. The Elders' Alliance is also dissatisfied with the fact that he taught his son his martial arts. The woman adds, She is sure that the master of the Bloody Palace is very angry too. Maybe he will calm down a bit when he sees how close their children have become. The Lord replies, Sounds good, but will Machonso agree? He has always hated all these meetings. Taganjin, smiling, replies, Maybe. Rising from the chair and heading to the door, the Lord replies, Then she will take care of it, and let her send a message to Henno. He adds, What if Machonso harms any of the heirs of the 7 palaces? Everyone in the small Min palace faces death, not just his direct subordinates. The chief strategist replies, Fine, but where is he going? The answer is, to the pavilion. Following Ma Teppan, a voice says, Since he is here, why not spend time on other matters? The leader replies that he is leaving. The right emissary exclaims, What was the chief strategist even thinking? Bringing the young leader here. He must be stripped of all rights. The left emissary supports him. He is right. What if the leader of the cult really gives his position to the young leader? They cannot allow the young leader to become the leader of the cult. She wants to destroy the Min cult. Taganjin looks tired. Turning her head to them, the woman replies, Do they really think that stripping him of his rights is justified? They do not know the leader of the cult at all. The chief strategist says, As soon as he leaves the young leader, the Min cult will face the same fate. Do they want this? If not, they should stop attacking her. The left emissary shouts, How can he leave this matter? She herself said that only the strongest will prosper, right? Well said. Is there any meaning in her words if one knows that the young leader of the Min cult suffers from meridian disorder? Because of the meridian disorder, the young leader is unable to learn martial arts. This is his curse. No one could help him. The secret of his body could not be unraveled. Therefore, Ma Teppan hid the young leader and tried to distance himself from him. The left emissary says that there is no other way to cure the meridian disorder, except to teach the young leader the art of the Lord of the Northern Sea. But she knows what they must prevent, right? The dark art of the Lord of the Northern Sea is the heavenly art of the Ma family, which absorbs the energy of others to purify and use it as its own energy. Many young leaders absorbed the energy of the previous generation to become the leader of the cult. Ma Teppan was no exception. The chief strategist says, It would be good if this works, but what if the young leader cannot accept the energy? The left emissary replies, Then the cult leader will also die. They could lose the master of the heavenly mountain. Because of his condition, the young leader has a rather small chance to absorb the energy of the Lord of the Northern Sea. but he is sure there is a way out. Taganjin says it is already late, and they should go home. The emissaries try to object, but she sharply cuts them off and orders them to leave. Cheng Hogan sharply turns and, heading to the exit, angrily says, "Let them not try to stop him." The right emissary wants to say something to him, but he sharply cuts him off. He will handle it himself. The woman looks upset. A sigh escapes from her lips. A couple of days passed. Maybe because Ma Cheonso changed so quickly, or he just calmed down. But except for the now usual cries at night, it was quiet in the small Min Palace. Ma Cheonso does not like whims. He prefers cleanliness. He reads poetry and tends to flowers. Books lie on the table, and next to it on another small table, flower pots. That's all. Perhaps because of his terrible behavior he did not notice. But now everything indicates that he likes to organize leisure well. Today he watered only 5 of the 6 orchids, and Sansana was overcome with curiosity. The guard asks, why doesn't he water the last flower? The boy, without looking back, answers because he doesn't want to. Sansan says, "Excuse me?" Pointing at the withered flower, the boy says, "The tips of the flower have yellowed and bent even lower to the ground. He tried everything he could, but he didn't get better. That means he doesn't want it." Sansan asks, "But in such cases, shouldn't you take better care of it?" Ma Cheonso explains, "Even if a person wants to care for the flower, if the plant doesn't need it, the person only makes it worse." The guard inquires, "Then why does he grow them at all?" The young leader answers, maybe to try to understand its thoughts. Sansan was already surprised just that he answered his questions, but all his words hardly revealed a boy who was about to turn 10. Night. The guard sits in the yard on a chair. He reflects that even if that's the case, he is still a thug with a thirst for blood. A slight smile slips across his lips, eyes closed. From the outside it might seem that he is dreaming of something pleasant. Sansan opens his eyes. His expression becomes stern. What difference does it make who the young leader is? He just needs to wait for the order, carry it out, and disappear. Something makes him startle and become alert. Looking at the mansion, he wonders, did he really leave the door open? That can't be. Drawing the blade from behind his belt, he wonders, could it be? He quietly enters the building. Behind the frosted glass doors, the silhouette of a person raising a knife over a small figure sitting on the floor is visible. Sansan rushes forward with a cry, "Young leader!" He runs into the room, and both the woman with the knife and the young leader sitting on the floor look at him with surprise. Sansan is surprised. A servant? But why? The woman lowers the knife raised above her head, trying to kill the boy. The guard strikes the already lowering knife with his blade. He knocks the weapon out of her hands and pushes the maid away from the young leader. The woman jumps up and catches the knife. Sansan warns by throwing his hand forward. He recognizes that look. Looking at the woman attacking him, he thinks she has the look of a killer. The guard rushes forward and drives the blade into her body, beating her by fractions of a second. Blood spurts from the through wound. Sansan, standing with a bloodied blade in his hands, asks the boy, "Is he okay?" The boy utters one word, "Sword." The boy takes the blade and heads towards the woman. The maid sits, leaning her back against the door, clutching a wound on her chest with her hand. The young leader extends his hand and lifts her face by the chin. The boy's eyes flood with red murderous energy, and he delivers one sharp slicing strike. Blood splatters. Sansan is unpleasantly shocked by what is happening. Looking at the boy approaching him and the slumped woman behind him, the guard says she could have been saved. Ma Cheonso replies that he knows that. Sansan asks, "Then why did he kill her?" He says he had to find out why she tried to kill the young leader. Did she despise him, or was someone ordering her to do it? The boy answers, he knows that. Evil curling his lips, Sansan asks, "So why did he kill her?" He thinks, like a 10-year-old child. The boy says he knows all this. Red sparks flare again in his eyes, and in a completely different tone he adds, "Let him stop talking. It's not important." The guard reflects. How can he have such a sad face, soaked with loneliness? Sansan addresses the young leader, but he replies that he is tired and tells him to leave. The guard grabs the boy's hand, saying there could have been poison on the blade. Ma Cheonso orders him to let go of him. Sansan reminds the boy. Once he said that a 2-headed bird is destined to die if at least one head perishes. Squatting down, he examines the deep cut on the boy's hand, saying, "If he dies here, then he won't live either, and he won't get paid." Ma Cheonso replies that he doesn't care, and demands the guard leave him alone. Sansan says, "It seems there is no poison." He tells the boy to climb onto his back. The boy insults him and insists that he leave him alone. Sansan asks him to forgive. Throwing the boy over his shoulder, the guard hurries out of the mansion. The boy shouts indignantly, "What is he doing?" Without stopping, Sansan replies that they are going to the doctor. Ma Cheonso promises to finish him off. The guard says that in any case he will die, but at least this way he will save one life. The young leader promises to kill him before he saves him. The boy tries to deliver a chopping blow with his palm to the guard's throat. At that moment, The guard says he can ask for, but suddenly stops. Sanson's eyes widen in fear, and he cries out, "Oh!" He crashes into a tree, and the boy falls off his shoulder to one side, while the guard flies off in the other direction. Placing his palm just above his chest, Sanson shouts angrily, "Has the young leader completely lost his mind?" The boy, rising from the ground, suggests now to talk seriously. He is not here for that. The guard, trying to get up, freezes and asks, "What is he talking about?" Ma Cheonso, now in a completely different tone, says, "He really doesn't know? Let him just pretend, like before. Wait for the order and kill him, like that maid tried to do. He is here for that. So let him not try to replace his family." Sweat drips down Sanson's face. He says no. A crooked smile appears on the young leader's face as he says, "Why? Should I name the one who hired him?" The red aura around the boy turns crimson. He says, "It's obvious. They will say, they had no other choice. It's all for the good of the Min cult." He laughs. Then he says, "Hypocrites, arrogance and selfishness. Everything is soaked in lies." Looking into the guard's eyes, the boy says, "Chief Strategist Tae Ganjin. She sent him." Sansan mentally curses. The boy is right. A woman stands on a narrow ledge above the abyss. The chief strategist asks, "How did it go?" The reply is, "The maid sent by the left emissary tried to kill the young leader but failed." Tae Ganjin says, "That's why she discouraged them from this idea." The interlocutor asks, "What will they do?" The woman answers the man kneeling before her. She is just a maid who never trained in martial arts. They will simply say she couldn't endure such treatment from the young leader. The interlocutor, whose face is not visible, says, "Yes, madam." The chief strategist covers her face with her palms, saying the left emissary acted recklessly. She told him to find another solution. Why didn't he listen to her? A glint of red energy appears in the woman's eyes. She says, if he wanted to kill him so badly, he should have done it properly. Sanson received an order from chief strategist Tae Ganjin. She asked to send a guard warrior to the small Min Palace. Someone well trained. Better if it is someone from the outer forests. She meant a gathering of hermits. These mercenaries work on the central plains, not on the tree peak, where the Zaboya Palace is located. Sanson tells the young leader that he doesn't understand him. He replies not to act like an idiot. Ma Cheonso hands the young man a dagger in a sheath and says that the weapon he gave him on the very first day has a sun symbol. What does he think it means? Sanson answers that it is a common blacksmith's mark, their seal. He thinks about the fact that this dagger was given to him by the chief strategist. The young leader laughs and calls him a fool. Does he really have to tell him this? He says that the solar eclipse on the hilt symbolizes the moon that swallowed the sun. When these two symbols combine, it forms the sign of the Min cult. And the only places where they use it are the small Min Palace and the Min Palace. The boy adds, there is only one person who would send him such a warning. Sansan thinks. Tae Ganjin said that he could pass the dagger to the young leader. As if reading his thoughts, Ma Cheonso says, he is sure that the chief strategist told him to give him the dagger. She knew he would accept it. Surprise flies from Sansan's lips. How is that possible? The young leader, proudly straightening his back, looks at him with eyes filled with red light. He answers, let him not try to understand. He is just a pawn in their battle. This battle started quite a long time ago. He just needs to do his job. Sanson remembers that the maid had no internal energy. All she knew was only a small part of the swordsmanship art. The guard, following the boy, says, if they wanted to kill him, they should have sent someone stronger. The young leader, walking down the road, answers, does he think that is possible here? Besides, everyone would think she acted out of hatred since she has no internal energy. And why him? Because he is the young leader Ma Cheonso, hated by all. The boy laughs. Sanson asks, then wasn't that another reason to keep her alive? Why would they need to kill her? Ma Cheonso answers, there is no point. It won't change anything. But now, they were close to success. The guard says, he doesn't understand why then they... The boy interrupts him. Maybe they decided that they isolated him. A mad smile appears on Ma Cheonso's face, and his aura turns crimson. He is sure they got too carried away, thinking they turned him into someone who can't even trust his close ones, but no way. They will not get what they want. Never. Looking at the guard, the boy says, he is so stupid. And his face, he is quite the hired killer. Sanson replies, how can he not be surprised by everything he heard? Ma Cheonso says they are going to the Yada Palace. Let him prepare the carriage. The guard thinks that this time he will have to refuse the assignment. He took on the wrong job. The young leader already knows about him, so maybe he should run away. His gaze falls on the boy's hand, from which streams of blood flow abundantly, staining the sleeve of his garment red. Sanson clenches his teeth harder, thinking, Ma Cheonso might not know that the Poison Palace is also hunting him. The guard continues to follow the boy, deciding to go with him to the Yada Palace. There are many steep slopes and unusual rocky formations on Metal Peak. These terrible mountains have claimed countless lives. People often say, on Metal Peak, it is not crows that scream, but people. But despite this, there are many who have conquered Metal Peak, and there are 3 explanations. The first is the Hall of Elders. For followers who were denied access to the palaces, the only chance to succeed was to gain respect from the elders. The second explanation is the dream of getting rich overnight. Metal Peak is a little studied place. There are many mines here, and therefore there is a shortage of those who hunt for minerals. The third and last explanation is the Yada Palace, whose main purpose is to heal followers. The Yada Palace is located on Metal Peak. Why did they choose this place? Since the Yada Palace is engaged not only in healing people but also in studying poisons, it was better for them to be located where visits would be limited. Today, unexpected guests arrive at the Poison Palace. Along a narrow mountain path bordering a cliff, Sanson and the young leader walk. Climbing the rocky path, the guard looks back and asks the boy if he is okay. The response is, everything is fine. Sanson thinks, he really is stubborn. The wounded one climbs Metal Peak when even strong soldiers have difficulties. He remembers how he offered Ma Cheonso to climb on his back because the cart could not go any further. But the boy rudely told him to get lost. Sanson thinks that the young leader refused to climb on his back until the very end, and decides that it would be better if he walked behind him so that he wouldn't fall. Yad Palace. The buildings are level with the highest peak. The door to the room opens, and a dark silhouette of a person appears on the threshold, whose face is not visible due to the sunlight shining on his back. Master of the Support Palace. Sword Demon Dan Chonghak declares that he has come to take what he asked for. The person he addresses puts a cup on the table and says, well, he is a pig. Master of Yad Palace Donban. Il says, does he think acquiring a scent with a radius of 1,000 kilometers is that easy? Does he know how much effort and time it takes to prepare even one such potion? Dan Chonghak replies that he will pay well. He just needs it urgently. Donban Il, pointing to a pouch with bottles, says that his whole body aches. Let him take it himself. Just don't break the bottles. As soon as he empties everything, let him return them back. The response is, thank you. Dan Chonghak examines the contents of the bag. Donban Il says, apparently he was really pressed if he came for them himself. Dan Chonghak replies that the followers continue to disappear on the Earth Peak. Master of Yad Palace says, so he wants to use the potion on them. Then he should tell the cult leader everything. He will get the most later if he acts secretly. The response is that he already did that, but pouring a drink from the teapot into a cup, Donban Il suggests. Apparently, Taeganjin interfered. Dan Chonghak replies, it seems so. Master of Yad Palace wonders, why does she still not trust the palace masters? First the elders, now even the 7 palaces. Donban Il says, well, whatever, and then wishes Dan Chonghak good luck. Master of Yad Palace asks, by the way, did he come alone? He prepared some ginseng for Yewa. Dan Chonghak replies that she is outside. Donban Il asks, huh? Why? Sword Demon says, who knows? Maybe because all her 5 senses are well developed. She complains that the smell here is too strong. Master of the Jade Palace says, because of the smell of medicine? He sniffs. Dan Chonghak, heading to the door, smiles. Bowing respectfully, the servant says that the master of the palace currently has a visitor. Ma Chonso, turning away, says, well, fine. He tells the guard that they are leaving. Sanson, looking after him, exclaims, why is he just leaving? And why isn't he asking any questions? He needs help. The boy replies for him not to exaggerate. He is fine. The guard grabs his hand and says, what is he saying? His touch causes displeasure in the boy, indicated by the aura flashing red. Sanson says, let him see for himself. He rolls up his sleeve, wanting to show the wound, but the boy's skin is clean. There isn't even a scratch. The guard is puzzled. His wound disappeared? Ma Chonso tells him to let go of him. The confused Sanson releases his hand. The boy, walking forward decisively, says to the guard following him, if he keeps being so slow, he better just leave immediately. How can Taeganjin sleep peacefully, sending something like him? He laughs, then adds, it's pitiful to watch. Sanson replies that the young leader should have said he was fine. Was he laughing at him? Ma Chonso turns his head to him and stretches his lips into a smile. He calls the guard an idiot. Sanson sighs, mentally scolding the boy, but at the same time glad that he is fine. He thinks that he is certainly still a real pain in the ass, but understands that the young leader is starting to like him. Coming to his senses, Sanson shakes his head, thinking that a hired killer shouldn't have such feelings. The guard reminds himself that he is not his protector, and that he needs to pull himself together. Sanson asks, then why are they here? It took a couple of days to get here. The boy replies that it is none of his business. The guard says, he is sure that there is a real commotion in the small palace of Min now. since they left without warning anyone. It would be better to send a message. Ma Chonso replies, no need. San agrees. Fine. He is sure that he will handle everything. The boy replies, then let him not ask. Words reach them. Hey, she is not a beauty at all. Does she know about this? What, beauty? No way. Let her come to her senses. Ma Chonso stops. Nearby, girls are laughing, saying, these children only look at her because she is a freak. Is she crying? She is crying. A loud laugh is heard. Young Dan Yehua stands, holding a wooden sword to her chest. She is about to cry. Behind her stand two boys, and two girls continue to tease her. One of them says, she is from the village by the stream of tears? How dirty her clothes are. Slob. And she still wants them to play with her? How dare she even think about that? Dan Yewa asks, don't they want to play with her? Another girl replies, no way. What if they catch some disease from such a fool? Laughter sounds. Sansan sighs. What are these children like? She is quite beautiful. They are just jealous. Besides, they are commoners. Ma Chonso replies, adults are no better. The guard agrees, yes, he is right. Sansan stops and shouts after the young leader. Where is he going? The boy is heading towards the laughing children. Disapprovingly looking at the boy, the guard mentally scolds him, thinking that he is looking for trouble again. Ma Chonso kicks one of the girls, saying, get aside. She loses her balance and falls. Looking back, she calls him a runt and asks, does he even know who she is? The young leader's eyes become wild again. The red aura around him flares up with new strength. Raising his hand with a dagger, he says, does he need to know that? Sansan, who approached from behind, places one hand on his shoulder and with the other intercepts his wrist holding the weapon. He thinks that he should have been born a killer, not a young leader. The boy, glaring angrily at Dan Yewa, says, stop pretending to be a fool. Ma Chonso recalls his father's words. If he restrains himself, they will keep bullying him. Then he meant the chief strategist and emissaries. The girl crouching with the wooden sword replies that she is not a fool. The young leader asks, really? With tears in her eyes, the girl says that she is simply beautiful. That's what her brother Shigen and Terran say. Everyone says so. Rising to her feet, she holds her sword in front of her and takes a fighting stance, saying, her father taught her to kill anyone who doesn't want to listen. One of the girls exclaims, what? What is she saying? Danyeva swings her sword and all her offenders receive blows, mostly hitting their heads. The girls clutch their bruises and cry loudly. Danyeva proudly straightens up and raises her sword in front of her. Smiling at Ma Chonso, she asks, does he still think she is a fool? Turning away from her, the boy says he doesn't care. The girl laughs. Sansan decides that she is not all there either. Danyeva suggests to the young leader, let's get married. The boy and the guard look at her in surprise. Ma Chonso asks, is she completely out of her mind? The guard waves his hand, saying she shouldn't throw words around like that. Besides, she is not talking to the right person for that. He adds, get out of here. The young leader calls him a useless idiot again, adding, how slow he is to understand. The young man, scratching the back of his head in confusion, says, well, they are just children. From somewhere to the side comes, oh, Ma Chonso, looking in that direction, says, what? Danyeva lies on the ground, arms and legs spread out. She begins to scream loudly. The young leader asks, what is going on? Dan Chonghak, who approached them, exclaims, you. Ma Chonso and Sansan turn to him. Surrounded by a shining aura, Dan Chonghak asks, what is happening here? The guard is stunned. Is this her father? Watching Ma Chonso swing a dagger, Dan Chonghak guesses, one of the Palace of the Slaughterhounds? The Sword Demon and the Palace of Poison Master watch the children's quarrel. Dan Chonghak says, he is young, but he can directly feel the incredible hatred the boy has, and his movements are quite precise. Donban Il laughs. Palace of the Slaughter? Does he really think so? Although the boy does remind one of Yang Ren. They both like to wave weapons. Meanwhile, the girl, lying on the ground, moans. Dan Chonghak says, it seems she started it herself, and now she is throwing a tantrum because she is afraid of punishment. In response, he hears, if he is so interested, let him check for himself. Dan Chonghak soars from the balcony, and moving through the air says he will bring apologies on her behalf. Donban Il warns him not to hurt anyone. The boy is an important guest. Dan Chonghak asks sternly, what is happening here? Sansan thinks, 2 swords and invisible steps. The aura of a strong martial artist, which he had only felt from the palace master. Could it be? The Sword Demon. Meanwhile, Dan Chonghak asks a question. Is it his business? Ma Chonso is interested. What business is it of his? Who is he? The Sword Demon answers that he is the father of this child. The young leader looks at the girl discontentedly, cursing mentally. He managed to get involved. Words sound. There is only one way to get forgiveness for his rudeness. The sword flies toward the boy. The young leader skillfully catches the thrown blade by the hilt. Dan Chonghak draws a line on the ground in front of him. He draws a circle around himself and says, "Let him force him to step outside the circle, and he will forgive him the rudeness toward his daughter. And if not," Dan Chonghak raises the sword before him. His aura shines dazzlingly. He says, "And if not, then he will die." The guard asks for permission to explain everything, but the boy orders him to take no action. He adds that it is an order. Ma Chonso tells Dan Chonghak, if he does not like him, then he can simply kill him. Does he really pity him? The sword demon answers, he would prefer to call it caution. The young leader says, "Ha ha, how amusing." He attacks the opponent in a jump. The sword demon easily deflects his strike, saying that the boy has quite precise movements, but his attacks carry almost no weight. Was he not taught the technique of proper breathing? The boy circles around the opponent, but all his attempts are unsuccessful. Dan Chonghak says that without any technique, his skill is too simple. He easily reads his moves. Reflecting another attack, the sword demon says, he took the sword in his hands, relying only on childish tricks? A child with such a level of skill can be found on every corner of the sword support palace. He adds that apparently he expected too much. Anger appears on the boy's face. Dan Chonghak, swinging the sword, says that he will put an end to this. At that moment, the boy soars into the air and raises the sword above his head, aiming to strike. Ma Chionso's face is focused. He is about to lower his sword. At the same time, he manages to avoid the opponent's sword. The boy lowers the blade. A joyful smile is on his face. This time, the sword demon barely manages to deflect the boy's strike. The man mentally wonders, could it be that he was hiding his true skills? Was he waiting for his last attack to use the ricochet force to his advantage? The young leader attacks again, holding the sword in front of him. Dan Chonghak admires that the boy found a way out. Continuing to deflect blows, the sword demon thinks, but his arms are too short to reach him. Ma Chionso throws the sword and it rushes forward. Dan Chionhak, clutching his weapon in his hand, is surprised. The boy threw the blade instead of attacking. The young leader freezes, lying on the ground with his arms stretched forward. The sword demon realizes what happened. Stopping the sword sliding low over the ground with his foot, he steps out of the circle. Donban Yul, standing behind him, says, well, well, here he has shown himself in all his glory. The sword demon asks the boy, does he have a master? Dan Chionso, holding the sheathed sword in front of him, says the boy has the potential to become a worthy swordmaster. But it seems he still needs to learn martial arts. He adds that he is ready to take him under his wing. Does he agree? A slight smile appears on the boy's lips. He answers, no. Then he laughs. Him. Take him under his wing? Is he sure? Dan Chionhak replies, if he wants, of course. The boy offers to take his hand. The sword demon is a little confused. Should he check the pulse? He takes the boy's palm in his hands. He feels that the boy's chi channels are blocked, and even the vessels do not allow internal energy to flow through the body. This is not about talent. It's amazing that he is still alive at all. Ma Chionso pulls his wrist out of his hands. He asks, does he understand now? This can't be fixed. Even that old man failed. So let him get lost and better focus on raising his annoying daughter. The sword demon is confused. Donban Yil, using thought speech, says, all the best. The master of the Palace of Poisons addresses Dan Chonghak. He did not tell him because he did not want to. But it is not worth telling what happened here. He will make sure that everyone else forgets as well. Otherwise, the cult leader will be very angry. Sword demon is surprised. Cult leader? Why? Donban Yil asks again. Why? Because he is the only son of the cult leader. That's why. He laughs. Ma Chonso turns his head to the sword demon and smiles sweetly. Dan Chonghak realizes that before him is the young leader. Voices are heard in the room. This guy outside seems a bit foolish, but quite a skilled fighter. Who sent him? The answer is Tae Ganjin. The old man is surprised. Hasn't she gone underground? He thought it was the work of the left emissary. Donban Yil asks, is he still tormented by nightmares? The boy lying on the couch answers. This time she also spoke to him. But when he woke up, he could not remember anything. He woke up, and above him stood a maid with a knife in her hands. The master of the Palace of Poisons says, so the dream told him that he is in danger again? Donban Yil, examining the boy, asks, who tried to kill him this time? The answer is, the maid. The old man laughs. In the small palace of Min, there is only one person Ma Chonso can trust. Sticking a needle into the boy's body, he adds, maybe the young leader will be able to sleep properly if Tae Ganjin disappears. She has been trying to kill him for too long. Because of her, he had to go through a lot. That's why he has been tormented by nightmares all this time. And his feelings have started to thirst for blood, awakening him. This often happens with warriors. Ma Chonso replies that he understands. Handing a sheet of paper to the old man, he asks, Just deal with this. Donban Yil unfolds the paper and reads. Looking at the boy, he asks, why does he continue on the path of death? Ma Chonso answers, it is the best he can do. The old man asks, does he think he can stop her that way? The boy says, well, yes. Donban Yil is interested. How does he know? Young leader answers, sixth sense. Master of the Poison Palace says, why wouldn't he figure it out? The boy's eyes flash with red energy. He says, then she will hide, and everything will repeat again. Ma Cheonso adds that Donban Il can do as he pleases if he wants to kill him, as if he wouldn't do it anyway. The master looks at him, then closes his eyes. From his sleeve, Donban Il takes out a small bottle. He gives it to the boy. The boy, closing his eyes, says that he is tired and will go to sleep. The old man heads to the door, muttering, well, well. Donban Il says, he thought that one would run away. Why is he still here? Looking at the pale Sansan, he asks, and what is wrong with his face? The guard asks in response, what was the purpose? The old man asks again, purpose? The young man clarifies, why did he make him eavesdrop on this conversation? The old man says, more precisely, he wants to ask why he doesn't kill him? Even though the guy is quite a skilled fighter, for the master of the Poison Palace he is nothing. Sansan thinks that the old man underestimates him. If he had received an order to kill the young leader, he would have carried it out without a second thought. He tries to say that he would easily deal with him? Donban Il says not to worry. The order to kill the young leader will never be given. If the chief strategist really wanted to kill him, she would have chosen a more certain way. The old man adds, if someone had killed the young leader, the cult leader would have carried out a real massacre against everyone, trying to find the killer, and then the world would come to an end, and the 7 palaces and the Council of Elders would rise against the cult leader. Sansan asks, then why does she continue to send assassins? Donban Yil wonders, and what does he think? He says that there were those who really tried to kill the young leader, but all of them were killed by the starving wolf of the small palace Min, Hen Ho. That is why the chief strategist continues to send those who are not trained in martial arts. They will be able to go under the radar of the starving wolf and prove how useless the young leader is. If everything goes according to her plan, neither the cult leader nor Yil Teshik will be able to oppose the deprivation of all rights from the young leader. In the Min cult, weakness equals defenselessness. The old man, squatting down, says, so the chief strategist sent him not to kill the young leader. Sansan asks, then who? Donban Yil wonders. Should he answer him? The master of the Palace of Poisons says that the leader of the Demon Lord Min's squad has left, and now the young leader often goes beyond the palace. He adds, there are more definite plans that will help kill the young leader. Sansan understands, and the person he must kill will trigger this chain. The battle of intellects between the supreme demonic mind Tai Ganjin and the young leader Ma Cheonso. The guard, looking after the departing old man, asks, why is he telling him all this? The master, chuckling, replies, only the young leader will know about this, but let him remember, he needs to try hard to fulfill his duties. All right? The master adds that Ma Cheonso will wake up in 4 hours. Let him watch over him. If the guard returns alive, he will treat him to ginseng. Sansan looks after him, puzzled. The young man sits on the floor, leaning his back against the wall. Meanwhile, Ma Cheonso, stripped of clothes, is in the concentration of purple energy. Like a flame, it surrounds him from all sides. The boy grimaces and whispers, just let him kill him already. Hugging his shoulders, he asks, what does he want? What does he need from him? A huge creature, woven from purple-black energy, looms over the young leader. It brings its face closer to the boy. He hears a voice, find. Ma Cheonso is surprised. What? The creature, woven from energy, says, let him find it and he will help him. The young leader cannot hide his surprise. He wakes up in bed and sits up, wondering, find? Drops of sweat stream down his face. He remembers what he dreamed, and before his mind's eye appears a face woven from energy. Red lights ignite in the boy's eyes. This is the first time he was told to find something, instead of just driving it away. He recalls that in the year he turned 10, the thread between the real world and nightmares was woven for the first time. A couple of days have passed since the young leader and his guard returned from the Yada Palace. Sansan felt unwell after he literally had to run at night with the young leader. It would not be strange for him if people caused a real uproar, claiming he kidnapped the heir, but old Back just waved to him with a smile when they met, as if nothing had happened. And the cook, looking at him unfavorably, said, since he volunteered to be a warrior of defense, he should perform his duties. If the young leader goes somewhere, he must report it. No need to act willfully. In general, she was as unfriendly as always. Henno just glanced at him but said nothing. Sansan comes to the conclusion that everyone here has lost their mind. Or maybe they are all undercover too. He remembers how the master of the Jade Palace said that in the small Min Palace there is only one person whom the young leader can trust. The guard thinks that this place is not a home for the young leader. but a tiger's den where danger constantly threatens him. Sansan decides that he is no different from himself. Henho tells the guard standing by the simulator resembling a barbell to prepare for receiving guests. The young man replies, "All right." In the small Min palace, cries are heard. "Lord of the Sacred Fire, the Min cult rules the world." Bisek and the Lord of Demon Squad, kneeling on one knee, pronounce words of greeting. Then Bisek says that they are carrying out the order of the cult leader. The young leader must appear in the spring pavilion of Min and befriend other talented youth of the cult. Ma Chanso laughs, so this is how they decided to act? A red aura flares around him. His gaze and smile resemble not joy, but madness. After laughing, the boy says, "All right." Looking at the laughing young leader, Sansan wonders, what has he come up with this time? A question reaches him. What is he staring at? Sansan glances at Ma Chanso. Looking unfavorably at the guard with eyes blazing red energy, the young leader says, "Let him just do his job." Sansan calmly replies, obeying. Night falls. A heavy rain is pouring. Lying in bed, Sansan thinks, as soon as he receives the order, he will immediately carry it out. He gets up, pondering that he needs to go to the market and gather information about his target there. Wearing a wide-brimmed conical hat and a cloak, he heads to the door, thinking, and then he will set the day of the assassination. A thunderclap sounds and lightning flashes. In its light, the young leader appears before the guard, piercing him with burning red eyes. The guard screams in fear. Startled, the guard sinks to the floor and stammering asks, "What is he doing here at this hour?" The boy replies that he could not sleep. Sansan says, "But it is already midnight." Ma Chonso answers that he knows that. The guard says, "All right." He thinks, "What is this? He always had a schedule, so why did he suddenly wake up and wander here?" Ma Chonso asks, "Where is he going so late?" Standing up, the boy answers that he also could not sleep, so he wanted to take a walk. Mentally, he curses. First, Ma Chonso finds out he is a mercenary, and now this, and he didn't even feel his presence. Lightning flashes again, and the guard himself realizes how foolish his words sound. The weather really invites walks. The boy says his room looks empty. Sansan replies that he does not like cluttering the space. The young leader says, well, he believes that someone planning to commit a crime does not need many things. The guard thinks, why ask if the answer is already known? He asks Ma Cheonso, looking out the window, why he came. The young leader answers, he does remember his words, right? The boy, without turning to him, reminds, the guard must fulfill what he is here for. Sansan replies that he remembers, and mentally adds, he was just about to do that. Machonso says, all right then, he can go. The guard asks, what? The boy reminds, he did say he wanted to take a walk, so let him go. Lightning flashes again. Sansan mumbles that the weather is not very suitable. Maybe tomorrow. He is cut off by a stern shout. Let him get lost. The guard replies, well, all right. He leaves the room and finds himself in a pouring rain, thinking, but this is his room. The door behind him slams shut. Machonso stands motionless, lost in thought. His eyes gleam with red reflections in the darkness. Cult of Min Waterpeak Market. Covering his face with a hat, Sansan says, it would be nice if the rain stopped earlier. And it only stopped pouring when he got here? Is this some kind of joke by the young leader? Laughter is heard. Then a question sounds. Has the noble and almighty number 12 come here to tell jokes? Did he feel such passion for him or something else? A man in the same conical hat, hiding his face, and a long cloak steps forward. Sansan, calling him Shell, says, does he still dare to laugh after almost kicking the bucket? Nothing bothers him. The man chuckles. Light falls on the man's face, revealing that the right side of his face is disfigured by a burn scar. Remembering the blazing market, he says there was so much malice in that child's eyes. He thought he would really die. Sansan should have stopped him. The guard replies, a binding agent must not reveal his identity to others. That's the life Shell chose. Who to blame now? Sansan adds, besides, it was a pure coincidence. The young leader acted alone. Well, they are not close enough to have casual conversations. Let him tell him about the hanging lantern. Binding agents, or as they are called, neither here nor there. People who blend into the crowd and gather information for mercenary groups. The hanging lantern denotes a target. The candle inside the lantern symbolizes their life. Shell sits on a crate and places his lantern on another one in front of him. Chuckling, he says he would be glad, but this time, he will be first. Number 2 requested information about the young leader. Sansan looks unpleasantly strangled. He wonders, has anyone besides him been ordered to kill the young leader? Sansan thinks that the young leader suffers from meridian disorder, and if others find out about it. Before his mind's eye stands a smiling boy whose eyes blaze with red flames. Giggling, he says, it's terrible, but how fascinating to kill such a young leader. Shell asks, why is he silent? Swallowed his tongue or what? Sansan says, The young leader. He again recalls the boy saying that he was sent by the chief strategist Tae Ganjin. The guard thinks, a child who is not really a child. He remembers Ma Cheonso rushing through the market, smiling as he sets everything on fire in his path. A little demon without a heart. Clenching his teeth tighter, he mentally curses. So why? Sansan again recalls the boy telling him to stop talking. It doesn't matter. The guard wonders. Why can't he stop thinking about how sad he looks? He says the young leader suffers from meridian disorder. It is incurable, so he cannot study martial arts. Mentally, Sansan curses, calming himself with the thought that they would have found out about it anyway. Shell laughs. Meridian disorder. That's why the cult of Min hid him all this time. Number 2 will be glad to hear this news. But how could he know that it is incurable? Sansan replies that the maid tried to kill the young leader. He immediately needed the help of the Palace of Poison. That's where he heard about it. Shell stretches his lips into a smile. He says the guy could have called a doctor right to the palace. Instead, they made such a journey to the Palace of Poison. Shell says the young leader trusts the master of the Palace of Poison. That's the only reason. Sansan thinks, a cunning scoundrel. The interlocutor asks, by the way, did he know? Shell unhurriedly begins to talk about the young leader. He believes that Ma Cheonso did not come to the market that day by chance. Sansan interrupts him. Nonsense. He better watch his words. He will not pity him, even if he is a liaison agent. Shell replies, yes, he understood. After all, that is number 12. But he thought it all through in advance. How will he complete the task if something happens to him? Shell asks the confused Sansan. Does he remember what the boy told him? The young leader, holding a knife to the crook's throat, says, there once lived a foolish cutthroat. Leaning over the man, the boy continues to speak. He earned money by deceiving people. But one day he decided to kill his boss. In general, the boss was also known to be quite nasty, but he had another subordinate. Sansan thinks, if the boy came specifically to Shell, knowing he was an agent, and by the person who deceives people he meant Tae Ganjin, the young man comes to the conclusion. So, the Palace of Slaughter helps her. Shell asks, has it dawned on him now? He seemed to send them a warning. The young leader rarely leaves the Min Palace, but now he suddenly wants to go to the market? That's quite strange. Sansan says he doesn't believe it. Shell's identity is well hidden, and even he doesn't know them all very well. So where does the young leader... He remembers when they clashed with Shell in the market, and he did not stand up for the young leader. He ordered to kill the crook, but he did not obey. Could it be that only because of this he realized that Shell was one of the agents? Could it be that even then the young leader knew that he was connected to the Palace of Zayboy? Sansan then replied to him that he could not do that. He is his protector, not a killer. Shell lowers a small bag onto the box. He says, well, in any case, he has dumped information here about the hanged lantern. Let him take a look. Sansan takes the pouch. Shell laughs. What a mess. Some maid tried to kill the young leader. The man continues to rant. The boy grew up without a mother, and he keeps behaving so terribly, even though he can't even learn martial arts. He is sure it was hard for him to admit defeat. Giggling, he calls the boy a reckless thug. Sansan's face darkens. Shell continues to speak, unable to even take care of himself, but managed to turn away the chief strategist. And he even threatens the Palace of Zaboy? Sansan again remembers the boy saying, let him stop babbling. There is nothing special about this. Shell says, maybe he should have killed him while he had the chance? He laughs again. Sansan waves a dagger and exclaims, Shell! A severed hand falls to the ground and a scream is heard. Lying on the ground and trying to stop the bleeding, Shell, mixing screams with curses, asks, what is wrong with him? Sansan answers, he is sure that he has an order from number 2. Therefore, he will be merciful. Let him remember this when he desperately misses his hand. Shell continues to moan and scream in pain. Hiding the dagger behind his belt, Sansan says that the liaison agent should not try to befriend the mercenary of the Palace of the Executioner. In response, a new burst of screams is heard. In Sansan's eyes, red energy splashes. He did what he had to do. Mentally, he adds that now there is only one thing left to do. Sitting on the bed in his room, he reads the received papers, thinking, no relatives. It is impossible to understand what he loves or hates. He never learned how to control internal energy. But from this information alone, which says there is no way out, he can glean a lot. And no traces that he ever tried to control external energy. He glances at the bottles standing next to him, thinking, they must be experts in external arts. But since they cannot control external energy, he needs to use the given potion to poison them. Sansan continues to ponder. After all, the cook, the maid, and old Back are all those whom the young leader cannot trust. They were only sent by others. Setting fire to the paper, he thinks that the chief strategist plans to get rid of obstacles in order to then kill the young leader. Looking at the fire devouring the paper that pointed out his goal, he thinks about hen number, small palace min. Main building. Old man Bak says, "It seems the young leader slept peacefully last night." The guard agrees. Seems so. So quiet. Sansan watches as Henno orders the cook to bring medicine to the young leader. The woman bows and replies, "Of course." The guard wonders, is this such a big event that the young leader slept peacefully? Sansan thinks, so calm and does not suspect his fate at all. Ma Cheonso comes out of the room, rubbing his eye with his fist. He calls Hen number. The steward bows, folding his hands in the traditional gesture where the palm of one hand covers the other, clenched into a fist. He says that today the young leader looks better. The latter responds indifferently. Yes. The boy touches Henno's fist with his hand, saying that he is going to go beyond the palace. The steward, squatting down, gently touches the boy's cheek with his hand. He says that Ma Chonso is still weak, and adds that the cook will bring him medicine. Let him drink it before leaving. Ma Chonso replies that he does not want to. Henno says, it must be taken to improve his health. The boy agrees, all right. Sansan thinks that they are much closer to each other than he had assumed. He presses his lips together, deciding that he will not let this make him pity him. No hard feelings. He just has to kill him. The young man flinches when a hand touches his shoulder. Henno asks, what is he doing here? Let him hurry to the young leader. Sansan says, Henno. The steward asks, what is it? Surprise appears on the man's face when he hears the question. Does he have a secret lover? He silently looks at Sansan, who asks another question. Maybe a child? Patting Henno on the shoulder, Sansan leaves him with the words, just as he thought. He adds that he imagines how he has lived all this time. The guard says that he knew it all along. Henno's face darkens. A couple more days pass. The 7th day arrives. Sansan, sitting at the table, thinks about the fact that today the young leader must carry out the order of the cult leader and meet with other children in the spring pavilion of Min, and then he will kill Hen number. The guard talks to himself. He decided to postpone the murder not because he worries about the young leader. He is simply curious about what other food is served in the spring pavilion of Min. In the past couple of days, he had many chances to kill Hen No, but he never managed to do it. He was worried about what might happen at the meeting today. Sansan is sure that it is a trap devised by the chief strategist to kill the young leader. Opening the door and leaving the room, the guard thinks that, moreover, she did not set an exact day for the murder of Hen number. There was no date in the order. So, he thinks there will be no problem if he kills the steward after the meeting. A carriage enters the courtyard, with expensive harness on the horses pulling it. It is accompanied by a squad of warriors. A voice is heard. The squad of the Demon Lord in such a fancy carriage. Sansan continues speaking. Now he really feels that he is in the small palace of Min. Hen No replies for him to go and bring the young leader. Walking down the corridor, the guard thinks that the day has come when the young leader will reveal himself to the people for the first time. The leader, who lived as a recluse in the small palace of Min, where danger threatened him every day. He hopes that today he will be able to show himself, and this will give him confidence. Standing behind the door, the guard asks the young leader for permission to enter the room. The response is, yes. Sansan enters and freezes in surprise, examining Machonso's outfit. The boy, clutching a fan in his hands, asks, why is he looking at him like that? Does he look that bad? The guard replies, no. He looks very... Feeling a pause, Machonso says, very. Sansan exhales. Very cool. Even just being nearby, he feels pride swelling inside him. Sansan thinks, like a caterpillar that turned into a beautiful butterfly. He imagined the day when this child would grow up and be respected by others. The boy says, let's go. The guard immediately replies, yes, sir. He thinks that it was hard for the young leader to handle everything alone. Cult of Min, Sun Peak, main gates. High in the sky flies a bird that has no concern for the people who just passed through the gates down there somewhere. Support Commander Tehwa, following Ya Yuljin, says she does not like it, even if it is an order from the Min Palace. But, leaving the children with the young leader. The youth coldly replies that they are going to the meeting. Let him behave properly. Tehwa obediently says, yes, I obey. She looks back at the children following her, thinking that they have to babysit the young leader, who one day must lead the Min cult. The twin girls, distinguishable only by their bangs combed in different directions, appearing from somewhere beside her, ask, will it be only them? One of them, calling her sister Aso, says, no way. She heard that someone from the trade palace will also be there. Aso asks the squad leader, what about the support sword palace? She declares that she wants to see Dan Jiho. Her sister informs her that he is currently isolated and discovering himself. The support sword palace will not be here today. Aso does not give up and addresses the squad leader again. Tehwa, barely restraining herself, orders both of them to shut up. She thinks, at least that old man and Muten are not here. And Ha Ilchin too. From an excess of negative emotions, she even closes her eyes and twists her mouth. It would be better if he did not come here. One of the girls, pointing forward, exclaims, "Huh? They are here! The Spring Pavilion Min!" Ahead rises a luxurious multi-tiered mansion. On both sides of the road leading to it, people are crowding. One of the men standing by the roadside exclaims, "That's Yahyuljin! No way!" A shout sounds, rising stars of the Min cult. The sullen youth walks without looking around. A cry sounds. "Chun Jae-san from the Trade Palace is also here. No way!" Some youth, pointing with his finger, shouts, "The Demon Lord's squad of the Min cult," and all heads turn in that direction. The squad escorts a luxurious carriage with intricately decorated horse harnesses. A shout sounds. "The young leader is here." The carriage stops and the warriors immediately drop to one knee. The door opens and the elegantly dressed Ma Chongso steps out. An old woman standing in the crowd says, "What an incredible aura." A man standing nearby says, "Is this the young leader?" A girl standing next to them is so overwhelmed with admiration that she cannot utter a word. Only a cry of delight escapes her lips. Ma Chongso walks accompanied by a guard through the living corridor formed by the warriors. A shout is heard. "We welcome the young leader." The boy walks calmly, clutching a fan which he raises to his face. Shouts are heard. "Praise the heavenly demon." The young leader of the cult. Ma Chongso has appeared in public for the first time. On the first floor of the Spring Pavilion, Ming gathered many children. They are nervous, anticipating the meeting with their peers. Of course, they were not as excited as the crowd outside. Everyone sits properly at the tables, waiting for further developments. A rather plump youth says he thought only direct heirs were invited. The boy he is looking at clenches his fists angrily, hearing a teenager giggle and add, he didn't know that the children of concubines were also invited. The boy trembles with barely restrained rage. In his mind flashes, all this damn class division. Young Chihami, curling her lips in disdain, says, "That scoundrel started speaking again." Though these children were young, they already understood a lot. If they do not show their snarl to others, they themselves could become victims. A conversation takes place at the table. One of the kids says, "The second young master of the Palace of Bloody Art?" In response comes, "It seems his name is Yultak. His mother is from the Oirats, right?" One of the boys says, "A savage like him came to the meeting with the young leader?" The child of a concubine is not a direct heir, no reason to worry. They agree. Exactly. Yultak thinks he is not a savage, and his mother is the most beautiful in the world. A shout rings out. "Hey!" The boy raises his head, and his lips twist in anger. The youth teasing him stands next to him. He asks, "What is a scoundrel like him doing here?" Young Master Yahyuljin should be ashamed. Yultak mentally calls him a little toad. Suddenly he, covering his ears with his hands, sharply bows his head to the table, almost hitting it with his forehead. The other children look at him unfavorably. Red energy splashes in their eyes. They are all united by one thought. The child of a concubine, a savage, a foundling, the shame of the Palace of Bloody Art. All these insults followed him like a shadow as soon as he first appeared on Heavenly Mountain. Yultak presses his palms harder to his ears. Tears appear in the corners of his tightly shut eyes. He thinks that if he had continued to live with the Oirats, if his father had not dragged him here, he does not want to be here. He wants to go back. Mentally, he begs to be left alone. The fat teenager laughs. Is he crying? Let him just look at himself. And let him go complain to his mother. Ah, right, his mother is dead, isn't she? Yultak sharply turns his head towards him. His mother is alive. At that moment, the door opens and the young leader enters the hall, accompanied by a guard. Along with them, dazzling sunlight bursts into the room. Ma Chongso, holding a closed fan near his face, calmly walks down the aisle between the tables. All the attention of those present is fixed on him. The young leader stops near the youth insulting Yultak. Looking at him, he thinks, is this the killer sent by Taeganjin? But he seems too stupid. Meanwhile, the youth hurries to greet him. Bowing, he says it is a great honor for him to meet the young leader. Then he introduces himself. He is the second son of the trading palace. But Ma Chongso interrupts him. He orders him to come closer. The youth looks confused. The young leader grabs the dagger, intending to pull it out of the sheath. He thinks he knows who is behind this. A drop of sweat runs down Chunam's face. Stammering, he asks, why did he suddenly draw a weapon? Smiling broadly, Ma Chongso, whose aura has turned red, extends his hand to him and reminds him. He has already ordered him to come closer. The young leader grabs him by the hair and slams his face onto the table. The youth's nose breaks. The onlookers look shocked. Grinning maliciously, Ma Chongso also lifts Chunam's head by the hair, from whose nose blood flows and tears from his eyes. The young Chihami, who jumped up from her seat, looks frightened. The young leader again slams the youth's head onto the table, and his hand hangs limply. Glancing angrily at those present, Ma Chongso asks, "What are they staring at? Are they amused?" Everyone except the confused Chihami looks away. He spits contemptuously. "Idiots." The young leader calls out to Yayultak, "Hey!" He, no less shocked than the others, replies, stammering heavily, "Me?" Ma Chongso, smiling, hands the boy a knife, saying, "Let him kill him. They will see what distinguishes a guy who has a mother." He places the knife in Yayultak's hands. Seeing that he is not in a hurry to carry out his order, the young leader asks with ill intent, "Does he want to be the one who gets killed?" Ma Chonso throws Yongamu aside, and he falls on the floor on his back. Yayultak, continuing to grip the knife, drops to his knees. His eyes fill with tears. From his mouth escapes, "Hick!" The youth, having come to his senses, cries loudly. The young leader gloatingly thinks, is he crying? The guard thinks, just not that. Footsteps are heard on the stairs, then laughter. A voice addresses the young leader. "Enough." Yahyuljin, standing behind the cheerfully smiling youth, orders Tehui to remove the children. Ma Chonso, assessing him with a glance, thinks that the real problems will start with them. A golden aura lights up around the youth, and a silvery one flashes around Yahyuljin. The young leader realizes that the real problems are only beginning. Two youths stand before him, surrounded by shining auras. Near the road leading to the spring pavilion, many people are strolling. None of them pay attention to the woman intently looking at the building. Meanwhile, she thinks that she knew it all along. She believed that the young leader would come. He had never before attended public events. Even if it was an order from the cult leader, no one expected him to agree so easily. However, he came, hardly resisting, like some dog with its tail between its legs, or perhaps like a tiger stalking its prey. The woman thinks, others may not know, but she knows. All because he answered her questions, as always. He has always known her motives, which even the cult leader does not know. The chief strategist Tae Ganjin, flashing his eyes maliciously, mentally adds, which means she cannot allow him to live. The young leader grew up as an unusual child. There was always a reason behind his hasty actions. If it were not for his incompetence, Tae Ganjin would have supported him, and over time would have asked Ma Tapan to pass on to him the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea. He was supposed to become the blessing and pride of the Min cult. The woman thinks, if only it were not for the problem with the meridians, the cult leader would be ready to pass all his internal energy to the young leader. But that will not happen. She reflects on the fact that they still have much to do with the cult leader. Nearby, a squad appears, and Tae Ganjin calls So-han with the girl leading the small squad hurries to her. The leader of the Flying Butterflies squad, So-han, approaching, kneels before the chief strategist and asks, what should they do? Tae Ganjin orders her to deliver to the Zaboya Palace, so that everything is finished within 2 days. The girl replies, yes, but will Park Hoken be able to come, considering all the commotion? The answer is, it does not matter. The main thing is that Yahyuljin and Chunjasan are there. Only they can make the young leader leave the heavenly mountain. So-han says that she still cannot believe that the young leader will correctly understand her intentions and follow her to the very end. The woman replies that the young leader cannot be understood by an ordinary person. Yellow sparks flash in her eyes, and a smile appears on her lips. Tae Ganjin says, so he will come. Just as she wants him, he wants her. She cannot allow someone like him to destroy the cult. She adds, let So-han remember that their sacrifice will unite the heavenly mountain. Meanwhile, the young leader and 2 youths are separated only by a round table. The youth, possessing a golden aura, respectfully greets Macheonso and says that he wants to introduce himself once more. He is Chunjae-san from the Trade Palace. He adds that it was very kind of the young leader to invite them here, but his brother behaved too rudely. He asks for forgiveness for him. Macheonso is surprised. Why is he apologizing when his brother was the one who suffered? The youth laughs, saying, ah, so this is how things are arranged here? His brother is a bit rude, but he is sure that he has learned his lesson. The boy looks at him angrily and says that he didn't ask anything. The youth agrees, exactly. Looking at him, Ma Cheonso thinks, no, not him. Tae Ganjun definitely wouldn't have sent someone like that. The same applies to the second one. His gaze shifts to Yahyuljin. Red sparks flare in the boy's eyes. He assumes that she won't try to get to him through San-san. He ponders. Maybe she wants to poison the food or something like that. Meanwhile, a servant appears and, placing dishes on the table, announces that the food is ready. All kinds of delicacies appear on the table. The man says that the food is top class, which they will never taste anywhere else, prepared with special care by their best chef. The servant bows and adds that the chief strategist personally developed the menu. He is sure that they will like the food. Chunjae-san, leaning over the dish and devouring it with his eyes, exclaims, oh, the chief strategist herself? An impudent you! Reaches the man. Smiling, he turns to the young leader. The boy's aura blazes red. Ma Cheonso asks, Did he say chief strategist? The worried man replies, yes, she visited recently. The young leader hurries to the window. He looks down, where a multitude of people bustle about. Looking around, he asks, why is she here? The disconcerted servant says, he heard that she was just passing by. She gave a few instructions and left, saying she did not want to interfere. The young leader bursts out with an unfriendly laugh. Red sparks burn in his eyes, and his aura blazes crimson. Chunja-san and Yahyul-jin look at the boy in surprise. What is wrong with him? Using thought speech, Chunja-san calls out to his friend. Hey Whitey! Yahyul-jin, who has two colored hair, replies. How many times has he told him not to call him that? He does not want to talk to him. Let him shut his mouth. The young man answers that, actually. He never opened his mouth. Ma Cheonso takes his place at the table. He asks the young men. By their appearance, they are already about 20 years old. What have they forgotten here? Chunjae-san answers that they are nannies, but he does not even finish the last word when Yahyul-jin's hand covers his mouth, and the friend himself says that they hang out here just in case. Ma Cheonso says, so they are his squires. The reply is, apparently, yes. The boy asks, really? Then they can even leave Heavenly Mountain. Yahyul-jin answers, the cult leader said, it does not matter what they will do, as long as they are with him, so